Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm waiting for some slides to prompt me, but I'll start to read a story. I'm not here to make a speech. I'm here to tell a story, a few stories, because that's what we're about after all. The Guardian is a platform for stories, stories about women, in particular in Guardian Woman. And that's my message. So I didn't prepare a speech. I want to tell you a story. So, Chief Mrs. Folake Solanke has broken barriers in the legal profession as the first female senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, and the first female lawyer to wear the silk gown and the commissioner of the Western States. She graduated from King's College in the University of Durham, now known as the University of Newcastle. I don't need to read the whole bio, but let me go towards the end. Her achievements paved the way for the fellow SANs that followed. Chief Solanke went on to receive the International Bar Association's Outstanding International Women Lawyer Award at the association's 5th World Women Lawyers Conference for her contribution to the advancement of women within the legal profession in 2012. So, there we go. If you can see. In 2020, I was in London. COVID was going on. I had 2 young children. I couldn't really work. I had to homeschool them. I had no time to do anything. But, you know, Nigeria was about to mark 60 years of independence. So I thought to myself, I need to do something. I need to do something. So Guardian Life, how can we celebrate, you know, Nigerians who've done well? And around that time, the big Black Lives Matter campaigning was going on. There were big protests in London following the abuse by the policeman. I can't remember his name. I think his name is Chauvin, who abused that Black American. I can't remember his name. I think it was Floyd. Yes, Floyd. So that was going on at the same time. So I thought, Black Lives Matter. But then I took it further and I said, let's celebrate Nigerian lives, because it was the 60th anniversary coming up. So as an editor, at the time, I thought, how am I going to put this all together? I don't want the usual, you know, bios and things like that, though that's how it was set out. So I went chapter to chapter, and I had different themes. And so this chapter that Chief Mrs. Folake Solanke was in was called The First Chapter. I believe, because I only have 3 pages with me, I believe there were 9 people featured in there, the likes of Chief F.R.A. Williams, Otumba Balogun, and Akintoya Williams. They were there. She was the only woman in that chapter, but that was amazing. So that's what that is about. That column is an extract. Then I decided further, I need to do more. This is not enough, because I didn't want it to be random, like women dotted around the whole publication. So we decided to dedicate a chapter to women. So I can't remember the name of the title, but there was one dedicated to women. And while I'm here, I want to recognize someone who helped me with this publication. And we call her NJ. And there she is, over there. And now I'm leading on to a point. What does it mean to include? Include, verb, include, the derivatives of the word. It's to enable, sorry, I can't read it from here, to take in or comprise as part of a whole group, okay? So pay attention to that, a whole group. In humanity, in whole, in totality, what are we? We are men, we are women. So why have women been excluded from this? Further still, there are lots of women. Why are there women excluding women as well? So the point I'm trying to make here is I included those 3 amazing women in my journey, and there are many more. There's many more than that team, but let's just say they're the main points of call. If I didn't include them, I would not be here today. This setup would not be here today. So I would really like you to acknowledge them, because I included them. But I'm not even trying to sound patronizing, like I'm including them, I'm the boss. I needed them. So when you think of include, it's not a matter of you must include. It's you need to include. That is the point I want to make today, and I really hope you get it. We need to include women. It's not that we must. It's not positive discrimination, which is, I frankly find quite patronizing. We need to include women. So that's the point I want to make, and this is what this festival is about. As well as inspiring inclusion, it's beyond the words. When I look at words, I look deeply at the meaning. I'm not here for a lesson on etymology, but please look really deeply into the meaning of that word, what it means. It also means you must not exclude. You must make women part of the whole, because we are half the population. I'm going to learn a lot today, and I hope you will as well. Thank you so much for coming, and see you later. Bye.
If you will, please applaud Anita Ibru again for ensuring that we are included, and this is going as planned. If you are happy to be here, turn to someone and give her another high five. Somebody you didn't high five earlier, give a high five and say, I'm happy to be here with you. And it's okay for us to include people who need to come forward. We can include you in the front. So if you are sitting and there are free seats in front of you, please inclusively move to the front. Somebody say, move forward inclusively. Because a woman said on the International Women's Day that to be included, you need to want to be in there. Else it will not be inclusion, it will be forcing. And do we want to be forced? No, we want to be included. So we need to be standing close enough for inclusion, right? So please inclusively sit where, we will see you and we'll all feel warm together. Thank you so much. This morning, our keynote speaker, I can't wait to hear from her, is someone who possibly, well, she will tell us, possibly she was told she shouldn't or she can't, because still now some girls want to be engineers and people say, why? You didn't see marketing or communication. Do you understand what I'm saying? Engineer. See, what's the issue? In fact, they might call her mommy and her daddy and say, daddy wa, mommy wa, you see, what's going on? Does she want to be a boy? She's an engineer, a celebrated one at that, and she'll be speaking to the topic, promoting diversity in leadership, an engineer's journey. Please welcome with me a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Oguntola Margaret Aina. Welcome her very warmly. She is that woman who is powerful, who is strong. If you keep clapping till she gets here, I'm sure she would love it. This is the Guardian Woman Festival 2024. Welcome to our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Joyce has said a lot about being a woman and word inclusion, and then the fact that we have to be prepared to be included. And so I'm going to start, before I read my keynote address, I'm going to also tell the story of how I was included and how I got to where I am today, in spite of sentences like, you can't, you shouldn't, and so on, that we hear all the time. So I was born into a family, a polygamous family, as the first child. So that comes with a lot of responsibility. And then I also had to set good examples for my siblings, which was also a very great responsibility. And so when, at some point, when I was around 15, 16, I told my father that I was considering becoming an engineer. It was like, you have to be joking. So because he told me that as a woman, you should just go for disciplines such as teaching, so that you go to work at 8, you're back by 2, and you have time for your family. But I was also, as a student, I was also involved in drama, quiz competitions, debates, and all. And I'd also seen, I went to a girls' school, by the way, and had been in competition with boys. And I didn't think that I needed to be that woman who would only just be there to serve her man. I thought that I should be, and I could be, a lot more than that. So I just told my father, okay, no problem. And then later I wanted me to become a doctor. Because at that time, and as in most fathers in his time, becoming a medical doctor was the in thing. And I still asked him, why can't I become something else? Maybe an actor, maybe go and study to become an ambassador. And I still felt that those things would take me away from home too much. But as God would have it, I sought counsel from my uncle, and he told me, why not go for chemical engineering? At that time, he had friends in the oil and gas, and he told me that that was the future. So I said, okay, why not? I was good in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and additional mathematics, which is now further mathematics. So I went into engineering, and my father was shocked. And he asked me how I was going to cope. Climbing scaffolding, wearing the hard hat, and being in jeans all the time. But then again, the beauty of being a total woman is being able to combine all of that. So you wear the jeans when you have to, and you look like I do now when you have to. So you can be both. You can be that professional, you can be a mother, you can be a woman, you can be anything. And Joyce said that earlier. You can be anything, just about anything that you want to be. So I'm here now today, mother of 3. I have grandchildren. And growing up in the early years, I had the time. So I chose a flexible job so I could have time for the children and for my husband as well. So, and my husband had a full-time job, which was not so flexible, which also took him out of town, out of the home for months sometimes. So I had to also hold fort at home. I had to learn to do the things that a woman would normally ask her husband to do for her. I had to learn to change my car tires. And I remember one day I was on the road, and I had a flat tire. And I came down. I was wearing Iro and Buba, so I rolled up my sleeves, opened my boots, got out my tools. And then a man just parked and said, "Madam, are you trying to?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Can you?" I said, "Yes, I can." He was kind of amazed. And he did help me. Please give a round of applause to Nigerian men. Most Nigerian men are very caring, really. So he helped me, and he said, "Were you really going to change your tire?" I said, "Yes." Another time I was driving, and my car stopped, so I opened the bonnet, and I knew where to check the carburetor, and I was trying to tune it, race it, and a man also came, and he said, "Madam, what's wrong with your car?" I told him that I just needed to race, and he said, "You know, what kind of woman are you? My wife will leave this car here and come home and tell me that, look, the car is in a solo. When you are ready, call mechanic to go and bring the car." I said, "Well, maybe because your wife is not an engineer like me." So that day he said, "I'm going to encourage my daughters to study engineering." That's so amazing, seeing women being able to do the things that we assume that only men can do. So the can-do spirit is what you need as a woman. And then also being able to balance your life in such a way that you are not masculine when you're supposed to be feminine, and vice versa. So you know when you have to act masculine, and when you have to embrace your femininity. Today, I'm the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, the first female. It took the Nigerian Society of Engineers 66 years to get here. I'm the 34th president of the NSC, and all 33 before me were men. And so you can imagine how the journey has been. So I also tell people that it's a collective effort. When people talk to me about being the ceiling breaker, glass ceiling breaker, I tell them that I wasn't the only one who broke the glass ceiling. A lot of women had come before me. I joined the Nigerian Society of Engineers in 1996, at which time we already had a female vice president of NSC. And she did not become president. That's not because she did not try or she did not know what to do. So what I tell people is this: we have a glass ceiling, and every woman comes and throws the stone. There's a crack. You come, you throw yours, there's another crack. Until somebody comes finally and throws the last stone, then the glass ceiling is shattered. So we should all applaud ourselves, because it means that, like Anita said, we have people who we have included who have also helped us because we needed them, and they have helped us to get to wherever we are today. So now I'll read my keynote address, having told the story. This is the keynote address at the inaugural Guardian Woman Festival on promoting diversity, collaboration, empowerment, and inclusion by Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, at the Federal Palace Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos, on 15th March 2024. It is with great pleasure and profound honor that I stand before you today at the inaugural Guardian Women Festival. This momentous occasion marks a very significant milestone in our collective journey toward promoting diversity, collaboration, empowerment, and inclusion in our society. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for their visionary leadership in spearheading this remarkable initiative. As we gather here today, it is imperative that we acknowledge and celebrate the remarkable achievements of women across various spheres of endeavor, from boardrooms to laboratories, from classrooms to courtrooms. Women have continued to demonstrate unparalleled resilience, innovation, and leadership. Their contributions have enriched our communities, advanced our economies, and inspired generations to come. Diversity is not merely a buzzword, it is the cornerstone of progress and prosperity in any society. Embracing diversity, therefore, in all its forms, whether gender, race, ethnicity, religion, and beyond, fosters creativity, drives innovation, and enhances decision-making. And by harnessing the collective talents, perspectives, and experiences of diverse individuals, we unlock boundless potential and create a more inclusive and equitable world for all. Collaboration lies at the heart of our efforts to advance gender equality and empower women. It is only through collective action, shared responsibility, and mutual support that we can overcome the entrenched barriers and systemic inequalities that persist. By forging strategic partnerships between governments, businesses, civil society organizations, and academia, we can and we shall create a conducive environment for women to thrive and succeed in their chosen fields. Empowering women begins with education and training. We must invest in quality education, skills development, and lifelong learning opportunities to equip women with the knowledge, tools, and our society. Together, let us work tirelessly to build a world where every woman and girl can live up to their full potential, contribute her talents to the fullest, and enjoy the rights and opportunities which she deserves. And on this note, I'll say thank you very much to the organizers for this opportunity. And God bless you all. Thank you.
So, in true engineering fashion, straight to the point. Please appreciate our keynote speaker at the Guardian Women Festival 2024. She not only threw stones at the glass, but she threw a few blocks, hit it with a few sticks until it shattered, so that many other women wouldn't need to throw stones at the same ceiling. So what I took away from her conversation is a question to each and every one of us sitting here as women and men. What is one thing, just one thing I can do to crack the glass ceiling above me right now? What is that one thing I can do? Can you think of something? What shall I do to crack it, to ensure that eventually it shatters? Or what can I do to ensure that the cracks that have been given to the ceiling above me will take, deeper cracks until it shatters? Food for thought, food for action. Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, we say a very, very big thank you for honoring us this year. Please appreciate her once again. And congratulations on being President Woman #1. Many more to come, and we shall celebrate with you even more. Our first panel this morning is warming up to come forward, and they will be discussing enterprise and entrepreneurship and career. But before that panel comes up to go in depth into the conversation, we'll take a quick 1-minute break, and we would ensure that we are ready to have that conversation right now. Where's my DJ? That's it. Enjoy the music and enjoy the Guardian Woman short break.
I am feminine, I am masculine, I am anything I want. I can teach you, I can love you if you get it going on. If you got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. If you got it, got it, got it, got it, got it going on. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. If you got it, got it, got it, got it, got it going on. Got it going on, yeah. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it going on. I'm bass, I'm the beat of my own drum. I can make you go on days with the tracing of my thumb. Only love can get inside me. I'm moving in my own timing. Voice of the future, speak to me kindly. Ask for what I want, and somehow it find me. Somehow it find me. Somehow it find me. Hey, hey, hey. I am woman, I am fearless, I am sexy, I'm divine. I'm unbeatable, I'm creative.
Unbeatable.
You can get
Absolutely.
it right.
Thank you. This first panel for this festival is Nigerian entrepreneurs and careers, navigating tough economies, driving innovation, and embracing inclusion. Leading this conversation as moderator today is my personal coach and lead coach. She's also LinkedIn top voice at IBG Academy. Please welcome Dr. Glory Edozian as she comes up. Over there, she's a powerful woman who can be anything she wants to be and has decided indeed to be everything she can be. Yes, please. And for some reason, that chair just moved. So we will move with it. Anytime you hear that rushing sound, it's the air conditioning system coming back on. Don't worry, nothing is going on. Nobody is coming to kidnap you. It's just a ball of air going through. It's trying to break the glass ceiling above us. So it needs some power, right? Joining Dr. Glory on stage right now is the Group Head Partnerships and Integrations at Waka Now. Please welcome Bukola Olatunji. Appreciate her with a festival applause. Woo! Welcome, Bukola. Delighted to have you here with us. Joining up on this panel also is Ifeoluwa Dare Johnson. She is the founder and CEO Health Tracker. And I'm happy with this green going up on stage this morning, you know, very fresh and all. But you are all women, we know. Welcome, Ife. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. The country manager, Nigeria, at William Grant & Sons has been here, and she's ready to bring her expertise to the stage. Please welcome Frances Nwosa as she joins up on this panel, and she can come up right there. Thank you, Frances. All those around her seats, please make some noise. You have to know your tribe now. You have to know your tribe, yes. Thank you so much. And I'll hand the microphone over to Madam Moderator for the next 40 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Hold it down till it comes on. Let's be sure that they're all working. Please hold down. Okay. Let me try. I need the light. It's down here. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're at a festival. Good morning. Fantastic. So, well, thank you so much. Okay, so my name is Dr. Gloria Dozen, like I was introduced earlier. Joyce, thank you for that amazing introduction. This is going to be a very interesting panel. Why is it going to be an interesting panel? Because we are going to be discussing things that all of us are facing. Who here is aware that there are tough economic challenges around all of us? If you are aware, please raise your hand. Okay. But who knows that even when the road gets tough, the tough gets tougher, right? And that's what we're going to be discussing today. And I have an amazing panel who we're going to be discussing these issues with. So this panel, we're going to be looking at Nigerian entrepreneurs and careers, navigating tough economies, driving innovation, and embracing inclusion. So please, a round of applause, first of all, for my distinguished panel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to start. We've been having great conversations behind the stage. We've already met, and these are some amazing ladies. My first question is, everybody is talking about tough economic challenges, right? But then I feel, and we've seen, history has also shown, that when economies get tough, some people are actually able to lead change and actually come out on the other end. So I want to ask you, as career women, as business owners, as C-suite personnel, what are some of the ways you are circumventing these tough economic challenges through innovation? And I'll start with Bukola first, and we'll go down that way.
Okay. I mean, it's good to be here. For me, I would say that, and I'll just take my work journey as an example, right? We all know what is going on with FX. We know what is going on in Nigeria, and it's not limited to Nigeria alone, right? But I think that there's a saying, and I'm sorry, I'm not sorry that I'm going biblical, but I would say that it's okay. So I would say that irrespective of what is going on, I have a saying that resonates with me every time. And it's whatever your hand finds to do it well. So irrespective of you being a career person and you're going through some issues, or you're an entrepreneur and you're struggling in your business, and you don't even have the startup capital or anything, still consciously want to thrive, you know, you must have it at the back of your mind that irrespective of the struggles, you want to win. And I'll take it as an example. I lead partnerships and integrations for Africa's leading travel technology company, Wakanow.com. And I'll tell you that there are different struggles that I've had, you know, working in that organization. And one of it is I've never worked in a travel organization. And when I got the job, I said to myself, how am I going to navigate through such an organization where everybody's coming from an airline space? We're a travel technology company, so it means that we work with a lot of airlines. And throughout my journey, I've always worked in technology. I've, you know, done things that are different. How do I navigate being in the travel industry? How do I work with people who have been in this career journey for years? And there's something at the back of my mind that I can always win at everything that I want to do. And I'll go back to joining Wakanow as partnerships and integrations associate. When I came into the organization, I was clueless. Not because I didn't know what to do or what the role entailed, because I mean, I took that job. But I was unsure of what the expectations was for me. And one of the questions that I asked my line manager at that time, who happens to be our CEO, Wakanow Nigeria, Adenike Macaulay, was, what are your expectations of me? I see that there's so much happening for the business. I see that the reason why I was hired for this role is to be able to drive this, is to be able to drive partnerships, increase inventory. I see that there's so many partnerships, and I know that everything is in order of priority. How am I going to thrive here? What are your expectations for me? And she says, you're right. Everything is in order of priority. But what I want is for us to increase our inventory by this. I said, at least I have a direction. And I went back and I said, okay, these are the things I'm going to do. Teamwork, who am I going to talk to in the business that understands the travel industry more than I do? And I went on to start asking a lot of questions. I, you know, continued to push. I did a lot of back-end work to ensure that I met up with that goal. So yes, there would always be struggles as entrepreneurs. There would always be struggles as career women or even men in organizations, but you must have it at the back of your mind that you need to thrive regardless. So, yeah.
Fantastic. I love that. There's this saying that the quality of your life is based on the kinds of questions you ask. And you ask the right question. Yes, we have so many things to achieve, but what is priority? What does success look like for me? So what about yourself, Ifeoluwa? So for you, obviously with Health Tracker, a tech device, leading innovation, leading change in the health sector, what are some of the challenges you are facing and how are you using innovation to solve it?
Thank you so much, everyone. Definitely great to be here. Just to address the first question you asked about, you know, how do you navigate this economy? I think one of the great things that happens in such situation is that opportunities then, preparation meets opportunities. So it means that people who typically would have to go abroad for some services, for some products, even skincare, or, I don't know, healthcare, right? Or, you know, you want to import things, you want to travel more. Now, because there's FX issues, then everybody's forced to look inwards. So what do you have that you can offer people who now do not have a choice than to actually begin to look at local options? And I think that's how to start to think about, yeah, these are great these are challenges, but how do I turn it into an opportunity? So I always say that, for people who run businesses here, you know that cloud services are, you know, they've tripled because of the FX situation. If you're using Google for your emails, if you're using AWS or any of these guys, or even email marketing, you're using MailChimp. Because of how much dollar costs now, it makes almost no sense to keep doing that. But then there's a company, you know, who recently entered Nigeria, and they're charging us in Naira, and it's way more affordable. Guess what? Their adoption rates increased and the user acquisition increased significantly. Same thing with a lot of skincare products as well. And I think that's how, even at Health Tracker, we're thinking about it. So we offer healthcare services. Typically, the premium, our premium customers, we typically have to, before now, prove our value to them. But now it is clear that we're cheaper than wherever, and we still give you the same quality services. So you would come in and obviously get the same service that you're probably going out to, traveling abroad to go get, and you can get it internally. So right now within my team, our question is, how do we ensure that when the services that people would typically go abroad to pay for or pay FX to pay for, we're offering better service, better value here, and we get to keep that money internally. And I think even as a country, and that's how we need to be thinking about it for medications. Can we have manufacturing? Can we expand our capacity so that, and can we start to source our raw materials locally as well? And then it gives us, we're able to turn that challenge into an opportunity. And hopefully, a lot of people get rich through that as well.
Fantastic. That's a great example there, great example. So I want to come to you next, Frances. They've given examples around sort of either resilience, innovation. What has been your experience navigating these economic times?
Okay, so I'll give real life examples. Yeah, so our brands are super premium luxury brands. So you will think that in this situation, the rich will always spend, right? People will buy more, so you think you're immune. But the situation now is even the rich people are asking you, can I buy on credit? That's what is happening. It's hitting everyone. Everyone is. So Nigerians, we're happy people. We celebrate, we party, and we are in that lifestyle space. And so we benefit from the fact that Nigerians are happy people, we're status-driven and all. But with the whole economic situation, you find that whereas where a group of guys will sit and buy 4 bottles, for example, they're buying one now and just respect themselves and go home, And then you just see that you had an expectation for the year and your numbers are dropping. So yes, resilience is great, but the first thing is you need to take a step back and look at your long-term strategy. And I will try to relate this not just to my company as a multinational, but also for small businesses as well. Sometimes people open up businesses and it's just, nobody's looking at, where in 10 years, where do I see myself in 20 years? Because when you have that long-term vision and the long-term strategy, then you begin to see, okay, I can't give up at this point, right? I know the price of my products in 2022, for example, and what it is now. Even myself, my heart beats sometimes when I see the price, okay? So what we've done is take a step back and then relook, your business model. This is also the time where flexibility is important, where data and trends are very important. So what is happening now? With the economic situation, what are people doing now? What are they drinking, or what are they eating? If it's a small business that you have, so how can I stay the course? What can I continue to do? What can I leverage more within my portfolio? If you have a few brands, is there one of them that I can strategically push at this point, to stay the course until things get better, while finding out, that's when you need to relook strategy. So flexibility is very important. In 2020, during COVID, there were a few companies that people were like, now wow. But I really admired. So you had one that I wouldn't mention names, but you probably know, that went from sodas and started making hand sanitizers. And for me, it was just that flexibility. And I believe it's a big part of their portfolio now. So for us, it's what's happening during this time? How much data? What can I review? What can I relook within my business? What can I drive? What is staying strong at this point? What are people doing? And how can I still be of value to them? But one thing is, never compromise on your quality. Because when you compromise on your quality, even if they complain today, when things get better, they will go to the guy that has quality. So
those are a few of the things that we try to do. And I feel like from a big business or a small business, it's all about being flexible, taking a step back, relooking your short-term, medium-term, long-term strategy, understanding how you can navigate it, how you can, at a point we had to say with a distributor, let's wait on sales because a lot of it was impacted by forex. That price up has turned to negative, right? So you need to take a step back and look and see what you can do to drive it in the long term.
What I'm getting from these three responses is that even in times of tough economic challenges, you cannot bury your head in the sand. You actually have to be active out there looking at where are the opportunities. Yes, things are tough, but maybe there are new opportunities that are opening up because of the changes in the market. We have to be resilient and we also have to be flexible. But we all know that when things get tough, sometimes the last thing, everybody's thinking about profitability. And the last thing becomes sustainability and inclusion. So why is it important now for us to make sure that women are included? And let me start from the middle. Let me go to Ife.
I really like this because data actually points out that women are better fund managers anyway, right? So this is literally the best time to have women manage whatever business or capital that you have to make more efficient. And I was, still did a bit of analysis recently and said, in the past decade or more, less than 3% of venture capital went to women. But guess what? Women have always returned more money in terms of, return of capital and profit to their shareholders than the other gender. So it's a wise decision to actually invest more in women, right? And then on the other end is women do more with less money, right? So when you think about it...
I thought I would hear a round of applause. I thought I would hear a round of applause to that.
Yeah. And you all know this. Women do more with less money. So at the end of the day, it is not, should we include women? You better include women for your own good, right? And for the good of your business. So I would say it categorically and emphasize it that okay, they will not succeed. We will say it. We will say it. So yeah, I was saying that it is not, nobody's doing women a favor by including them, right? It is a wise business decision to do that. And she said it jokingly that maybe a woman should be in charge of that, but women pay attention to details. That's why women are better managers at this as whatever, if you do not have women at the affairs. And I'm not saying bring women to be junior, whatever. Get women to be, especially qualified women, and we have lots and lots of them, right, to be part of your management team, and you will be surprised how better your business will perform.
Yeah. Fantastic, I love that. So including women is actually a business imperative. It's not a favor. Frances, what are your thoughts?
So I believe God created men and women differently, right? And there are different strengths that men have and strengths that women have, right? So including is all about balancing or leveraging the diversity of thought, the diversity of ideas and all. you would say, for example, that men are more logical, for example, sometimes, but people would say women are more emotional. You would say, oh, men are more aggressive. You know, there are different strengths. And it's not necessarily, what I've found is just a man can have as much strength as a woman has, and a woman can have as much strength as a man has, depending on what that area is. For me, if everybody was treated the same way, it would be boring, right? And so it's important to have women and to include people who would come with different thought processes, different perspectives, different ideas, because in that way you drive better creativity, productivity. I think I was reading somewhere that companies that are more inclusive actually have more productivity, or for the ones with better DE&I diversity agenda, are 35% more likely to succeed versus the companies without. So it's in the best interest of it. Just imagine a room filled with only men, right? And they're like, we have to do it like this, it has to be like this. Everybody's thinking one way or maybe not. But then a woman comes in and there's a different kind of perspective that comes into that train of thought. And then imagine that you have 3-4 women coming in. I have different experiences and backgrounds. You have different experiences and backgrounds. And when we bring this together on the table, there's just so much more potential and so much more that can be achieved when you include women with the wealth of experience and ideas and maybe the different way that they see life that they can bring not only to the organization, but even to innovation, product development, marketing, whatever area it is, you will get an enriched bank of thoughts and ideas that can only just mean that you go bigger and you deliver bigger.
So what I'm actually hearing you say is that the more diverse the pot is, the sweeter the stew.
Yes.
Love it, love it.
Okay, I think that everyone on this panel has said it all, but I'll still touch more. You know the saying that we had growing up, that what a man can do, a woman can do even better. It's not a joke. We're seeing it in today's world. And I'll tell you for the fact that women should be included in every sphere, whether as an entrepreneur, whether as a food business or as a company. In my company, 70% of leaders are women. 3 out of our CEOs.
Another round of applause for Waka now, please.
3 out of our CEOs, two of them are women, and it's not that purpose thing women are actually included. Yes, maybe there's a part of that, but it just shows that we go over and beyond. We're very detailed in all our doings. We ensure that we're very careful. We bring the juice to everything that we do. And she talked about management, and I would say that I'll give you an example. I can, regardless of my position, I can go to any length to ensure that I get anything done, regardless of how dirty I get. And that thing that I mentioned at the beginning, that what your hand finds to do it well, regardless of whether it's your business or another man's business, it should always resonate with you at all times. My company sponsored an event. I'm just going to not mention that event. But then we realized that what we had put in, it wasn't looking like we were going to make that investment back. But when we were doing the whole, back work, we thought it was going to be a very, very profitable business at the beginning. We thought we were going to start to see the number. We had looked at the data from previous years, and we're like, it's a no-brainer that we're going to succeed at this. And so we put in a very huge investment into that business. And then realized that it wasn't giving us what we needed to do. And voila, I had to lead that project. And at the time, I had just joined the business. And who wants to be a part of a failed, not that failure is bad, but I didn't need that for my portfolio at the beginning of my work journey in that company. And so I said to myself, you know what, we have to re-strategize, because we must make that money. I was determined, even when we were not seeing that we were going to make that money, I said we have to make that money. And I said, you know what, it was getting close to the end of the whole sponsorship period, and I said, we need it was the final day of the event, so it meant that we needed to take, it was not the final day, there was a period for the entire sponsorship. And we had expected to make money. It's not at the last moment that you will now start making your investments. We wanted to see it as a journey, month on month. You know how you calculate your month-on-month growth? Are we seeing it? We're not seeing it. Is it at the end that we're going to see it? I said, well, we must see it too. And I said, there was a budget where we had to bring in X number of people. You know, we had to ensure that we had to put them in a hotel. I said, you know what? We're going to cut all the budgets. Today, my company has the privilege of giving us lunch at work. So when we go out for events, we always have the privilege of eating out. I said we will not eat out. We will pack lunch from the office, and everybody will eat that lunch with love. We will eat it, and we would not stay in a hotel. We would go with Uber. Yes, the proximity for a lot of people that are not living within the vicinity may not be easy, but that is my own initiative. And I needed to ensure that that budget that I could be nonchalant about it, that we put in the money. It's not my business. We didn't make it. I was not part of the people that said we should put in that money, so I could have been very nonchalant. But I said, no, we must make at least, even if we don't make more than that investment, we'll at least make that investment that we put in. And I said, okay, we will do all of these things. We will not stay in a hotel. We will all rough it together. On Christmas Day, we will come in an Uber, and that Uber, you will not have the luxury of taking Uber by yourself alone. You will merge per location. If you are going to the mainland, you will follow this person. And I'm telling you, that was how we reduced cost. Because imagine spending a budget on something that you're not making money from. And then you're now saying maybe food budget and location budget and transportation budget was X amount of money. So imagine now adding that to the budget. How are you going to make the money? And I said, we'll make this money. And we started cutting costs. We started cutting costs here and there. Let's be innovative. You go here. Let's bring in this person. And to be fair, we actually did make our money. We did make that capital. We didn't make as much as we expected to make, but we made, and I'm saying this because women consciously think, I think we're homemakers, my dad would say growing up that, because I grew up with boys, my dad would say, honestly, if I want to wash my car, give it to Bukola. It's not to make my brother, because I would do it with every detail and every passion. Men will just, not that men don't have their part, they have their strengths. And I would say for a fact that we've seen amazing things that men are doing today, but there's just this attention to detail. There's this pride of owning something, and we like to own it. We like to own it with our position, with whatever you do. And I think, and I'm just saying this to everyone here, regardless of you owning your business and the struggles, or you being in a work environment, that passion should always go first. So it's not about it being your business, because one day remember that you would own your business. And it is what you sow, you would reap. That thing exists today. And beyond that, don't you like to see things grow under your portfolio? I enjoy it. There are times that people say, are you part of the management team of this company? But we like to do everything. And that's the thing that I take back to even if it takes me longer hours to do this thing, I will put in the passion, the dedication, the results to ensure that it's driven. And I think that that is what resonates with every of our leaders today. And let me just say this before I end. I didn't know that I was going to be speaking here. It was supposed to be our CEO, Wakana Nigeria, Adenike Macaulay, that was to have this. And she said, you know what, Bukola, I'm going to allow you start to speak. I've seen a lot that you've done, and I believe that you have the capacity to start to do these things. And I'm like, no, they gave it to you, so please own it. Do you understand? And she says, oh no, I actually want you to do it. And I'm telling you that we consciously think about giving people that opportunity, even as women. Are you allowing other women thrive in your space? And she says, I believe that you can do it. Not because she had other things, but because she wanted that platform where we could also thrive. I have done a lot of speaking engagements, and now I need to see women, even men in the business, start to speak so that you start to build your own portfolio and people know that this is what you're doing. So yes, it starts from all of us, and it starts from within.
Amazing. Thank you. Really, really practical examples. And it actually ties in very neatly into my next.
My potential, I could do it, and gave it to me. So why can't you give this person the opportunity to rise up to this, and then we will build and support and train till this person can deliver. eventually, with all the back and forth, we got her into the role. And she was brilliant at the job. She now has another opportunity where she's going to do something even bigger now. And I'm like, well done, your money is now plenty. You know, but that's encouraging. I mean, on the personal side, I started doing some female empowerment from my personal resources. To say, I don't have a lot, but every woman, it feels good to be able to count your own 500 naira, your own 2,000 naira. What can you do? And I gathered a few of them. So I have a target every year of the number of women that I want to empower. And it's personal, so I'm not, and I pray, I ask God to direct me to that woman who will use it well and who will build. And I ask the questions, what can you do? What do we need to do? What business? What are you good at? What will you thrive? And then together we invest in it, right? And they start slowly, and they start doing the business. Of course, we've had people that last, they ate inside the capital. It was back to square one. It happens, right? But the fulfillment is finding those who now are doing a job and able to do 50,000, 100,000 naira a month contribution coming from, I don't have 1,000 naira or 500 naira to buy a recharge card. So it's the small ways that we can impact, you know, people. In the beginning, I was doing it really anonymously, and it was within my, I'm hoping none of them is here and it doesn't get far, but within my alumni, my secondary school alumni. And I was just like, these women were in school with me. You know, how is it, you know, life has a way, life is funny. And I was doing it anonymously. I would, chairman, this person, what do they need? Okay, I will support with this. They shouldn't know. But seeing them now doing their own thing, one person does create stuff that she sells, is part of that fulfillment that you're helping a fellow woman thrive.
Amazing.
You're helping a fellow woman get better. So whether it's in the workplace or it's in the your personal space, I know my purpose, and I know, and I try to live my purpose, which is to positively impact the lives of people as much as I can. And then when I leave, I want to leave that legacy of the girl who put smiles on people's faces.
Amazing.
And so for me, it's how can I do it everywhere that I am. It's not easy. This economy is now hard. But we will keep trying, whether it's in the workplace or it's in our personal lives.
Thank you. I think that's a great example of allyship as well as personal empowerment. So ladies, we can see the big clock that is ticking down in front of us. So I want us to be very mindful of time. So I'm going to restrict us to 1 minute per response. So if I want to come to you, and if you can give us your examples, 1 minute, please.
Yes, so, and we started our conversation behind the clock. So this year, in fact, since the past 2 years, we've been very big at Health Tracker on women's health. And of course, it started with, for people who don't know what we do, we are an health and technology business that ensures that people have access to preventive medical diagnostics, and you can order basic lab tests on mobile app, on our apps, basically. And you get it done at home. So it was during that journey that we realized that women are not doing their cervical cancer screenings, and it's one of the leading causes of cervical, of cancer-related death, right? And it is uncomfortable to do those screenings.
Very uncomfortable.
For women here, if you have done any of the pap smear, you know what I'm talking about, the speculum, you know, it's just, there's not as much dignity.
Exactly.
And it was during that we asked ourselves, there has to be a better way to do this. There has to be a better way. But what has happened in the past is women's health has been underfunded, under-researched, and underestimated. You literally do not have as much research and funding going into women's health. We have more gynecologists. Women are told that they are chronic complainers when you complain, right? Women are 25% more in poor health than men, right? But yet, nobody is talking about it. So what did we do? We launched an HPV self-sampling kit that allows women to actually screen and take the sample by themselves. That way, you do not need to go into an hospital.
That deserves a round of applause. That deserves a huge round of applause.
And that kit, with that kit, it's almost like a tampon. You basically can in 1 minute, go into the bathroom, insert it, 5 clicks, withdraw it, and that's it. We can pick it up and run the analysis in the lab. And that shortens, it makes everything different. And what we've seen, we've screened thousands of women already. We've gone into like the really, really rural part in Kaduna, where women do not even speak the regular Hausa language, but then they are able to use the kits, right? And then we are able to link them to treatment and care afterwards. And I think that's, at the end of the day, what makes us really, really excited that we are actually changing the narrative and helping women get the health care that they need as early as possible, and hopefully even save some lives as well.
Fantastic. Amazing example. Amazing example. So, Bukola, I'm going to change the question because we have to wrap up. So my question to you is advice. So we've spoken about how we have been able to be innovative, how we're driving innovation, how we're being resilient. But what is your advice to everyone in this room and everyone watching on social media? How can career professionals and entrepreneurs remain resilient in these tough economic times, as well as emphasize inclusion?
Thank you for that question. For me, my advice to everyone would be that keep going. I won't say it wouldn't get tough. So I'll just say that regardless of whatever hurdle or whatever you see in front of you, whether it's tough times, it gets better, with determination, with that mindset that you have a goal. I think first and first is have a goal and see to it that irrespective of how long it takes you, keep going at it, and you would certainly get there. Ensure that times have changed. Ensure that you leverage. There's a saying that your network is your net worth. So leverage on it. Don't take social media as just a fun place. People grow real life businesses there. People showcase amazing things. Even the content creators that you see today are channeling their energies towards, aside from it being fun, ensuring that they get their goals out of it. So irrespective of what you're doing, ensure that you join communities. And these things are not paid for. Whether it's one that is done by your church or your mosque or your company, ensure that you leverage and take as much as you can. We say one word at Waka now, we take everything. We take everything. And we're very intentional about that. Because I'm going to leverage this opportunity of being here today. I'm going to connect with the women here. What are you doing with your connection? What are you doing on social media? What are you doing in your church? What are you doing in your mosque today? What are you doing in your school? How are you connecting? There's so many people out there. There are people that have co-founders today that just started from social media or just started from the work environment. Are you paying attention? Are you listening? Are you being able to proffer solutions? So I'm just going to stop there. That, take that at the back of your mind and leverage as much as possible to, get what you want, and you'll get there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I'll go to Frances. Frances, literally 30 seconds.
Okay, I will keep it very brief, but I'll say start with where you are and tell yourself, I'm doing well. So the first thing, I am doing well. And
Can
then
we
where
practice
you are,
that? Can we all say out loud, I am doing well?
you are doing well.
Yes.
And then the next thing, just focus to thrive where you are. I don't want to go through scriptures, but imagine David, every point where, Joseph, even in the prison, he was thriving and became the head of prisoners. Imagine when you thrive. So wherever you are, how can I thrive, right? You are doing well, thrive. Then the third thing for me, it's all in the mind. A positive mindset. If you say you can, you can. If you say you can't, you can't. It's not going to be easy because there are times when you will doubt yourself, but I've learned something about the law of attraction. And you attract to yourself what they say what you think or what you are, right? So just that mindset, I can do it. It's not going to be easy, but when you have that positive mindset, it opens your eyes to see opportunities versus when you're like, you don't be. So for me, it's those three things. You're doing well, thrive where you are, wherever you are right now. How can I be the best at it? If I'm sweeping, how can I sweep all the dust away? I'm just the best at what I'm doing. And then I need to keep my mindset positive. I can do it.
Fantastic. Please go ahead, Ife.
I know our time is up. I think for me, it is just one thing. It is that you already have all that it takes. So please, do not be afraid to reinvent yourself. You're not a tree, you can move. You literally can reinvent yourself. You do not like where you are right now. You have the ability to change that. You do not owe anybody. Nobody needs to give you permission. It has to be you. And you can reinvent. If you want to be a medical doctor today, you can go back to school. If you want to be, I don't know what that is, but literally, you can reinvent yourself. You can change your career. If you admire me, if you admire anyone here, it is as simple as saying, what did this person do? Can I do it? And then that's it. You are on that journey. So please, you owe nobody any permission to reinvent yourself. You only have to decide and then go do that you know you have the capacity to do.
Love it. So if you believe you can, then you can. Love it. When you were saying if you are not a tree, move. I was saying hope somebody doesn't see that as their cue to go to Canada. But let's move on. Okay, so I think we have time for 2 questions. I've been told. Does anybody have any question for my panel? Joyce, I'm correct, right? 2 questions. 2 questions. Okay. Any questions? I think if you raise your hand. Okay, we have somebody at the end there. How do we get a mic?
First and foremost, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the panel, the organizers, Anita, for the excellent insights. Okay, very well done. Please can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much. It's not so much a question I have, it's just a word of encouragement. And that is to say that women around here and beyond need to look seriously at mentors and mentoring. Okay, because you may have some ideas, but those ideas are not necessarily fully formed. So you need somebody who can guide you. Just be proactive about it. And we have very many successful Nigerian women doing brilliant work globally. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is one. We have several others. And they don't have to be Nigerians. Use social media. Go on to LinkedIn. There are people there. By the way, you need to update your profile as well on social media. You know, look at the space and the area in which you want to develop. Look for role models around there, and it works. Okay, you don't need to look too far. As I said, women are doing fabulous things, and they'll continue to do that. And some of those are in this room. So go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fantastic call for mentorship there. Does somebody else? Okay. How do we get a mic to her, please? Okay, there's one behind you coming. Afternoon, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amaka Chibuzo Obi. I run an organization called Wives Roundtable. So my question is this. So we've talked so much about including women. I work with women a lot. My job for the past 11 years has been around helping women live their best lives, being the best versions of themselves. Now, when we talk about including women, I have seen many women, brilliant women, competent women, whose organization want to include them, but they run away. They shy away. They are filled with so much fear and doubt, and that feeling of, would I be able to deliver if I get into that position? It's not news that a lot of us women did not have the tools. We were not equipped growing up as girls, especially those of us who grew up in the 80s and early 90s. We were not really equipped to be our own person, right? So we see many women who have this fear of being out there in the limelight. You talk about holding leadership positions and they run back because they believe that they would not be able to do it well. So my question to these amazing women who have done incredibly well in their various careers is this: how do you help these sort of women, because I'm sure some of them are here, who are more than capable of doing these things that we're talking about, but they've not, and I think it was Frances that mentioned the mind, they've not come to that place in their minds where they believe that they should even be included. So it's as if you're trying to drag them along, but they are not helping you, even in your own, what would I call it now, your desire for them. So how are you helping as women who are already out there doing these things to let these women know that they can really do it, and beyond just telling them that they can, because you finish saying that they can and they are piped, they are like, yes, yes, I can. But once they move out of that your space, they'll be like, I beg, my life and your life is not the same. Just leave me where I am, you know. So how do you do that rewiring and re-engineering where they come to believe that that space, that table actually is theirs for the taking? Thank
Fantastic.
you.
That's a fantastic question. Yes.
Okay, so I'll just answer your question. Thank you for that amazing question, by the way. And I'll just say it's as simple as ABC. There's one thing to include women, and there's one thing to be intentional about ensuring that they grow. You see a rock star, and you see that that rock star is struggling. How do you do it? How do you intentionally put them at the forefront to ensure, because there are lots of people that are camera shy. There are loads of people that they don't want to answer questions. They'd rather write down the questions for somebody else to ask that question. Someone came to me with a brilliant idea. The person is an executive, but I was very shocked at the amazing idea that he had, and I knew that it was going to transform the business. And I think that it also comes from us, because what I would have easily done is to put him aside, or she aside, and then take on that win by myself and then drive it. But that's not how to do it. How do you ensure that you position them to go to the forefront and that they can do it? Now, we run an open door policy at wakanow.com, and that means that you can go to the top level. You can go to the group CEO as an executive. You can go to the CEO. You can come to heads of departments. It's that open. We relate with all of these people. How do you ensure? Because somebody came to me with an idea that, how can we do that? They've been wanting to talk to the CEO about something, but you know, she feels that I should be able to go on behalf of them to say it. I said, you know what you're going to do? You're going to walk into that door. I'm watching here. And you're going to go there, and you can do it. So we need to consciously tell them that they can. You need to handhold them, whether it's trainings that they need. Stuff like this. I didn't think I wanted to come and sit here today. But there was that intentionality to see that there's a rock star, or if they see me as a rock star, how do you grow that rock star? How do you position that rock star? How do you give that rock star that platform to thrive? So it's not about just including women or including men or running an inclusive system. It's about intentionality to see that there are people that can get here. And that's why we do a lot of career changes in Wakanow. Because I come in as an IT person or a product person does not mean that I will continue to be in product. When I see your strengths in commercial, when I see your strength there, I'm going to move you. So your contract is not fixed, and they'll tell you from the beginning that your title today might change tomorrow. I came in as senior product manager. Within a month, my role changed as head of partnerships and integrations. So when you see something, you water that person. When you see the opportunity there, you invest in that person. And it's about the investment and not just inclusion.
Love it. So not just support people, but also invest in them. We'll take Frances and then we'll come to Ife.
Okay, so I'll give two examples. Within the organization, there's a program that we call the Shine Women's Program. It's organized externally, and I'm sure they'll be happy to do some stuff in Nigeria. So they sent out, they asked us to go out. It was off-site. It was somewhere in the UK, and we just had all these women from, first of all, someone like me, I've been there. Staying here is because one of my colleagues said, Frances, you're going to do this, and you're going to get up there. So I thrive when I do it, but I don't actively. I'm the person who likes to be backstage. When we had this conversation, everyone was vulnerable, talking about their fears and all, and you just realize I'm not alone. People have fears. People are worried. What if I'm not the best? And it might be past experiences and all, right? At the end of the day, based on our stories and all, everyone got a name. And I will share my name because it gives its accountability for me. And they told me, Frances, you need to tell your stories. There's a lot more you need to share. You need to be out there. And my other name became Beyonce. So my boss, when I'm just like, he says, your inner Beyonce, then I'm like, oh yeah, you know. And then it just, you know, so people need encouragement. But it's one step at a time, right? It's little wins that helps to build confidence. Because what you don't want is say, you know, this today, my friend can't do it, and then they fail. And then they're like, I said it, that I could not do this. So it's little steps, little wins, then that encouragement, you know, you see, I told you you could do this, and now you're here. And then there's a personal example. Someone reached out to a friend of mine, a former colleague of mine on LinkedIn, saying she was looking for a sales mentor. And quickly, and then he connected her to myself. At that point, she was having problems where she was as a salesperson, manager in a company. And she needed to leave. It was really toxic and cool. And then she started getting offers from LinkedIn, and she felt she couldn't do it. And I said to her, how many of us could do it when we started? I'll be here to support you. If you have questions, come to me, ask me, and all. And when she started, she was every second, at some point as I come, you start paying me for all this, you know. But her doing that, she started learning. Today, she's the vice president for Sub-Sahara Africa, coming from like an area sales manager role for another company, earning, you know, and she's still young. She's young. She's probably just 30 now, and she's thriving. So now she feels more confident because she's had someone who supported her and told her every step of the way that she could do it.
Yeah, so I was going to say that one thing is there's power in representation. And representation means I can see this person who looks like me, who I can relate to, who is doing and breaking the barriers that we really like to break. And that's a call for, you know, people to put their story a bit out there more, because you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for others. And hopefully that encourages someone to say, if I can do it, I think I can. I also, you know, I know a couple of people had reached out to me to say, okay, you know what, people who look like you don't raise over $1 million in venture capital. How did you do it? And they come to me because in their minds, the media celebrates people who studied at Harvard, at Stanford, who then come back to the country and then raise millions of dollars, and especially as a woman, right? But now when you see someone who looks like you studied here in Nigeria as well, then you feel like maybe I can do it. Maybe this idea I have, someone will look at me and look at my business and be confident to give me money. So I think that power of representation, and also just being bold enough to share your story, not for yourself, but for other people, can break the barriers in people's minds. Thank you.
Let me hear a bigger round of applause for this my amazing panel. I told you at the beginning that this was going to be an interesting conversation, and I'm sure they did not disappoint. Please, a round of applause, a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Okay, I think we're taking a group picture. Okay, so you have an announcement.
Yeah, sorry, I have an announcement. On behalf of Waka Now, we're doing a spin the wheel. Please, use it. So I said on behalf of Waka Now, we have a booth at the back. So we're doing a spin the wheel, and you can just get lucky to win a free ticket. Yeah.
Woo! Yes, we're clapping to that as well. Please come together for a group photograph. Who is going to tell us exactly where to stay? Okay, right there. Yes. We'll take one. Witnesses to this poll will be put together for some conversations later in the day. We began to talk about tough economies and what to do. So, what do you think? Will inflation go down or will it go up, regardless of what's happening in the polity or with regards to what's happening in polity and more? If you're able to connect, please raise your hand. And if you can't see in front of you, please, you can stand up and then, you know, take your phone even closer to the QR code. Yes, I'm seeing a number of phones come up. And there's some phones I haven't seen come up at all. Why? Why? Raise your phones. Take them. Oh, please, brother, excuse us. You are blocking somebody. And then someone might not have raised her phone or his phone because they're like, I want to scan this thing now. Which levels? For some phones, I know especially the iOS, just use your phone camera and it goes through immediately. Yes? Then for some Android phones, when you get to your camera, you'll see lens written somewhere. It is right there, usually either at the bottom to your right or the top to your left. You'll see the lens. Click on the lens and then you can use it. Google Lens. Right? And then some phones also come with a scanner as an app, a QR and barcode scanner. Have we responded to the questions? Can we see the responses coming in from the back end? Are the responses coming in the back end? Okay. We're expecting at least 5 or 6 more responses and then we'll take the second question. If you're having network challenges, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. I'm sending my angels to you right now. Okay, let's move to question 2. We have just 2 questions right now. What is your investment risk appetite? When you click on that, you would see the options to choose. And please let's know. We're feeling the pulse of the women and men in the room, because these polls are open to everyone in the room, men and women alike. Your investment risk appetite: high, low, non-existent, intermediate, with a try. Please let me know. You seeing responses in the back end? Later on, we would talk about the responses that we see. To all those who've responded, we say thank you very much. Please put your hands together for everyone who has participated in the poll. Your hands cannot be tired. It's a festival. It's a celebration. Come on. And let's also celebrate Guardian Woman for making this happen. Today, everyone in here is a Guardian Woman. In the course of the day, you will be able to walk through the booths that are behind to participate in some of the activities going on there. Who knows who will win a free ticket from Waka Now? You can take your free headshots sponsored by Gazmadu Studios and more behind there. So sit tight, enjoy. When we go on break, we enjoy some of that or some of those. Recently, the 2023 Happiness Index was put out to the world. And it was shown the happiest countries in the world, at least the top 4, are some of the most gender diverse countries in the world. So there's that direct correlation between the happiness index in a country and how inclusive its leadership is. So the next panel, where we'll be conversing about inclusion in leadership, we'll be talking about investing in women, shaping national development through gender inclusion in political leadership and public governance, leaning into something that has just been said here about the more inclusive organizations we have, the more productive we tend to be. How do we make this happen? Steering the conversation for us this bright afternoon is the founder and CEO of Elect Her. Please welcome Ibijoke Faborode as she comes to the stage to take her place. If your hands are strong, your hands believe in inclusion, please put them together for Ibijoke as she comes forward. Good to see you. All right.
I am woman, I am fearless, I am sexy, I'm divine, I'm a beady boy.
Welcome, Ibijoke. Always a delight to have you here. Joining her very closely is our first man up here today. Please welcome Agu Ojowu as he comes up this afternoon. He's senior consultant and Nigeria country lead at Africa Practice. Please appreciate him with a manly applause. Please sit right next to Ibijoke. In the course of their conversation, 2 panelists will join. They're very close, but we have to start the conversation whilst they're on their way. Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Lagos State, Honorable Folashade Ameros Medebem is on her way. And when she gets in here, we'll lead her straight to the stage. Also, the Honorable Member, Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Princess Omolara Oyekon, will be joining up. She's also the Chair, Committee on Women Affairs at the Lagos State House of Assembly. They will come in and join. I know that they were a little delayed by state function going on, but they are on their way right now. I will like to quickly say that politics and public governance is even more scary for many women. We talk about how the gaps in entrepreneurship and career, and then the gap in politics and governance is even much wider. So it is good for us to have these very practical solutions on how we can all be more included in the conversation and the roles that we all have to play toward better governance in our country. On this note, Madam Moderator, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all for joining us for this very exciting and important conversation. As Joyce mentioned that, dabbling in the terrain of politics sometimes can be quite scary. Because I think that it's a trigger word for a lot of people. Once you hear politics, it's like, oh, I don't want to get in there. I don't want to get killed. I don't want to be involved. Oh, politics is dirty. But I think what we're trying to achieve with this conversation today is to talk about the importance of, politics, policy design, and its outcome on national development. Conversations like this are important in such gatherings, just because the conversations around politics and policy design or public governance can be somewhat of an echo chamber, where it's within the development space, it's within the same circles. And for us, when we have events like this where we have majority participants from the private sector, one of the things that we aim to do is to make a case, for the inclusion of women beyond women's issues. Positioning it as a socio-economic issue, one that has consequential impact, or implications on the lived experiences of all citizens. As Joyce mentioned, I have 2 other panelists today before I go to the only man on the panel today. And this is how it's done. This is the work. They actually, one is from the public governance space, one is from the political space. Even though they're both, in public governance space, we like to separate it because politics is politics sometimes. Elective office is different from appointive office. But we have quite an interesting perspective I want to present through this panel today. We have 3 representatives that I will be chatting with. And the reason why we're having this conversation with them is to bring in a broader perspective around women's issues, especially because of the representation we have today. Ife from El Tracker said something. She said, representation is everything. And I think for us, as we want to dig deeper into the lens of representation today, to understand the nuances and why this conversation is very important and why every stakeholder must take it importantly, And we're hoping that when you leave this conversation today, you're not only speaking about gender issues, you have a deepened understanding of gender issues. You understand that it's a matter of survival. It's not just talking about women. We're not being sentimental here. It's not because it's a nice to have. It's because it's a fundamental need to have. And also, we're going to talk about some data. We're going to talk about some case studies. It's really to educate ourselves and to have a deepened perspective about, how gender considerations impact the overall outcome of Nigeria. We talk about economic growth. We talk about investment. We talk about everything. So the fundamental question is, what's the force about gender inclusion? what's the fuss about in the inclusion of women? Why is it important? You know, why should I have to care as a private sector player? Why should I have to care as a public service, you know, official? Or why should I have to care about an elected as an elected representative? So these are some of the conversations we're going to be having today. And we're going to be joined maybe in about 15 minutes or so by the Honorable Commissioner for Trade, Commerce, Cooperatives and Investments in Lagos State, and also, you know, a State House of Representative member. Both of them are female. But I'm more excited by this conversation today because we have a man on the panel. And so please, let's give him a warm welcome again. I believe we can do better. And I'll tell you why. We can't talk about women's issues or gender inclusion without talking about male allyship. For me, I'm not interested in rooms, you know, I mean, I love the idea of community, safe spaces for women, where we can talk about issues, where we can, you know, we can feel safe. But I also even appreciate better spaces where we have men caring about those issues, showing up and showing us that they're significant ecosystem players. Now, when I walked into this room today, I saw a common pattern. And I remember I shared with Algo, I said, where are the men? What's the issue? I'm deeply concerned about this. Yes, it's Guardian Women Festival. But really, women cannot live in isolation without men. And for us to actually progress on the conversations around gender issues, we need the alpha of Nigeria in the room as well, represented, duly represented, conversing with us, you know, contributing to the solutions, helping us understand things from their lived experiences, the perspectives as well. And that is why these conversations are important. So when I come to those rooms and I see just women, my heart really bleeds because it feels like we are reinforcing the same echo chambers over and over again. So what I would plead is when we are coming for these functions, let's bring in the men within our organizations. Let's bring them to speak. Let's bring them to converse. Let's bring them to share, you know, perspective about these conversations to ensure that it's rich, it's deep, it's diverse, it's inclusive as well. And that is why these conversations matter. So, Agwe, welcome to the conversation today. I wanted to set some context. But before we proceed with the conversation, because I'm trying to buy some time until our two other panelists, you know, come, what's your response, you know, to the representation of the room today? I mean, we're talking about, you know, women's inclusion, and our conversation really centers on investing in women, shaping national development through gender inclusion in political leadership and public governance. When we come into this room today, what do you see? And what would you like to see, you know, moving forward?
And even though I'm a man, I'm a Guardian woman today. Thank you. What I have seen today is that, like the earlier panelists talked about, the common saying, what a man can do, a woman can do better. It's proven every day in our organizations, in our societies, in every aspect of life. And something I would like to see going forward is to see how we can ingrain that narrative into everyday life more and more, because it is evident that countries all over the world that have more economically empowered women have better indicators on human development on all fronts. So one thing that I think will be critical to get this going, especially in Nigeria, is to domesticate that story. Can we look at specific local governments where you have more economically empowered women and see how that local government is thriving, and communicate that to the relevant political and appointed leaders to make that story drive home more. And I think on the inclusion side of things, I think it's something that needs to be very holistical. It needs to start from the foundation. We have inherent systematic prejudices against women that keep women down in terms of you can't do this, you can't achieve this, and I think that needs to start from the foundational level, getting down to the educational system, from the primary level all the way through to tertiary level, ensuring that we are very deliberate about it, to ensure that a primary school child can see that, yes, I can grow up to be as big as engineer. I can grow up to be as big as anybody in the world, so that they have these role models they can look up to Because unfortunately, even though we are able to improve some levels of education among the girl child, there's still not that aspiration because the whole cycle is not connected. That bridge, there's still a disconnect there. So to ensure that we are educating our girl children and ensuring that they can aspire to be anything they want to be in life, and having those role models for them to see is, I think, a very important way to get that inclusion going.
So, thank you for that, Agu. Before we go deep into the conversation, so when I walked in this room today, I listened to, I'll call her Excellency, because being the first, female president of the Nigeria Society of Engineers is a big deal. And that goes again to representation, the importance of representation. I've never had a personal encounter with you, but my father used to be a president, Professor Faberode, before. And so when I looked at you, I said, yes, that is me on the stage speaking as well. Now that's a woman. Even though my father, was once a president, yes, that's some perspective, but having a woman there who shares my lived experience, who also mirrors, and represents me in society, gives it a much deeper and a personalized perspective to you. So thank you. I know you run amongst men, and again, working in that space, you're leading amongst men. And I just want us to also recognize and say thank you to her again for being here, for showing up, for representing us, and of course, you have an entire community looking up to you and looking to support you as well. I'm going to give some perspective, into why this conversation is important, but I'm going to start with a very short question. What do you think, or what is the highest composition in terms of women's representation in the National Assembly that we've had in Nigeria since 1999? Anyone? Have we ever had 50%? Have we ever had 20%? Have we ever had 10%? How many do you guys really think with me? When you look at the percentile composition? Anyone? And it's okay to be wrong. Half of the times I struggle with these things. I have to quickly go and check. Because honestly, access to data is also, something we struggle with in Nigeria. There's a lot of recycled data, and there's a lot of wrong data as well. And so that's why conversations like these, are important. Okay, since no one is willing to answer, I'll just give you a rough figure. We've never had up to 10% representation at the National Parliament since the commencement of the Fourth Republic. So imagine that. Now, we talk about the economic situation in Nigeria, we talk about rising inflation, we talk about maternal mortality, we talk about infant mortality, we talk about, the lack of financial inclusion when it comes to women. But have we ever pondered to think through the role of policy design? The role of policy design in actually shaping the outcome of the economy. Do we really understand, the social infrastructure in Nigeria as businesses? Do we actually really care, or are we looking at, just the bottom line and profit? So I'm going to, again, this helps us understand why these things are very nuanced and why it's important for us to be able to create linkages when we have this conversation. I was discussing with Ago just before we came on, and I said, I would really love to see conversations around gender considerations, around inclusion that is deeply data-driven. Deeply data-driven, highly intellectual, because I'll tell you why. It's not just the men. It is even the understanding of other women as well. It's the understanding of the entire Nigeria when we talk about gender considerations. It's the understanding of our lawmakers, both at the local, at the state, at the federal level. It's the understanding of different stakeholders making decisions, deploying funding and resourcing into the space, the understanding of gender considerations. What do we really understand? There are a lot of patterns in the space that are quite worrisome. When we talk about the culture of tokenism, a lot of countries talk about gender inclusion, and unfortunately, I'm not, I can be quite controversial, and I'm okay with that because I have my heart in the right place. I personally am very sick and tired of people trivializing women's issues. It's a socio-economic issue. It's a national development issue. It's a survival issue, right? But then we have countries, we have companies that will come here and say, oh, we've empowered 15 women. We've done this at a very micro level. Are we holding ourselves accountable to understand the deepening perspective when it comes to, gender considerations? We have lawmakers, government officials, who would posture. Bringing on a woman on board looks very important, but do they have that voice to make the decisions? Are they involved at the highest level of political decision making or where we shape our policies? So these are things that we need to think about, right? The numbers are not good. Nigeria has never had up to 10% at the national parliament. At the national parliament. In fact, at the moment, out of 109 senatorial seats, I think we have just about 3 that are female. At the House of Assembly, at the House of Representatives, I think we have between 13 and 15. Of course, we know that, tribunals were just concluded, so a couple of things are still being contested. That's why I'm not giving accurate figures. So you can imagine how this will shape outcomes when it comes to policies. You can imagine, and if you look at the budgetary allocation, how much goes to education? How much goes to healthcare? That's when you know that there's a fundamental problem, within Nigeria. And so all I will ask people to, what I would plead with people is to ensure that when we are having conversations around gender, we do not posture it simply as women's issues, give women their rights. We need to posture and sell these issues as socioeconomic issues. We need to make cases for them. An average business person would tell you, well, how do I make profit? What is my bottom line? So how about we understand what data says, and we can prove to businesses that when you invest in women, your profitability margins will surge. How about we tell our politicians that these are very clear case studies, that when you involve women, in decision-making, in the decision-making architecture and infrastructure, that, you're going to see socioeconomic growth. We clear indicators. These are the conversations we want to have. And that's why I'm excited to have someone like, Agu here, who is an economist, speaking to us today. Let's leave the other issues. We know what the issues are, so I'm not going to ask you, why are women not included? We know there are 1,000,001 reasons, and we don't want to get started. But I think for me, why is it important to have this conversation? Why is it important to talk about women's inclusion, in political and in public governance? Why should we care as the private sector, as development partners, as women, even, from data, from your experience on the field, what is data saying? What are the examples we can find? And how do we make a solid business case for the inclusion of women across all facets of society? That's a very long one.
So I'll just give a quick analogy. It's almost like you're trying to run a race with one of your hands and one of your legs tied behind your back. You can't succeed. In Nigeria, we have about a 50-50 split between men and women, but the level of representation of women, both in the political space and the public space, and the level of economic empowerment amongst women is abysmal. Without sufficient and adequate empowerment of women, representation of women across all spheres, we are still going to keep complaining about the same everyday issues that are in our faces: inflation, lack of FX, poor revenues. And they all have their root origins in the lack of empowerment of women, because we are basically leaving 50% of our population, of our workforce, constrained. Without empowering our women workforce entirely, we are working at half capacity. It's like driving your car with half tank and hoping that you get where full tank will be able to get you to. Doesn't work. So it has to be a very deliberate process.
All right, sorry, I had to just take a break. I'd like us to, give a very warm welcome to our other two panelists. And as I mentioned, they were on a state function. But one thing we will take from this is that they still showed up. It shows how great women are multitasking and still coming to have this conversation. The Honorable Commissioner insisted, I must be here today, and that matters. You know, the Honorable House of Assembly member insisted, I must be here today. So I don't want us to take this, you know, trivially. I want us to understand the importance of recognition, of recognition, representation, and showing up. Because showing up sometimes is 90% of the work. And when we have more women with voices in society show up, we deepen the conversation to be more reflective, to be more nuanced, and to be more solutions-oriented. So thank you so much for showing up to the Honorable Commissioner and Honorable Lara. I'm very excited that we have a complete panel now. I'm sure you've noticed that I've been stalling a bit since morning. So now I'm very excited to start the conversation. Because it is an important one. And again, you know, the gentleman in our midst today, you've been a very good sportsman. He has played along and ensured that, you know, we could essentially wait. So thank you so much, you know, for that support as well. And that's why we talk about male allyship. You know, he said you can't move with, you know, what's the analogy you talked about again?
So you can't move with one hand and one leg
And
tied behind your
you
back.
need both, essentially.
But just before you jump into the rest of the conversation, please let me cut in. We'd like to take a very quick photograph before we let our keynote speaker leave. And would want to take advantage of those of us who are here right now, please. Our very beloved keynote speaker, the first ever woman president of the Nigeria Society of Engineers, a fellow of the Nigeria Society of Engineers herself. Please join up here. Welcome her again. You heard her speak before. Engineer Margaret Aino, thank you so much. Our festival creator would ask you to please join in this shot very quickly. Anita Ibru. We cannot stop celebrating Anita for making this happen. Herself and her entire team, they've made this happen. Thank you. Tunde Onakoya, we love you from a distance and we are so delighted to see you close up. Please come through, come through, come through, come through, come through. Join up on this shot as well. We celebrate you and the wonderful work you're doing in slums using such an innovative tool that some of us don't even have any clue what to do with. Yes. For gender balance, height balance, complexion balance. No, I think we're good. Yes, we really are good this way. So please, who is the cameraman we're looking at? Which one? Yes, the person with his hand up. Everyone, please look there, smile, and say, Guardian Woman. Yes. Please smile once again. Look forward, straight ahead. Yes, you can use the International Women's Day sign. It's actually a heart sign. We're inspiring inclusion together. Smile. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Keynote Speaker, thank you. Madam Festival Creator, thank you. Tunde, see you upstage soon. And we'll hand over to the moderator, Ibijoke Faborede, to continue this panel session, Invest in Women. Thank you. All right, ma'am, over to you. Thank you.
Great. Who's excited
we'll
about
add
this
the 2 minutes back to your time.
Thank you very much. Who's excited about this conversation?
Woo,
Hands?
yeah.
Yes, we need your energy. So I like a very lively audience. I like it to be interactive because we are about to dip into some depth of wisdom today. And I would say get your pens and your paper and, you know, also get ready to ask 1 or 2 questions after the conversation. Honorable Commissioner and, you know, Honorable Member, before you came, we were just setting some context around, you know, just the status quo in terms of representation when it comes to elected and appointed representation in Nigeria. We posed the question to the audience asking them the highest percentile we've actually witnessed when it comes to women's representation of parliament in Nigeria. And most people were shocked when we said we've never reached the 10%, you know, mark. And so that's a fundamental challenge. But also, one of the things we talked about is the understanding, of conversations or issues when it comes to gender exclusion, beyond tokenism, beyond posture, beyond CSR, to really deepen our knowledge around it. But what I'm mostly excited about today is we have 3 different perspectives, which is going to reach in the conversation. Honorable Commissioner, this is your first venture into the political terrain, although from an appointee, but you've always worked in the private sector, and you have extensive years of experience across finance and other knowledge areas. Honorable member, this is your first array into politics as well, representational and elective politics, which is quite important at the state level for one of the biggest commercial capitals in the world. That is a heavy, heavy load to carry. And also you're the chairman in one of the committees, at that level as well. And then we have Algo, who is an economist, as a senior consultant and the country head for the Africa practice. So they work with a lot of the development partners. Managing their funds is the guy to meet. I'm just kidding. Managing their funds, but also helping them understand, just various perspectives when it comes to development in the country, where they should put their money, evaluation. I will leave the, all that technical detail. And really today is to understand from your perspective, this conversation around investing in women and, just the importance of including women in political and public governance. So I'm going to start from the very basics, right? Which is really, and I'm going to start with the Honorable Commissioner. My first question really is around understanding the why. I know we have a lot of conversations around, women are not, in political office or public office. We don't have significant numbers of women. But why should we, as basic as that conversation is, or that question is, it's a very powerful one. There's so many stakeholders today from the private sector. What is
fits? And there's a very important distinction. So that's another compelling case for why? Because we continue to ask those questions. And I think the other aspect as to why we're no longer, or why we're not achieving equity, is there's a huge dose of unconscious bias out there. And I'll give you an example. I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago, I was asked to moderate a panel, actually, convened by PwC. Or is it McKinsey? I can't remember. But the whole essence of it really was how we can try and push for the equality bill, which was being pushed by the time by one of the lady speakers. I can't remember. I think it was in Ekiti or something. I can't remember her name. And the whole essence of it was that when we probed and disturbed through the platform, we invited some of those key she for he's, such as your esteemed self. And what he said was, why do women need to be there? I mean, it was a case of when we started to educate, guess what? That actual person became an ally. And that ally, when you're driving change, when you're driving transformation, it's important that you start to get advocates. And so those were some of the key reasons. And obviously, we have some precedent in other countries, and of course, obviously in Lagos, under the esteemed governorship of, and leadership of Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, who has made an intentional effort under the Lagos State Themes Plus Development Agenda. Under his second administration, there's a plus, and that plus stands for youth, and it's actually a sign, Themes Plus, and it's about youth inclusion, gender equity, and trying to make sure that there's equity for all. And that also goes with about ensuring that at the leadership, the tone from the top is also very important. And I take that mantra from coming from the private sector. It's always the tone from the top that's really compelling. So when you're trying to drive this, it's really important. And also for us to also showcase and toot our own horn. So when you said and thanked us for coming here, that was one of the reasons why we made sure we actually had to be here, because we understand how important it is. And whilst we're here, and we've been privileged, appointed, elected, however the case you get there, whilst we're here, we need to make sure that we're opening the door for others. Thank you.
Wow. So we'll say it was worth the wait, right? Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I love the fact that you clearly distilled and differentiated between equity and equality, because that's one conversation in the space. 50-50 is not 50-50 might not be equity sometimes, right? And she said equity is providing a shoot for every woman that fits. And I think that's very important.
And I just want to also give you another stat. I think it was according to the UN Women. According to them, it's going to take 300 distant years to close the gender equity gap. So in that case, we need to accelerate fast. And so that's why I really wanted to make that distinction. Thank you.
That's very important because, my next question will be to you, Honorable Member. And, she mentioned, she just quoted the data from the UN Women saying it's going to take 300 distant years. My great-grandchildren will be alive then. And it's just really sad to say in my lifetime, we're not really going to close it. But again, it's about acceleration, which is why she talks about the concept of equity and not the concept of equality, right? Five gender-centric bills were thrown out of a male-dominated National Assembly on the first day of the International Women's Month in 2022. That hit everyone by surprise. There were so many expressions. Anger, was one of them, saying, oh, they don't care about women. But the truth was that people didn't even know about the bill until that time, a lot of people. So I don't want to go into the nuances and the conversations that, we're having to retrospect and saying, how did we women push this bill? But also there's something fundamental. It was a male-dominated parliament that threw out that bill. And I want us to stay on the issue. Now, Honorable Commissioner talked about the concept of equity and, and equality. Now, this is your first time and your first venture into elective politics, right, as an honorable member in the state House of Assembly in Lagos State. What are your observations, from the gender lens? What is missing? And why is this conversation, more important than ever? When you look at, your perspective before you ventured into elective office, and now that you're there, can you help us understand why this conversation must be accelerated, in the words of Honorable Commissioner, right? We can't wait 300 years. We don't know what's going to happen by then, right? But why is this conversation more important now, especially as an elected official in government? What are the nuances? What are the perspectives we need to put in consideration that the average person here might not really understand today?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And please accept our apologies for coming late. We were at the Legislative and Executive Party at a hotel, and that's the 18th edition, to ensure that we have collaborative spirits amongst ourselves. So I don't want to really push too much on this, but I'm really surprised we're still having this conversation at this stage. Because basically, parliamentarians, that's women elected into office, is just at 4.4%. Nigeria is at the barrel bottom. We have Rwanda leading at 64%, Senegal, South Africa, top 3. And here is the giant of Africa at the bottom at 4.4%. Ghana is doing way better, and so it takes us back to home. Let me start with Lagos, for example. On the very first day of March 2022, a month known to celebrate women, they threw out gender-centric bills, all 5 of them. I'm sure some of them didn't even want to know what it was about. Let me tell you the very first one. It was about women claiming rights of their marriages, claiming the state of marriages, where they're from. They could actually claim their husband's state. And this actually affected our judges. I knew female judges that were deserving of certain positions, and they couldn't get that position because they weren't from the state, claiming that no, they have to go back to their initial state of birth, and they can't claim the state of marriage. The second one was about creating special seats. We're not saying we're coming to take over your seats. We're just asking to create more seats for women to accommodate more women. So until we close this gender gap in between, we're not going anywhere. Right now, in the Lagos State House of Assembly, out of 40 members, we're only 4 women, of which I'm the youngest amongst them. Only 4 of them. So let us go to the National Assembly. House of Rep from Lagos State at the House of Representatives, we only have one of you saying you have over 300 and something senators. You have only 4 senators at the National Assembly. And before they can actually speak on the floor, even to get permission to speak on the floor, you should think it's easy. I heard this, I saw it myself. They take permission and sometimes are not granted that permission to speak out of 4 of them. So sometimes we go back. We understand that, yes, elected positions are really not it. And so why some women will actually opt for appointees or appointed position. But we need to do better. Nigeria as a country needs to do better. We've never, she wasn't telling tales when she said we've never attained 10%. It's always been between 3 to 4.4, maximum 5.2. From state legislatures to federal. So how long do we have to go with this? How much more can we do? 300 years, we need to accelerate fast, just like she said. How much more can we do? And so it's me imploring every single person here. I went into my first election and I won. I had help from NGOs, particularly Yaga Africa. They prepared me. I knew what I was going in for. I didn't go in as a novice. I knew what to fight for. I knew what to stand by. Electa also came on board. So it's me basically saying that, okay, I'm not going in as someone that doesn't know what she wants. I knew what I wanted and I knew I was ready to fight for it. So we need to do more. Thank you very much.
Very much. And this is why it's important to have diverse perspective when we have this conversation. When you have a woman, I mean, I think you're packaging it very nicely, but we know it's not easy. Being a woman amongst, you know, there's a lot of energy in the room that doesn't even give you the permission sometimes to take decisions. I've also sat, you know, in some sessions, and sometimes you almost want to just jump up because of some things you see. But it just shows you that we need to accelerate this conversation. When the bills were rejected, I had to retrospect. I was angry, but something I was like, look, we can't fix the system from the outside. Regardless of the conversations we want to have, there's a status quo here, which is Nigeria has a sociocultural dimension. One that is deeply entrenched, you know, in a lot of historical oversight. Because I don't even want to go to how the roles of women in the pre-independence era, socioeconomic and politically, have been undermined. However, we are where we are today. And there's a strong connotation around the representation of women. Women should not be in, you know, in political positions. Women are not strong enough. Women are too emotional. Women can govern the country. You will be surprised that these are still fundamental issues. Then when you get to the National Assembly, or you get to the state, you know, the state assemblies, where critical policy decisions are made, you know, I always try to help people understand the difference between the policy framework and the legal framework. Nigeria has some of the prettiest documents on papers in the world. We actually have a lot of intellectuals. I'm from Ondo State. I know how many professors we have from Ekiti and Ondo. So imagine how many documents we have. But here's the thing. We're very poor when it comes to legal frameworks in the country. And that is why the role that people like Honorable Lara, you know, play is very important. A round of applause for her again. And I say that with, you know, a lot of deep genuity. Researching, case studies, everything. And I got on that stage and I blanked out. If Honorable Aisha Duku did not encourage me that day, I can imagine what that will do to my confidence. I probably won't even be doing Electa right now. Because it takes just one thing to take you off, you know, and feed into that self-doubt sometimes. So the work that parliamentarians do are important. And because we have private sector representation today, I mean, we're still going to come back again when we start talking about multi-stakeholder, multi-dimensional partnership and the importance of actually, you know, creating and fostering that dialogue and ensuring that we can bring in different people. Now, you mentioned Rwanda when you were speaking, and here's the thing. Rwanda came out from, you know, a period of genocide, devastation. No one thought they were going to recover. But right now they have the highest representation when it comes to parliament, you know, women's representation in parliament in fact in the world, right? And year-on-year analysis, Rwanda is actually maintained and actually, sometimes, gone beyond the 8% percentile increase in the GDP every single year. But we call ourselves the giants of Africa, and we know where we are today. So maybe if something is not working, perhaps we need to rethink this, right? And that brings me to you, Agu. Agu, you're an economist. You've worked, around financial inclusion. You worked through all dimensions, right? And I know that you were just starting the conversation when, our two excellencies came in. And here's the thing. We're talking about inclusion. I'm very intentional when I'm moderating sessions to ensure that we make socioeconomic cases for gender inclusion, for the concept of equity, helping people understand from where you sit. Why is this conversation important? How can we improve the nuanced perspective on gender representation across, different representations from society like we have in the room today?
Thank you. I'll come to your very last point now is on inclusion and looking at the timeline that we're dealing with, there has to be a very intense and specific intention to ensure that we are focusing on women development. At Africa Practice, one of the things that we do, whenever we put out job adverts, we add a caveat at the bottom saying that even if you don't meet all the qualifications, go ahead and apply. And more often than not, women are less likely to apply, given that extra encouragement. So we're particularly intentional about it, and we've been able to maintain across board a 50-50 divide between men and women. Looking at financial inclusion specifically, some of the studies that we've done have shown that, especially in the north, northern women are the most excluded people financially in Nigeria. And the way it works is they're excluded from access to identity, and because they're excluded from access to identity, they're excluded from access to credit and financing, and because they're excluded from access to credit and financing, they don't have the time to do anything outside of what they do to move from hand to mouth. So they can't actually go around to get identity. So they are stuck in a reinforcing circle of poverty. And without an intentional policy or intentional initiative to break out of that, we're going to have pockets of poverty where people are stuck in poverty perpetually. So we need to be particularly intentional to ensure that we can get people out of poverty and include them in finances, include them in access to governance. And beyond that, something I had spoken about earlier is there's a need for us, everyone here knows that countries that have more economically empowered women, countries that have more women representation, do better on all fronts, all the HDI indicators, GDP and all. But it's not cascading down in Nigeria. I think there's a need for us to break that story down. I think there's a need for us to look at specific local government areas, specific constituencies, highlight constituencies that have more economically empowered women, and show how it correlates to the well-being in that place. And it's a no-brainer. It's going to clearly show that with more economically empowered women, with more women representation, there is clear economic and social benefits in those localities. And I think at that point, we can now start to accelerate this thing, because 300 years is a ridiculous amount of time. And finally, I also think we need to get right down to the foundation of things, starting from the education level, starting from primary school. We need to give the girl child someone to look up to. We need to make more role models of our distinguished women that have made it to the higher echelons of life, so that while you're in school, seated, and someone is telling you that, oh, I can't do it, it's like honorable.
Different aspects of the economy. Thank you so much. So let's talk about mainstreaming. I mean, we talked about, there's an obvious global case, right? And is it that we're turning a blind side? Because we have clear evidence-based data showing that when you invest in women, you invest in national development, you invest in socioeconomic progression. But I'm more of a logical person, a realistic person. There's a status quo, right? We're seeing a retrogression, we're seeing stagnancy, and so it makes us ponder on what needs to happen next. And this brings me to the conversation around mainstreaming. Mainstreaming. And I say that because getting the average private person in the private sector to really care about issues of women's representation of public governance and political leadership, can be more, somewhat of a Herculean task sometimes. You almost need to convince, oh, we don't discuss politics. oh, we are political, right? But it's not about partisanship. My question here is, and I'm going to start with you, Honorable Commissioner. I love the transition. You've come from the private sector, so it's like been there, done that. So I'm going to have that honest conversation, right? How do we mainstream this conversation to ensure that everyone is listening? And not just listening meaningfully. Because I'm really scared. 300 years. In my lifetime, I want to feel like I did something different, right? So what do we need to do to ensure that we can bridge this gap, we can drive meaningful conversations, and we can get the right people in the room? The reason I said that is there's the posturing, there's the tokenism. When you have conferences like this, people say the female representatives. I'm tired of that. Some of the male politicians will tell you that, please, let somebody else deal with me, not Ibijoke, because I will insist that, well, I want you to be there. Don't you have female children? Don't you have this? So, I make it a joke, but they have to show up eventually. But what we've seen is that they send representatives. Private sector as well, you invite the CEO, he sends a female representative. So what's really going on? How do we mainstream this issue to be taken as a critical conversation that everybody needs to be involved in?
Thank you very much. Yes, and I'm going to actually underscore the point you just made. We're all here today. And it shouldn't just be about us just showing up and having a conversation. I think what would be good from an outcome, defined as a successful outcome from today, is for there to be some specific actions. Where am I going with this? What gets measured gets done. That's one. How can we mainstream? I think it's really important to be, as I mentioned, the tone from the top is very important. Obviously, coming from the private sector, it wasn't just the tone from the top. It's also about having some specific KPIs, key performance indicators, such as on so-and-so board of such a company, there's going to be at least a certain number of women. And that's a fact, and that's just that. Specifically, statements. Do you understand? About being very clear. I'm going to quickly go back to stats. My honorable mentioned some statistics, albeit very low, or should I say skewed, to the fact that women are not achieving equity. I keep reusing that word. I think globally, there are only about 26 female heads of state. Now, that's very low. But let's also look at that fact. Those that are there, what impact are they making? How can we form allyship? Legislation, I mentioned the fact, and I'm happy that you said that, you mentioned those bills and they were all thrown out. So what was done about that? Women don't give up, do we? We don't give up at the first hurdle. So what we need to do is go back to the drawing board. I mentioned to you that the platform that I moderated then, which was to really try and understand why, and we got to it because we started to probe and disturb. It's like peeling an onion. And what we've got to understand was it was simply unconscious bias. The people that were actually voting, i.e. men, didn't understand why women needed to have an equality bill. And so that conversation started to go. We formed allyships and they started leadership. Is really about driving economic prosperity and growth. It's about focusing on trade. And the third one is about trying to strengthen the organized private sector. Now listen, I called it out. I said, yes, I will do all of that through MSMEs, female MSMEs, I called that out, through nanos. Nanos are those informal sectors who make up the backbone of our economy. They've been, quite frankly, historically ignored. So how can we start to work with them? I'm forcing those conversations. I'm being intentional. I'm being audacious. Do you understand? And I'm also looking at quick wins as well. Honorable and I, coming here today, took a lot because we obviously realized the room was full of men. Could we leave? She was sending me messages. We were talking to each other. I hope you don't mind me sharing. But the fact is that we said we're going to come here no matter the time because this is an important conversation. So it's also about showing up, speaking up, and taking some action. Those would be just some of my things to say. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, I'm going to pose the same question to you, Honorable Member, because Joyce, you're going to oblige us. This is very important conversation.
Very important.
Can we continue? Of course, I respect time, but we'll wrap up. Give us about 10 minutes, 5 minutes to round up. So, Honorable Member,
real quick.
please.
You said mainstream. We can't get anything done if we do not have a legal framework. Please, it's really important. We talk every time. We'll come back here next year and still the same thing. We cannot get anything done, please bear it in mind, without the legal framework. So we need to know that with women, we can get things done lobbying. That's what I'm very good at. We need to lobby each and every one of them. Your uncles, your brother, the PA that is an assistant to someone in the National Assembly, the State Assembly, please reach out to every single one. The percentage is too low. EU literally had a program for us last week. Women in parliament were less than 50 in the room. State assemblies and legislators at the National Assembly, it's really poor. Over 1,500 seats and we're less than 50 in the room. It's really, really poor. Until we start focusing on the legal framework, we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. Agu.
I think all has been said. I think from the economic point of view, it boils down to we complain about inflation, we complain about revenues, yet we keep 50% of our workforce constrained. Makes no sense.
All right, well, a man of few words. Again, I want to say thank you to my panel. I think in a very short time, we've really dug deep into some of the critical issues and what needs to happen. We've talked about, women being audacious and showing up and not giving up. And you asked the fundamental question, what happened to those bills? Now, it's the policy season at the National Assembly. At the National State Assembly, a lot of bill reintroductions were done, and I would just encourage people to stay on the news, follow the news, and see where you can support as much as possible, and see how we can have multi-stakeholder collaboration to drive this policy agenda. We're here for you at Electors, always, but I would also love to see, that multi-dimensional collaboration with the media, with women in business, women at the board level. We need to throw our full weight as women in the economic sector to push the national development agenda when it comes to the policy landscape. Because what is missing at policy design will not be seen when when it comes to policy outcomes. And I think we need to remember that. So thank you so much, for joining us today. And this will be the end of our conversation. Thank you.
And we deeply appreciate you, our moderator, Ibijoke Faborode, for making this happen. Please stand together for a group photograph before we leave the stage. Thank you so much. If you have enjoyed the discourse and this is something you would take ownership of in encouraging women in politics, please do well to take note. A special request is being made for Lady Maiden Ibru, MFR, to join up in this photo session. She is our woman leader in the room, not just our woman leader, our chairman, our president, our all in all. Without her, our guardian woman number one, we would not have been here today. Oh my goodness. How is it that you continue to shine so through over 70 years of age, 75 if I'm not even mistaken, and there she is, telling us that we can do it and we can have it all at different times if we keep our heads screwed on right and continue to collaborate for greater wins amongst us women.
I could talk about it 'cause I know that I'm pretty, and if you know it too, then ladies sing it with me. All eyes on me when I walk in.
Please smile and say guardian woman.
This girl's a 10. Don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful. Don't hate me 'cause
I will
I'm
present these tokens of appreciation very quickly.
the way I trip. It's not my fault, so please don't trip. Don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful. Don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful. Hey, now do the pretty girl.
This session has been brought to us by Guardian Women in partnership with Elect Her. Elect Her stands for the supporting of women who want to be elected into office in Nigeria. I ran for office last year and Elect Her supported me through and through, not just financially, morally, psychologically. They'll call, they'll encourage, and they'll send help. And so we are grateful for them. Many of us women who were out there in the field and needed that collaborative support, Elect Her was there for us. And we forever will say thank you. Lady Ibru is leaving them with her magic touch. Please appreciate them as they take their leave. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable. We are grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Our he for she. Thank you so much. The Guardian man, woman today. Teacher Kefa Birdie. Thank you. We have the poll on screen once again. The poll on screen. Question 1. For those who did not participate earlier, please take a look. You can scan it pretty quickly and participate. How many of us did not participate earlier? Did not. Okay, we just have a few hands. Will give us a moment. Click in and then answer the questions for us. Number 1 is, do you think inflation will continue to rise in the year 2024? It's a simple yes, no, maybe. And we have a second question that says, what is your investment risk appetite? The interpretation to the answers of these questions we will get to know shortly. How do we thrive in these uncertain times that we're in? We have an expert who will shed light on this. She's a celebrated economist and a doyen of economic research and intelligence. That intelligence she shares with us. Please welcome for She Economics, Chinwe Egwim, as she comes forward. Those who are sitting around her, clap even louder. And those on the other side of the room, make some noise.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have very limited time, so I'll do my best to be as succinct as possible. I'm just waiting for my slides to come up and answers to the questions that were asked. Okay, so yeah, the slide is up. And this session is She Economics, Thriving in Uncertain Times. Now, I've had to use very interesting phrases over the past, let's say, 2 to 3 years. Things like economic scars, economic resilience, economic pain. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is just to walk us through what's going on currently, give you a view on the outlook, and also tell you how to position yourself. The next slide, please. My first indicator that I'll be touching on, I'll touch on 3 indicators: inflation, exchange rates, and obviously the growth rate of the economy. Now, what you're seeing here in this slide is a snapshot of the inflation figures we have. If you look at the chart, you can see an upward trend. So it's been steadily going up, up, up. What is the impact? Reduced purchasing power, which we're all feeling, rising interest rates, income redistribution, and of course, rise in uncertainty. Now, what can you do, or what should be done given the current economic landscape? With regards to reduced purchasing power, that is when your pockets are squeezed and purses are pinched, okay? Spend wisely. I'm sure for those who frequently attend conferences that have economic intelligence included, they've heard that already. So spend wisely. You need to focus on buying essential goods and consider cheaper alternatives. Save and invest, of course. I want to believe that everyone in this room is doing that already, but you need to be a bit more aggressive with that. Now, with regards to rising interest rates, as inflation goes up, we have an indicator, which I will not be diving into, but I have to mention, called the benchmark policy rate. The CBN uses it to try to combat or soften inflation. It's one tool that is used to do that. And when that tool is taken up, it does affect interest rates, market rates. So why should you care, or what should you do? You need to review your loans. Consider checking if you can switch to loans with lower interest rates to save money on your repayments. You need to adjust investments as well, because so on the flip side, rising interest rates actually have a trickle-down effect or an accompanying effect on yields. And so right now, you'd find that on some fixed income instruments, yields are, rising. So return on investment is somewhat healthier when we have interest rates going up. Income redistribution. What should you do? You need to diversify your income, explore ways to earn more money from different sources. So you may want to consider freelance if it's possible within your place of work, if you're in corporate Africa, or as a business. You may want to consider that part-time gigs. You need to safeguard against sudden changes that are happening with inflation. Now the next slide. The next slide is really my view on the outlook for the year. What I've done is I've shared what is yet to be released. We should be releasing by 5 p.m. today from Coronation Merchant Bank. But this is the outlook for inflation for this year. What I've done is to give you two scenarios. There's a base case and there's a pessimistic case, or what we call downturn case or downturn scenario. And what you find in the base case, which is really the case that I would expect investors or consumers to look at, is that inflation is expected to go up, and then plateau. And then we expect to see some dips. However, in the pessimistic view, it will continue to go up, but marginal upticks. Now, why is it going down? There's different reasons, but the main reason is on a statistical basis, something we call positive base effects, because it's been so high. So at some point, it's going to have to peak and dip. And this trend, not necessarily the numbers that you're seeing, but the trend is reflective of what is in the CBN's in-house inflation analysis right now. So where do I see inflation at the end of the year? For the base case at 27.5%, so that means a dip, downturn at 36.7%, and food price continues to be the key driver of inflation. Next slide. So yeah, now these are tips. I've already mentioned a few. So the first thing is you need to track your spending. You really need to do that. Create realistic budgets, and don't just create them, stick to them. Sometimes I'm also guilty of creating budgets and then going outside the budget, but given the economic landscape right now, you need to stick to those budgets. You need to prioritize needs over wants. This is the season where you must really think through the opportunity cost of your decisions. You cannot continue with impulse spending behavior. So you need to, have some level of self-control when it comes to your finances in this season. Consider bulk buying with caution. So be mindful of expiration dates when you're buying in bulk. And you should also avoid overstocking on perishables. You should optimize vendor relationships as well. And I just thought to throw in, I don't know, some of us are on subscriptions, different subscriptions. I'm not going to mention any app. But maybe you should sit down and review your subscriptions and see if it's really worth those monthly deductions, because at the end of the day, when you look at your expenses towards the end of the year, it really, totals into something that's unnecessarily high. Reduced fixed overhead. You may want to look at your utility bills, so something like your power, energy costs falls into that as well. The next slide. The next slide is touching on the exchange rates, which remains a front burner topic. We have seen the impact of the movements in the Naira's value to the US dollar over the past several months. Of course, what's happening? Higher operating costs, imported inflation, and reduced purchasing power. So the exchange rate is also impacting inflation figures. Reduced valuation for companies as well. And of course, so much stress with FX-denominated debt, so your debts or loans in the US dollars. So how do we cope? Next slide. How do we cope? These are just some of my views. The next slide, please. some of my views, which include diversifying income streams. So you need to explore opportunities to diversify your income streams beyond traditional sources. This could involve starting a side business, freelancing, as I said earlier on, engaging in some kind of online entrepreneurship, because diversification can actually help you mitigate the impact of currency fluctuations on your primary source of income. You need to invest in skills development, invest in acquiring new skills or enhancing existing ones that are in demand globally, because that can improve your employability, increase your earning potential as well. Support local businesses. So consider purchasing goods that are produced locally as opposed to items that are imported. Explore export opportunities. That's something I'm doing a lot of right now. I'm trying to support businesses in the export-oriented space because of the dollar earning capacity with that. You also need to network and collaborate. Build a strong professional network and seek collaboration opportunities. So for everyone in here, you should make sure you network effectively before you leave this event, because you really never know where opportunities may come out from. Next slide, please. The next slide touches on GDP. Now, the outlook for GDP is about 3%, which is positive, but is sluggish, because when I compare that to the population growth is 3.1%. And if the GDP is not growing beyond that, it means that growth is somewhat skewed and not inclusive. So yeah, it's 3%, but what I've done here, what you're looking at here is that we've taken the time, my team and we've taken the time to actually analyze the national accounts from the National Bureau of Statistics. And what we did was to categorize into two buckets, resilient and unstable sectors. How did I do this? I considered what sectors grew consistently each quarter for 5 quarters. And those ones are regarded as resilient, while the others are unstable. So we have about 13 sectors in the resilience segment in the final quarter of last year. And then we have 4 sectors as unstable in the last quarter of last year. Next slide. No, yeah. Next slide. Again, okay. So this is really just a snapshot. This is what I share with investors. So I was being generous by inserting it here. Sectors to watch based on, or from my vantage point for this year, 2024, manufacturing, construction, agriculture, transport and storage. Now, that transport and storage is really logistics, right? Packaging, I said something about exports. So packaging, that value chain, that industry, I think is something that we shun a lot, and perhaps it's something we need to look into, because the packaging industry is a place where I actually expect to see some, level of growth that might not be properly captured in the national accounts. The orange economy as well, that's the creative industry. The whole value chain within that is also a sector that we should consider. The next slide, which is my final slide. Next slide, please. What I've done here is to share with you my personal investment portfolio. Of course, it could change because I'm someone that tracks the macroeconomic environment. I did ask a question through the polls what the risk appetite is. The polling answers have not come up. Oh, okay. The second question. Risk appetite. Can you guess mine? It's not there. Okay. Well, let me share mine. If you look at the pie chart, and you can see the items that I'm interested in placing my money this year. Yeah. Yeah, so about 70% of my strategy is fixed income inclined. So my risk appetite, so I fall into low to moderate risk appetite. I wish I could say I'm high appetite, but mine is a bit low to moderate. I'm extremely cautious. And so looking at the pie chart, you can see the areas in which I'm interested. I think I'll just touch on one thing, which is the bottom of the pyramid market. Now, Nigeria's population is largely low income, right? 70% of the population fall below the, well, not poverty, but fall in the low income category. So the consumer base is heavy when it comes to that. And something I've been doing for a while now is looking into SMEs or investing in SMEs that are not particularly focused on luxury goods. So, and for those kind of SMEs, they have, for them to make profit, they have volumes. And I've allocated about 10% of my investment pool into that for this year. So thank you so much for giving me your undivided attention. Just to close, I want to say that you should remember that economic downturns are part of economic cycles. Yes, policies help to quicken the economic recovery or prosperity, but an upward economic trajectory is in sight. We can see it based on our analysis. So please just stay well positioned, please. Don't lose guard, stay positioned so you can survive, and not just survive, you're also able to thrive when the opportunities do present themselves. Thank you so much.
My special thanks for sharing with us your personal portfolio. That tells us something beyond what is generic, right? Like, this is what Chinwe is doing. If Chinwe the professional, if Chinwe the aware, if Chinwe the one who has the understanding and foresight is doing this, I think we should say a bigger thank you to Chinwe for sharing that with us. That is not only, that links very closely to what the keynote speaker said earlier about when glass ceilings are broken, it's because different people have been throwing stones at it. She's helping us achieve higher heights in our finances, not just by telling us what to look out for, but she's saying also, this is what I'm doing, and if it's working for me, come on, woman, do it again. Thank you, Chinwe, once again. Please, you can applaud if your hands are free and they are strong. And this leads us very, very closely into our next panel. But before I welcome our panelists, led by the moderator, I'll ask you to please stand up and look at a woman behind you. Please stand, stand. And find a woman 2-3 seats away from you. Walk over to her and say something warm and nice and encouraging. This is a festival. It's about celebrating other women, celebrating our power, our triumphs, our wins, our problems, and the solutions that we are preferring to them. And if there is a man not too far from you, please go over to him too and celebrate him, appreciate him for being here, appreciate him for doing all the work he's doing to see other women succeed. There's a man by you. Please greet him, hail him, give him high five, high 10, lift him up, because we need more men to be he for she's if the she's are really going to get up to breaking the glass ceilings. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for walking over to that other woman and celebrating her. This is a festival of celebrating the Guardian woman, and we all today represent the Guardian woman. Thank you. This next panel discusses empowering women, financial planning, wealth building, and investment strategies. Leading the conversation is a woman who has helped thousands of women understand financial empowerment. Please welcome the founder of FinTribe, Jennifer Awirigwe, aka Financial Jennifer. Welcome her, everybody! Woo! What a joy to have you here today. Let me come for my hug before you sit down. Thank you. Joining Financial Jennifer on stage is Business Promotion Officer to Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon at the Embassy of Sweden in Abuja. Please welcome Sarah Ibu as she makes her way to the top of the stage. Empowering women. Joining this conversation, please welcome the founder of Money Wheat Club, Ola Oladele. And taking her place with the other women empowerment chairs, welcome Okpe Oduwole, Associate Director and Head, Family Office and Private Clients at KPMG. We are delighted to have you! Woo! This song is for you, that even before you start the conversation, we know your strength, we know your power, we know you. Welcome.
So amazing how this world was made. I wonder
with this, Madam Moderator.
Hello.
Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing here today? We good? Yeah. Very glad to hear. I'm very honored to be the moderator here today on this panel. Yes, my name is Sara Ibru, and I'm the Business and Trade Promotion Officer at the Embassy of Sweden. And before we dig into all the questions that we have for our experts here on the panel, I would like to tell you all a little bit more about the country I represent and what I do for the embassy. So Sweden is a country in the northern part of Europe, 10 million people, not to be mixed up with Switzerland. Some people mix Sweden up with Switzerland, but we are not Switzerland. We have, actually, by landmass, we are one of the biggest countries in Europe. And what a lot of people don't know is that we used to be a very poor country, a poor farming society, actually, in the 19th century. A lot of people went hungry in the 19th century after a few bad harvests in a row. And 1.3 million people left Sweden for the United States. They migrated because they needed a better life. Then, if on the contrary, today, Sweden is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, you could say. We're not perfect, but we are considered to be one of the top economies in the world. And how did that change happen? I would say there are two main factors that we look at, and one is that we're good at exports. We export everything from medical equipment to paper products to machinery to various countries across the world. That's one thing. But the second thing is that we have been able, like I said, we're not perfect, but we have been able to include women in government and in businesses to an almost 50-50 level. And that is a strong factor, I believe, that we are so successful today. And before we jump into the panel discussion, I just wanted to mention the three pillars or three key focus areas that Sweden has highlighted and identified as important or crucial, I would say, for female inclusion and for women empowerment in a society. And the number one is enjoyment of human rights. The number two one is, it has to do with representation. Representation, and I think the other panels here have, before us have discussed this, the importance of having role models, so representation, both public and in the private sector. And the third, not the last one, which leads us to our topic here today, is resources, access to finance. And access to finance and wealth building is what our panelists here are experts on. And if you don't mind, I would like you to just in short introduce yourself, who you are and where you work, and why you are so excited to be here at the Guardians Women's Festival here today.
Hi, everyone. Okay, Sarah, I have to visit Sweden right now because you've sold it so well. I'm really excited at what you have done over the years. So my next trip will probably be Sweden on the wait list. Okay, I'm Jennifer Urigwe, aka Financial Jennifer. You can call me the Women Money Cheerleader because when it comes to financial empowerment for women, that's something I'm passionate about. And through my organization, FinTribe, a community of money-minded women that save and invest together, we've been driving that mission. Why am I happy to be here? See, I say it everywhere I go. If the conversation is about women and money, you will see Jennifer there. And so I'm really glad, thank you, Guardian Woman, that we are doing this today. We are going to talk about money. And trust me, you are going to love this conversation because I'm looking at the panelists, the lineup is a solid one. These are women driving inclusion when it comes to finance. And I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ola. I'm the founder of the Money With Club. The Money With Club is an expression of a financial wellness company that I founded called olaoladile.com. And what we do is that we provide access to top-notch financial education, financial literacy, and then we also provide access to investment opportunities. And I'm excited to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okpeyemi Oduwole. I like to be called Okpe. I head the family office and private clients practice for KPMG Nigeria, and I'm also responsible for the family business practice. I have almost 20 years of private wealth management, managed 2 private banks nationwide, and a background in investment banking, some institutional marketing sales in there, and I'm a global Society of Trust and Estate Planning certified, what will I call that? Certified practitioner. And I'm here because people talk about women in governance, they talk about women in politics, they talk about women in business, but all that doesn't happen without women that have money. So let's help women have money.
And let's learn how to get the money and the wealth. So I wanted to start off by asking you if there are any key principles of financial planning that women should prioritize. Are there any universal ones?
Okay. Okay, so there are 2 sides to money. There are 2 sides to wealth. There's a mindset of wealth, then there's value that is used to create wealth. Now, money is just a tool. It is actually just a vehicle by which wealth is acquired. And when it comes to that, there are people that get the value of wealth right, which means they know how to create money, they know how to create the value that people will pay for, but they do not have the mindset of wealth, which means they don't know how to save, they don't know how to budget, they don't know anything about asset management, they don't know anything about money. They don't know how to manage the tool. They don't know how to create the structures, the systems, and the processes that take you from one end to the other. I'm an engineering girl, but you would hear that. But one thing I want to leave with everyone is you need to have the 2. So you might be here and you have value, but you don't have a system. You would still end up probably with a 0. And you might be here and you understand money, but you don't have the value that would create, that amount of wealth. And I tell people that it's really about the amount of people that are willing to pay for either your product or your service. Microsoft, when Bill Gates created that app called Microsoft, he had a huge platform of millions, what am I talking about? Billions of people that needed his product. Therefore, he became a billionaire. So if 10 people need your product, you will be a telonaire. And if 100 people need your product, you will be a hundredaire. And if billions of people need your product, you would be what? A billionaire. Let's leave it at that.
Thank you. Do you all agree? Would you want to elaborate a little bit about...
Yes, I'll add 2 things. So I'll piggyback on what she said. And she's talked about making money. She's talked about managing. I will add 2 other things. Investing and also managing risk. And I think if we add the 2 together, we finish the whole cycle. And why do I talk about investing? Think about having a seed and planting it, and then an apple seed, for example, and then you plant it, and after a while, it becomes a tree that produces apples every day. So yes, you would start off with working and exchanging time and value for money. But at some point in time in your life, you either want to retire or you'll be forced to retire. If you've not created that, if you've not planted that seed and given it time before you retire to begin to produce the fruits every year, you'll be stuck. Now, in that same story, there can be years where the harvest doesn't go so well.
right? And if you do not structure yourself such that you can manage those risk events, and in real life, what could they be? A health challenge. Imagine if you had $1 million and then you had a medical bill for $999,000. What would you do? Would you pay for the medical challenge? Or would you say, I want to hold my money? Logically, you have to be alive to enjoy it. So what would you do? You would spend the money and go back to $1. But if you had insurance, the insurance will cover that tab and you still be, and maybe insurance is, in dollar terms, maybe $2,000, $5,000. Out of your 1 million is insignificant. So what am I saying? The whole process flow of actually building sustainable wealth starts from creating value and exchanging it for time, to managing it effectively so that you can save, and then actually investing so that you can breathe at some point. And while investing, have some risk management sprinkled in so that everything is balanced out.
Thank you. And financial Jennifer, do you have anything to add on this? Or?
Done justice to that question.
Yeah. Because I was also thinking if there are any typical mistakes that women do. Is it so?
There are so many of them.
That are typical for women, yeah?
Yeah, let's start with the fact that to date, some of us think that wealth is for the men. I don't know how to put it. Yeah, we want to have money, but not too much that as a single lady, I won't scare the men. Or not too much that as a married woman, my husband is going to have a problem with that. And I don't know why, because money knows no gender. The problems a man have are the same problem I have. So I'm not sure why women still think that way. But let me bring it down. One other we must talk about this money. Okay, so that aside, but I'm hoping from this kind of conversations, because sometimes people are like, we talk and talk and talk, but it's from the talking we work on the mindset. Let me mention that there are two ways, the mindset. So it's from having conversations like this that women begin to ask, oh wait, so I can make this money, I can have as much as I want and all of that. And then on the other side, one other very popular mistake we make with our money, you see lifestyle inflation. That's something that I think everybody is guilty of it. When I was working, my first job after youth service, I was an accountant in the FMCG. Then we had this woman that sells food, lunch, breakfast, we go there. Then 200, 300 naira, you eat very well, the food is decent. But then I started to earn more, making more money, side hustle, salary is growing. And all of a sudden, her food just tired me. Let me put it that way. It's not that the quality changed or anything. When I was earning lesser, it was okay for me. But now, I don't know. My eye is now going to all these other, the place, Chicken Republic, all of those ones. And this is something, for me, okay, maybe it's just food, 1,015 is nothing. But on a larger scale, for some of us, income grows, and automatically you need to change your wardrobe, you have to be in the moving club, you change location, forgetting that place you are moving to. No, mainland, Lekki babe, that's the status now. You are moving, and with moving, the environment you are in, there is a particular kind of lifestyle you have to maintain. And then you see this person that is not anymore, but are still struggling. And it takes me back to all of us, most of us did youth service. Then when I was 7, it was like 19,000 something or there, but I always use this example. We survived on that money. So how come that now we earn times 10, times 20 of that, we still struggle? And at the end of the day, you realize that it's lifestyle inflation. Of course, the aim of making money, part of what money does for us as a tool, is to give us a decent life. We want to live better. But be careful that you are not pushing all of that extra fund into next level things. Yeah, let's leave it that way. So please watch out for lifestyle inflation. And dear woman, money knows no gender. It's for you, it's for him, it's for all of us.
And I wanted to relate onto that also for us as women. I mean, to kind of balance family life and work life. I'm a mother of 2, And sometimes it can be difficult to just find this right balance. I don't know if you have, and I also wanted to say that it kind of relates about, I mean, if we look at poverty in the world, for example, the so-called feminization of poverty that is linked to the unpaid work that women do, a lot of women do, and typically maybe care work. I mean, is there, I think, just to speak broadly, I mean, how can we make, to make it more efficient, so to say, to save our money or make our money, and especially in these days we are right now with this bad economy, to put it frankly. I mean, first of all, as a woman, like I said, to the balance between work life and family life, but also what are the smart strategies when we are in this high inflation and you know, what advice do you have for our women how to accumulate wealth?
So one thing I always try to tell everyone is that the rules of life always stay the same, such that if you need to exchange value for money, you still have to. So it's how to navigate in your own situation. Now, I'm also a mother of 2, so I can relate, and my second son is 1, so he is really young, right? But I'm not sure, as an African, we have a lot of support. I'm not sure how it is in Sweden. But for us, you can have a nanny, you can have a driver, you can have all those support systems set up, and throw away that guilt, right? You know that when your children are around you all day, you're just trying to throw them off somewhere. So when you are out working, just own it at that point in time. That's the first thing. Why do you have to do that? Because, like I said, the rules of life don't change for anyone. And if you have your own peculiar situation, you need to work around it. I've talked about support system. The second thing I also want to talk about is negotiation. In exchanging value for money, a lot of women tend to underprice themselves. She's talked about she's talked about the whole value chain. We've talked about the whole value chain, right? You need money. You actually have to have money, right? So if you are going to be in an office for 7 hours, 8 hours every day, and you have value, and there's a guy beside you that is demanding for more, why are you not demanding for more than what he's demanding for? So a lot of women shortchange themselves, right? Or they are more modest. I mean, sometimes you have to, discuss, talk to people, find out what's happening, right? So that, and they need to give you confidence, talk to other people who you see earning what you want to earn, and ask them how. Sometimes it might just be asking and being able to state your case properly. So those are the things. Once you have that capital, then we can now talk about investing, because you need to have at least covered your costs and be alive before you talk about, okay, I want to put the money away for the future. But as women, we need to know that, yes, there's equity. Some things need to be done to favor us. But then the fundamental rules of life in terms of exchange of value, in terms of, and that value doesn't always have to be, value can be different. Value can be different. It doesn't have to be the same as what the guy is doing. But you need to know the value you are bringing, the uniqueness you are bringing, and price it well.
Thank you. Ope, you have?
Yeah, do you want to? Okay, so I'm going to try and tackle 2 different things. First of all, in relating with the different people as they built their portfolios over time, I want to say clearly that you need to know your money personality. Are you an impulsive spender? Are you stingy? Because some people are on the other extreme. They never do anything for anybody. Are you in between somewhere there? You need to know yourself. Let's start from there. Number 2, you need to deal your insecurities. Because when Jennifer was speaking to stepping up to lifestyle inflation, underneath lifestyle inflation is peer pressure. Underneath lifestyle inflation is, I want to belong. Underneath lifestyle inflation is, I'm competing. And I remind myself, and because we're online, I want to say this to every woman out there. When you enter that party, everybody notices you for about, even if you're the best dressed, about 30 seconds. You know, we look and we're like, oh, she looks so good. And then if somebody asked you 1 week later, you're like, oh, you mean that lady that wore so you just created something that did not exist, right? So I really, really would like us to, because we're sitting in front of here, heal. Because the healthier you are emotionally, actually, the better your money management is. Right. You don't fall into certain traps. Now, when it comes to creating value, research has proven, and I will speak to this at middle level to senior level women, that a lot of times women will not apply for jobs except they are 80% sure that they can do the job. Men would look at that thing, be 50% sure, and say, I'll wing it. I'll wing the rest. Women, a lot of people wing it. The truth of the matter is that they're sitting in front of you, but they're not as confident as you think they are. And they make it up along the way. So it is okay for you to be asking for that executive director role, because I know that this is also online. It is okay for you to sit in that policy advocacy committee. Like Kamala Harris said, if you are in the room, then you deserve to be in the room. And if you deserve to be in the room, then you deserve a seat at the table. The table does not recognize your gender. The table recognizes the capacity and the value that you are bringing to solve the problem. So if you are a woman and you can solve that problem better than anybody else, then you should be paid better than anybody else. And you shouldn't be afraid to ask for it. That is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, do you have anything to add on to this? Or, and I just have to make a note on that. Being a Swedish woman, the confidence that I see in Nigerian women is just amazing. I don't think you have any problems of, being shy or anything like that. So that's, it's something that other countries actually will be inspired by and can learn a lot from, I would say. Another thing I wanted to touch on here in this panel is debt management. I think we all can worry sometimes about debt management. How can individuals prioritize debt management and savings while still pursuing their long-term financial inspiration?
Should I start as a banker?
Yes, please. Yes.
First of all, let me give you a trick about debt. Now, debt can be positive, but the mistake people make... No, let's even backtrack a bit. There's a difference between revenue and net income. Now, most people look at the revenue of their business, but they don't look at the net income of their business. Net income means you've paid your cost, you've paid your salary, you've paid your taxes, side eye, as in paid your taxes, you've accounted for the assets that you bought as capital assets and you're depreciating. That, after all of that, that is your net income. Sarah, a lot of businesses run at losses. When we run the numbers, so they have revenue, but they don't have profit. They don't have income. Now, it's okay to be running at a loss if you're building. Startups run at a loss. Early stage businesses run at a loss. That's not a problem. However, if I borrow 100 naira from you at 15%, that means I am going to pay you back 115 naira, right? But I borrowed I'm going to pay you back 115 naira. But I invest it in a business that pays me 10% return. Then I'm at a net loss of 5 naira. So therefore, I have not made any profit. Instead, I have added negatively to my bottom line, right? I'm at a loss. I've even added to the loss. If the business is not at a loss, it's even worse. However, if I borrow from you at 100 naira, and you're going to pay me 15%, 115, and my business is going to give me a return of 30%, so I'm doing 130% return, then I make a 15 naira net profit. And you know, I didn't even have the money before, so I'm able to capitalize on that, and if the business continues to grow, I'm able to make more money. The problem is that a lot of people borrow at a loss. They do not calculate the return on investment on what they're putting their money in. And that return might not be immediate, it might be longer term, but you need to be able to run your numbers. So women, if you're not a numbers person, get somebody that is, and run the numbers. Then you look at the rate of return from the bank or whichever company it is. If the rate of return of your business is higher than, you know, the money, then you're good. But if you're at a loss, I mean, why would you even take money at a loss, right? I just thought to drop that there. Maybe someone wants to take it.
So let me
there.
add to that. There's the company side of things, and there's the borrowing or taking hair on credits, taking bags on credits.
Oh, thank you.
There's taking ashrebi on credits. There's all that, right? Traveling on credits. You know, and I think it's becoming more of a culture because it's easier and we want to maintain our lifestyles. I would leave you to your personal standards, but I will tell you that it's not sustainable. The fact is that for things like that, if you can't afford it, you actually cannot afford it. If you think about the fact that, and I mean, I always like to say this, when we start off work, we are all excited. In our 20s, we're excited. But we don't realize that for the standard person working 9 to 5, you would work from, say, 20 to 60. That's 40 years, right? Now, you plan to live long. You plan to live till, let's say, 90. That's 30 years. But do you know that the money that you made in that 20 to 60 is what's supposed to fund you from 60 to 90? However, now, if you had parents that are pensioners and you know how inflation reduces the value of that constant pension amount, then you have to think broader than that shoe, that bag, that hair, that everybody will forget about, that they may not even notice, right? You need to put things in context. Why am I saying that? Because the decision to borrow is always unique to you. If you come into a place and you have a credit card and you pay, nobody knows you are taking that credit. Everybody thinks you bought it. Or we don't even think you bought it and you move on, we don't remember you. However, you're the one that is going to live with the implications or the repercussions. So if you want to go into debt, I would recommend that you go into debt for assets. A mortgage is a debt. It is a debt. If you have a business that needs a car to run and you take a loan for that car, it's a debt. But it is to give you more value in the future. So if you stick with that in your rule around borrowing, it will save you a lot of stress. But you see all these little things that we do, especially buying on credit, because it is subtle. You don't take it as borrowing. But guess what? It feeds into your next month's salary and the next month's salary and the month after, right? And sometimes you might be broke and you don't realize it was that hair that is the real problem. So, and I agree, if you don't know numbers, your numbers for your money, I always say you can't outsource your health and your finances. Nobody can go to the gym for you. Nobody can eat fruits and you'll be healthy. It's the same way for your money. No one can work it for you. Personal finance is always personal, so you have to own it.
So to be a little bit, thank you so much. Be a bit careful and don't overspend on maybe unnecessary things or,
I love that, Obe and Ola, you've approached it from the good debt and the bad debt and what not to do. But then there are people that's already in debt. And then for them, if you're anything you're saying about finance is not for them. And on the other side are those that they're owing you, they ghost you. We know that person, that because they borrowed money from you, you don't hear from them. In fact, when you call, is it because of how much am I even owing? No, don't be that person. So two things that could help when you find yourself in debt now.
Because guess what? You're not buying that Brazilian hair anymore. You know, you're not buying that bag. You're paying it off. So I think sometimes when you also emotionally prepare yourself, psychologically prepare yourself that you know what, for the next 2 years, I'm not buying anything. I'm paying off my debt. I'm not buying any dresses. I know I'm going to have to rewear some things, we'll take the shoes to the cobbler, you know, we'll do whatever it takes. But in 2 years' time, I will be able to breathe. Once you start to tell yourself that, the mind is so powerful, and you start to condition your mind, it becomes easier to walk that journey. But if you just say, I want to pay your debt, and then that's the time your friend will come with the most beautiful Adire outfits, you know. Ocha, it's all gone. Packed it away.
Thank you so much for that. I wanted to turn out to the audience and see, do you have any questions for our panelists? Anything on wealth building or smart saving? Do we have a microphone?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists. So when we talk about money, right, I think that one thing that we probably haven't touched, and I think I'd love to hear the perspectives from the panelists, is around investment. As we're thinking about growing our wealth, what are some of the things when we are thinking about investment? What are some of the strategies that we should be looking out for? What are the investment do's and don'ts, if you like? If anyone can summarize that real quick, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
I think I'll take that. So I have an investment community, and it was started because I'm in finance. I have a background in finance. I'm a CFA charter holder. I've done all the finance techie things and all that. But I realized, and I started as a trader, and the traders get bonuses. And you'd expect that traders have money, but I realized that a lot of traders know the markets, know the financial markets, do the yours and the mine, but end up being broke. Right? And so I started like doing education, but I realized that after that, people would say, oh, I don't know where to start from. And it's a very basic question. And these are people that are like top flyers in their 9 to 5, but they just don't know where to start from. And that's why I started the Money with Club, for people to know where to start from. Now, what do? We source deals. And the idea of the club is that we don't just source deals, we make people critique it. I always tell people, investments are around you. You see this tent, right? It wasn't always here. If you've known Federal Palace, it hasn't always been here. Someone sat down and said, we have this space, we can do something with it. We can convert it to money. We have this space. Let's build this. Let's not make it permanent. We can tweak it when we want to. At the point where they decide to do it, they need capital. Now, if you are their friend, if you are in their space, and you just say, can I get on this? And then every rental, you give me 10% for the next 10 years. That is an investment. Now, with every investment, your question is, what is the value proposition? Will people pay for it? And how many people will pay for it? Because if it's just one time, then maybe you just do your one time, give me my money in 1 month, right? But if you can see that people will keep paying for this thing, then it's an opportunity for you to put money. You know that story of the seed and time and giving you money over time? That is it. Now, there are regulated entities, there are regulated investment opportunities, and they are non-regulated. This building will be non-regulated. The Securities and Exchange Commission has no idea. It's a bilateral transaction. But there are regulated entities, there are regulated opportunities, your stocks, your bonds, your treasury bills, all that. Those are other opportunities. Of course, we can't go into the detail of them. But basically, for everything that you see that someone says, come and invest, the question is you ask, does it make sense? Why would I, as an individual, pay for this thing? And how many people would pay for it? That's traffic. Once is logical, before you even look at the books, which can be a lot messy and confusing for the non-finance person, if you cannot tick all those logic boxes, walk away from it.
Okay, so let me add something to that. Let me tell you about one of my clients. I'm a chartered stockbroker. So I think she's the oldest client I have. This woman, the first time we met was because her portfolio is so robust, oh my God. There are silent rich people in this country. We don't know their names. So the day she visited the office, we got talking, she was impressed that I'm interested in investment, and that's what mentorship, the older lady, we talking to the younger ones. She told me how she was able to build that portfolio. that back then in the 90s, when she works for the government, and then at the end of the month, there are stockbrokers that come to their office to pitch to them, to talk to them. It's not this now that everything is so easy for us. At the click of a button on your phone, you can buy any stock you need. It wasn't that easy then. So these people come to their office every month. So her own is that once they pay her, when they come, she just give them small money. Oh yeah, put it there. She wasn't very sure what they're buying. They shall say, you can invest in this company, you can invest in that company. So she understood it, and it made sense to her. She keeps doing it every month throughout her working years. And now, then, it was really nothing to her. Like maybe giving out like 5%, 10% of your income. You don't really feel it. But for some of us, we think that, it's when you have big money. That's when, no. Investment is not just for the rich. Yeah, it's a vehicle. The rich, they understand that investing is a tool to grow, to preserve. But you and I, we don't have to wait for when there is so much of it. So one tool of investment, start where you are. Start where you are. Tell yourself that this portion of my income, I will keep putting it there. Go and read more on the investment opportunities available for you. And start now. In the future, you are going to be a very wealthy woman. Trust me.
Thank you. We can take some more questions.
Hi, I have two more questions. Okay. Okwe, can I ask you a question?
Sorry.
I didn't want to fall over. My question was, based on your experience at work, what 3 things can you identify as key wealth builders with the families that have built generational wealth? What would you say are 3 key things that you've identified in those families to maintain that wealth?
Madam Moderator, please, can we take all the questions
I
together?
was thinking, yes. If we can take 2 questions from here, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Una dey quarrel me. Haba. Like now, it's like everybody's very touched here. I'm not a touched woman. I want to bring you down to our level. Okay, I salute you. I love person will love you. They give us the way it's supposed to be. I like that. But I want to ask this question. The question I want to ask is that some of us that are into business, average women like us, we can beat our chest and tell ourselves the truth that we are doing well. We don't spend anyhow. We don't buy anyhow. But because of the cost of what is happening, Nigeria is so sweet now. And we are doing business. When you buy business, markets now to sell, you find it difficult to sell now because a lot of people, like you said, are trying to manage what they have. And when we buy at cost price, you'll always want to sell to make profit. You understand? And when somebody wants to buy one now, it will be very difficult. Before, if you buy now, sell, people can buy 3, 4 at a go. Do you understand? But now, to sell one now is so difficult. And you know that you are doing your best as in the business, and you are still seeing yourself struggling. Is there any other way that you people can tell us to navigate?
Thank you very much. One last one. Yes, her hand had been up since. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is, how do you bridge the gap? Because I know you try to cut down expenses and you're working to cover up for your debt. But there's this spirit of YOLO, once in a while. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the way I think, okay, I've been working all year in, all year out, and I feel like, okay, at this point, it's not bad if I buy myself a bag. After I've been working, money no dey finish, or rather, enjoyment no go finish, right? Yes, but debt too no dey finish. So how do you bridge the gap to know when it's okay, you've been working, yes, you've not covered up the debt in front of you, but it's okay to take a break and just get yourself something nice. Does that make any sense? And at what bridge do you do that? Thank you.
Do we have any, answers to these questions?
Maybe I should take the last one. I like examples a lot. So when it comes to, you say there are a lot of things to do, when do you have time to enjoy, when do you have time to save and everything. So quickly, I run a community fin tribe. So what we do, we save and invest together. I think last year we did over 1 billion, and it might not, these are just women like you and I. And how do we do that? So we have this model where every month is compulsory. you must put aside something. So now, I don't know how, let's say you earn 100,000. You tell yourself, you see, 5,000, 10,000, most compulsory, I'm taking it out. So now you know that I have 90,000 naira left to tackle with every other thing. And in your budget, my sister, there should be that enjoyment allowance. It's very important. Because if you don't intentionally create it, you will still do it, and then you overspend. Do you get? So, number one, for your savings and investment part, is something we hear every day. Pay yourselves first. So, in fact, if you can automate it, instruct your bank, as this income is going, please move this portion to my savings account, to my investment account. And then when building your budget, please self-care, your hair. You may not buy everything out. Maybe the hair is expensive. At least this month, I can put away 15K. Next month, I can put away, before you know it, the money is complete. So, it's more like you even thinking and planning it ahead before it gets to you. So,
thank you. So my sister had mentioned about the business. What you're saying is real. A lot of people just want to survive. I mean, Chinwe mentioned it. I need to survive. You know, the problem with surviving alone is that when the tide turns, you are so overwhelmed you can't thrive. Right? Now, this is where I tell entrepreneurs, right, where you need to now build one, mental capacity. And let me give you a quick example because our time is up. And then I will answer her question. I was thinking today when I was coming to work, imagine you live in an estate where there are a lot of working people. And you own, you know, like a mom-pop shop, you know, you sell stuff. But you notice that these women always come home late. Which means that usually they would come to my shop if they were around. But then, because things are tight, people are working crazy hours, how about I make their life a little easier? How about I go from house to house and say, I can actually deliver to you. I will help you go to the market. I live at number 10. You understand? So everybody that is a working woman, do your flyer. This is my shop. I will go to the market for you and do your pepper mix. And do your meat. You might pick the resources that you are buying. You don't want to be a be-all to beehive. What you have done is you have pivoted your business model to suit your market. You have looked at that market and said, there is a gap here. What is going to happen is, before you know it, I can assure you, I'm a working woman. Some women will make you their permanent, they won't even go to the market again. Especially if they find out that you're real and you're honest. Now, the ability to innovate, in all honesty, I literally say is a gift from God. Because you can literally be looking, I read engineering. I used to tell people that if I knew that taking pictures and posting it was such a big deal, I would have created Instagram. If I knew. And I sat down with my classmates, but we didn't see the opportunity. So the ability to see the opportunity, I think, is a gift. An opportunity can be right in front of you, just like I said, about giving the pepper, and then all of a sudden, all the women in your estate, and they'll pay you a fee. And all of them, you are their pepper supplier. You will go to Mile 12, you will bag it according to their different, preferences. You deliver it to their house with fresh meat. A working woman loves you. You are, in fact, you are her best friend. You have removed a load from her. That's just an example of how you can pivot to. Do you understand? So you are innovative. I'm not saying it's not tough. It is, right? I had to answer Chizoba's question, if you would allow me. Chizoba. Yeah, sorry. Her name is Chizoba. I called her. But when she was talking about family businesses of generational wealth, the secret, there's a family, Antinori. How many people know Antinori wine? Red wine. So, I mean, if I put the picture here, you've probably taken it so many times. 26 generations have run that business. 26 generations and still standing. Worth over $300 million. What did they do? One, they were very clear on their core values as a family. Two, they had structure. Now, Africans are not big on structure. I wish I had time. We divide instead of collaborating. So we take our $1 million that the father has and divide it into 4. As opposed to the children building a system around their $1 million and investing it from generation to generation. So if we, four of us, had $1 million, right? And we saw a property, we probably could buy a more high-end property than if you had 250, 250, 250, 250. Our dad would have taken that $1 million and invested it as a person. We will never be able to enter into that bucket because we don't have that money. Every wealthy person knows the big deals that generate the most return usually happens to the big boys that have liquidity. So build liquidity as a family, right? And then put structure around it, and then be investment savvy. The remaining is history. You will be around for many generations.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much. A big round of applause for our panelists, our speakers here. At least I have learned so much today, and be rest assured that I will definitely reach out to all of you because I know you're experts in the field and I want to learn more. And please, all of you can do the same. Yeah, thank you for coming today, and for the audience, please stay. There's a very exciting program.
Thank you, and thank you to Sarah, our amazing moderator. Thank you. We'll gather around right here for a group photograph. Lady Maiden Ibru, would you like to join them on this photo, please, if you don't mind? Is Anita close by? Our festival creator, if she's close by, would ask you to join this photo as well. Thank you so much. You just come a step forward, please. Yes, thank you.
You don't have to feel like a wasted space. You're original, cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds. After a hurricane comes a rainbow. Maybe you're
Smile and say guardian woman.
so you could
Then you can give us the Inspire Inclusion sign right in front of your chest. Thank you. It's a heart sign. Inspire Inclusion. And if you can't do it very well, don't worry, just put your hands there. Thank you so much. This has been a conversation about empowering women with financial planning, wealth building, and investment strategies. Thank you so much for your great insights this afternoon. Thank you. Allah, we're grateful.
Gentlemen, one second, please. There are 4 principles in running any sort of business. You can change it. The first is planning. I want to do this. I want to set up this business. What do I do? How do I get about it? So it's planning, executing your plans. You get it? You must execute the plans. But the 2 most important is monitoring and control. To ensure you are not stepping out of bounds to make success out of the business, you're not spending more than what you should be spending, because at the end of the day, business is about making money, reasonable money. But you must attach some sense of morality to it. Try not to cheat people or try to outsmart people. It's not worth it. Thank you.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you fighter.
She's been running business almost all her life. She knows. You must plan. You will do what again? Then you will. And then? Control what? Control your this thing. Do your say control your this thing. And control the other things around, right? So ask one question, and the first person to give us the right answer, you will win a free hair therapy. How many people would like hair therapy? And then you want a free one for your own hair. So question, very quickly. Chinwe, this question is around you, so please look. Chinwe showed us her personal investment structure. What was the highest percentage in that pie chart? What was the figure? And what was the item itself? Tell us the percentage and what the item. First two hands, come up, come up, come up, come up. You're about to ring. Come, 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 come. If you don't come, you're not including yourself. No, financial Jennifer, I can't allow you now. That's Ojoro. Oh, should I let her? No, no, no. No, you will tell us. Stand and you will tell us whether it's correct. You are, oh, yes.
Money market fund and it's 30%.
Yes, 30%. Money market fund, 30%. Now that there is a tie, guess what will happen? Take a wild guess. You get one. And you will get one. This is courtesy, Nature's Gentle Touch, invitation to free hair therapy. Congratulations. Please take a photo of them so that Gentle Touch knows that it's gone into the hands of good people and that the hair under what they're wearing right now will be well taken care of. Somebody say amen. Our next panel is ready. But just before I call them up, do well to reach out to those bags and boxes coming around you. Some sweet things that will go into your mouth, some cool things that will go into your mouth to bring your temperature down and keep you a little bit refreshed whilst we talk about profit with a purpose. Pioneering social enterprises for inclusive growth. For the longest time, I didn't know what social enterprise was. I was always confused when I heard social enterprise. What's that? What's that? Well, the panel today will tell us more about what social enterprise actually is and then how you make the most of it. Our moderator is someone who lives and breathes as a social entrepreneur and a very successful one at that. Please let's welcome Molade Adeni as she comes forward. Clap, 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 clap. Welcome, Molade. The founder, Chess in Slums Africa, will join this conversation. Welcome, Tunde Onakoya. The second man on stage today. Okay, he's taking a photograph there. He'll be joining us shortly. And he has promised to smile more in photos, so he can start smiling more as it's coming up right now. And joining up on this panel is a living, breathing entity. Living, breathing entity of social enterprise herself. Today, she's coming up as the co-founder and executive chair of Sahel Consulting. Please welcome Ndidi Umuleli, member of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okay, she stepped out. And joining up also is one of the tallest women in the room with a very large heart for improving life and living. Welcome, Tonye Falugi Ekezie. As she comes up, she is the founder, author, and producer of Simone's Oasis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Conversing about profit with a purpose. I now hand the microphone over to Madam Moderator for the next 40 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. And good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing?
We're doing good.
I don't get the energy. I thought they said there were aspiring women in here. Awesome, awesome. Good afternoon and welcome to what I promise you would probably be the most amazing panel you're going to listen to today, if I may say so myself. So coming off the back of the panel that we've just had, they're talking about how to make money, right? We're talking about wealth. We're talking about businesses. The questions were about people who were in business. We're now going to be moving that on to still talking about profit, but profit from a social entrepreneurship perspective. So Joyce was asking what a social enterprise is. I think I have amazing panelists that are going to do justice to the topic today. Profit with a purpose. Pioneering social entrepreneurship for inclusive growth. So when we think about social enterprise, right? Social enterprises are business entities that operate with the primary goal of addressing social or environmental issues while also generating revenue, which ultimately helps to sustain its operations. So social enterprises prioritize social impact alongside financial profitability. And there's lots of money out there. You know, there's impact investment, There's lots of ways in which social enterprises are raising money. Can I ask, maybe a show of hands, this morning when you woke up and when you made your way down here, how many of you were able to identify a social problem? How many of you, walking past something, your eyes popped? I see a few hands. The reality is a lot of us walk every day and we miss the opportunities. Social entrepreneurs, their eyes are always open, looking for what those social problems are. And you know, they range from unemployment, the litter on the road that you walk past, the waste, clean water, maybe a sick child, health issues, etc. So social enterprises are also not just not-for-profit. So people always think of social enterprises as not-for-profits. But there's also corporations, for-profit businesses, but they have a social mission. And the reality is they contribute to the economy. They contribute to the growth of our country. I think without social entrepreneurs, there's so much that will be left undone. So today's is not to hear about me or to hear my voice. I'm going to move right on. We're going to delve right into this conversation. And I'm going to be asking my panelists to just share with us their journey to social entrepreneurship. And how do you describe how your organization prioritizes impact alongside financial profitability as well? So Tonya, I'll start with you first, if that's okay.
Hello? All right, so when I'm sitting on these things, I always like to share something. I never thought I would be sitting in front of people, sharing my life, talking about my life. Public speaking is extremely difficult for me. I get nervous, I get shaky, but when you're driven to do something out of passion, you do it despite the fear, so bear with me. So I'm here because I've been doing a social enterprise now for about 4 years. But Simone's Oasis, which is my entity, has been around for about 2.5 years properly. Social enterprise is driven out of passion. That's what it is. You don't wake up and say, I'm going to do this because it's hard. But you do it because you're passionate about something. So my story is that I have a child with Down syndrome. If anybody was wondering why I was wearing this t-shirt. And that's where the journey started. It was a surprise. I didn't know. It wasn't what I dreamed about to do or to happen in my life. But I had her. And she unfortunately had medical complications that meant she needed open heart surgery at 6 months of age. And we had to leave the country. And something that's very kind of matter of fact in the US, right? They're like, it's fine, we do this all the time. I'm like, you do what? Open someone's chest all the time. 3 months. And it took her 3 years to recover. So we were out of Nigeria for 3 years on my own, struggling. You get completely consumed, absolutely consumed. And one day, her heart started functioning well after, almost 3 years, and we were able to come back to Nigeria. And that's why my eye really opened. Because, number one, my daughter was the first person with Down syndrome I'd ever seen. First black person, actually, I'd ever seen. If you're in Europe, US, it's only Oyibo people you see. And here, I found out that nobody talks about it. Everybody hides them away. Everybody sends them to the village or to orphanages or whatever. So I was really taken aback because I was very open about it. For me, I was proud to have my daughter. I was blessed to have my daughter. And to be her mom, I always say it's like a badge of honor. So when people will say, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm like, I'm not sorry. Oh, oh, she's suffering. She's not suffering. Oh, it must be really hard. Yeah, but it's also really amazing. And so they would ask me, oh, you're so comfortable talking about it. People don't talk about it. So it started to register that maybe I should start talking about this thing. And what happened is my son came up to me one day. He was about 5 years old. He's 10 now. And he said, Mommy, I'm angry with you. I'm not happy with you. And I was like, because he's like an old man. He was born an old man. And so I was like, what have I done? No. He said, look, every day these people come and they play with Simone. And nobody allows me to come and join them and play. And then I realized, oh, wait, he thinks the therapists are like friends to come there and play. So I had to explain, no, Ko, this your sister who's always annoying you, that you always complain she's annoying you. She has something called Down syndrome. And then he would ask, what's Down syndrome? I said, okay, Down syndrome is when you have an extra chromosome on the 21st pair of chromosomes. Hell, I misread because he was like, what's chromosome? Chromosome. So I had to think, okay, yeah, he's 5. He's a toddler. I need to kind of break this down into his language. I'm not doing a great job. Hold that thought. I'll get back to you. And so what I did, I searched for videos, books, things like that, because children are really visual, right? So I thought, okay, let me find those things. And in that search, I was really disappointed. I was really, really disappointed because there was nothing that represented our story. There was nothing with, melanin of any shade. There was, and when you did find a good story, it was always a Caucasian child, and you liked the story, but they would be like, okay, what about the follow-up? So there's no follow-up. It's like nobody wanted to tell this story. So I said, you know what, my background was TV and film production here in Nigeria. Some people know that. I had a very good career until all this happened. And, well, I wrote a story. And I took it to Magic Carpet Studios, and I said, help me illustrate it. I went to DocuLand, printed a couple of copies, and took it home, and I gave it to my children, and they were over the moon, like ecstatic. And a friend of mine who I know I'm going long, but you need to understand where this all happened. A friend of mine who I found out has a son with Down syndrome. I didn't know. She came over. My son showed her the book. And she was like, what is this? Only you? Only you? She's like, you need to get this out there. We need this story. And that's what started the ball rolling. I wrote the first book series that has a black main character with Down syndrome. I wrote the first baby board book ever produced in Nigeria. So all my stuff is 100% made in Nigeria.
Yes, a round of applause.
From creativity to print, everything, 100% Nigerian. I'm very passionate about this country. And that's really where it started. So created Ugo and Sim Sim. My daughter learns through music and art and the creative element. So I created this Ugo and Sim Sim, and I just thought I need to create something to house all my ideas. And you know what? I said, forget the parents. My goal is to educate kids, is to hang out with kids, create stories that they can see themselves in and they can use to advocate for the rights and for acceptance, awareness, and accommodation of children and people in general with special needs.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Tonya, please. Can you hear me clearly with this microphone? Okay. So I think the one thing that I want to draw out of that is when you're thinking about a social enterprise, it's driven by you seeing a problem. Many of us see problems, but we don't think about, can I be the one to solve that problem? Is there something that I could do to actually be the solution to the problem that I see? Many of us talk about problems and spend a lot of time talking about the problems, but never really taking a step back to say, can I actually be the solution to this problem that I see? Tunde, I'm going to come to you next. A game that many of us love. I don't know, how many people play chess in the room? I play chess. A few people. Tunde, I think you need to do a master class for the women and men in this room. But a game that is loved by many, played by many. You saw that as an opportunity to truly transform the lives of people who I would probably call forgotten. You really embody the inclusivity that we're talking about today. Tell us a little bit about that. What birthed that, and how has that journey emerged over time?
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here, and thank you, Tony, for sharing your inspiring story. Sorry, let me use this because it's like my base is too much. All right. Okay. It's a lot clearer. So, nothing starts out as an enterprise, right? It really does begin with empathy. And I was just sharing this with Tony when you asked the question, like when people were on their way here, like did they really notice a social disparity? The truth is, a lot of people do not. And it isn't because they don't see the problems, right? But a lot of people do not view it through the lens of empathy. So empathy is a gift, and not a lot of people have it. That isn't a bad thing, right? Because we're more inclined to want to solve a problem or to be drawn to a problem that has affected us at some point or that we have a personal connection to. And I'm saying this because there's always a genesis, right, to every remarkable thing that is done. And I think the closest nexus to that genesis, to building anything meaningful in society, has to be a pain point, and it has to be deeply rooted in empathy. And that was how my own journey started. I grew up in a small slum community in Ikorodu, you know. Is anybody here from Ikorodu yet? Nobody? Okay, him. Good. Okay, awesome. Ikorodu is a small place with a lot of potential. And I grew up in a really small place inside that Ikorodu. And of course, we didn't have access to a lot of things because my parents were not educated. But they wanted us to be educated. But that was hard because we could barely survive. But at some point, I had to drop out of school for like 2 years. I think it was after my primary school education. And there was no money again. So it was in that time that I found chess. I would always go to this barber shop, and one day he just brought out this small plastic chess set. And I saw it for the first time. And because I was a really curious child, I kept asking, oh, teach me how to play this. I would say, oh, just watch. And I would watch. And by watching, I got to learn the rules of the game. Eventually, I got back to school. And because I was a gifted child, I went on to represent my school. I won a couple of tournaments, you know. The summer's chess gave me an opportunity to escape poverty. And I don't just say this because of its cognitive benefits, but it really did give me my first real intellectual identity. My first real identity, because when you grow up in poverty, you'd find that a lot of things, the situation you're in, you know, you have no direct control over it. You're born into that situation, and that situation conditions you into the adult that you become. And that is the real tragedy of poverty. And it's interesting because we talk about inclusion, right? Poverty is not what the West says, that living below $2 daily. That's not it, because we forget that even poor people represent like value-conscious, even consumers, really. And the real consequence or the real tragedy of poverty is that these people in this class have been completely excluded from systems, rule of law, you know, education, you know, whatever it is. And because they do not have that access, they are conditioned to live a life of survival. And that was my reality as well. But chess gave me a way to break through that cycle because it gave me an education, it gave me exposure, and it gave me ambition, right? And that is what anyone needs, right? But most people will never know that because they've been conditioned by poverty in a way that they will never get to know their own potential. So chess gave me a lifeline. And 6 years ago, I decided that I was going to go back to the same community where I grew up and do the same thing for other children. And that has snowballed into this enterprise now. But that was the genesis.
Amazing. Can we give a round of applause to Tunde, please? So many things I heard from that, right? There's something about my personal connection. There are things that we're all connected to personally, deeply. Some of us, it is, you know, this power situation. And maybe a challenge, and I think from what Tunde has said, the challenge is rather than sit and complain about those things that aren't working, the way a social enterprise is birthed is by saying, I can see this problem. What can I contribute to actually solving this problem? And maybe I'll use that to share a little bit about the work that we do at WAVE. So I run an organization called WAVE. And one thing that we realized very early on, we turned 10 last year, and one thing we realized very early on is there are many young people on the streets of Lagos and Nigeria who have high potential, same as what Tunde has said, but no one was giving them a chance of an employment. And the reasons were they didn't have a college degree, they would never go to university, they didn't have work experience. I don't know how many of you go and knock on the door and they will tell you that, what work experience do you have? I want somebody with 5 years work experience for an entry-level role. And we decided to tackle that problem and take it on with our full chest, like they say. We thought if we gave young people the skills that they needed to access job opportunities and we expose them to employer partners, we can begin to truly turn the tide on youth unemployment. We could have waited for the government to continue to do the work, but some of this work is beyond the government. So 10 years on, we have reached over 80,000 young people in the city of Lagos and in other states, and we've connected 75% of them to work. And we continue to push that. Thank you very much. And we continue to push that. But it starts with, one, a personal connection. Two is, how do I want to give back? I've been blessed in so many areas. What can I do? The society problems that I see, the pain points. What are those pain points that you see that you're truly turning around? Now, we've had this conversation, and I'm sure some people are like, hey, this is all feel good. Where is the money in this? At the end of the day, we have to eat, right? At the end of the day, we have to be able to survive. So I want to talk a little bit about that. So one of the reasons why people shy away from following their pain points or their purpose in this way is really around money and around profit. People say there's no money to be made in social enterprises. Can you talk to us? And maybe I'll start with you, Tonya. How do you balance profit and social impact? Is there even a way of making money in setting this up?
So it's not for the faint-hearted. And that's why, like Tunde, you have to be driven by passion, immense passion, because it's extremely difficult. Now, if you think about a regular business, most regular businesses don't pass 3 to 5 years, right? And how many regular businesses are profitable? So I didn't start off thinking, oh, wait, about the money. I was just doing it because the fact this is driven by my life. And the fact this is driven about me wanting to help others in similar situations understand that it's okay to navigate it, to share some of our lives, but also share strategies as well, and understand that we have to start young. Now, it is only, I've been doing this now since, say, about 5 years, but Simone's Oasis is about 3 years old, 2.5, 3 years old. It is only now we're starting to make money. And for me, that's not an accident. It takes time to sow a seed. Right? If you think about farming or growing anything, you want to grow something in your garden, right? You have to prep the soil. You have to plant the seed. You have to nurture that seed. It starts to grow. The weather conditions, the other conditions around it have to be good for it to grow and bear fruit. And that's literally what we have been doing. We have been just at it consistently, sowing, which is why I say it has to be driven out of some immense passion. Because there are many times I wanted to walk away. But I said, I've invested too much. I've done this. And then when I went to look at other things I could do, I felt like my soul was draining out of my body, I felt that God has really put me on this earth, on this mission, and I could feel it. So just keep going. If I'd given up, I won't be here today. It's like January came and people in Nigeria woke up and thought about me. And were like, so what are you doing? How can we support? And it's going to be a very interesting year. So I think you have to be in it for the correct reasons. You have to be consistent. You have to keep going. You have to understand who else is in the area with you, right? You have to plug into a community because there's a lot of good things that come out of collaboration. Don't just work in your quiet space. You need to get out there and network, talk to people, and be seen. People need to know you exist. So I started social media. Got on social media and started talking, and you see what happens from there. But you can't be quiet. You have to collaborate, you have to network, and you have to let people know you're around.
Thank you so much, Tonya. Tunde, same question to you. How do you balance profitability, social impact? How do you keep your eyes on both?
You know what I really like? I like that we're not calling it a non-profit, that we're calling it a social enterprise, because I think there's a clear distinction. But at the same time, the lines are very blurred. If you want to change the world, right, somebody has to pay for it. And this is something you would come to the quick realization of. Whether you're doing a business or you want to impact people's lives, whatever it is, it needs a lot of capital, right? So you must treat your social enterprise the same vein. It is not enough to have good intentions. You know, you have passionate or you have this personal ties to the story, and because of that, you're driven by this passion. The world doesn't really care about that, and it's another hard realization you'd come to. The world doesn't deeply care about the social problems, right? The world cares about profit. It's a capitalist world. So what exactly are you proposing? Your dreams, your vision, maybe few people would care about it. And even the few ones that really care about it, no one is truly, truly altruistic. Okay, maybe there are a few people, but something must always give. So the first thing you must have is leverage, right? You want to build something, you have a vision that you understand. You know the pain of it, right? But the idea isn't complete yet until you find a way to bring other people into it. Everyone has a role. The people that would be on the team, the people that would man the different mountains for you to climb, the people that would fund the vision, you know, everyone has a role to play in it. So it is your responsibility as the leader to bring all of these different elements together, right, to drive the vision. But you need leverage. And just like she rightly said, community networking. But I would even go further to say, don't consider yourself a charity case, right? Always have some sort of value, right, to propose. Now, when we started Chess in Slums, it's one thing to start a non-profit, a charity organization to solve a social problem in a conventional way. That has its own challenges. But when you now say you want to do chess in slums, you know, it's like, what's this cognitive dissonance? It doesn't even make sense. Like, chess in slums, chess is an elite game. How is it relevant to children in the slums in extreme poverty that just need to eat or they need food? Just go there and distribute spaghetti, take your pictures, you know, whatever. How is chess going to be relevant? And people just kept asking me this question, and I didn't have an answer to it. But this is what my conviction was. I had faith in this one idea that if we could teach chess to children from the poorest places, from the worst slums, right, we could give them a beginning in education, a way to show the world that these children can also be intellectually inclined. And that is something you want people to believe, because that is the only way that people would give them the opportunities they deserve, because there's already the single story about them. So that was what I thought I wanted to change. But then I didn't know how hard it was going to be to communicate that to other people. So for the first 3 years, I kept communicating this in the wrong way. I kept talking about the impact as, you know, in the synapses and the cognitive benefits of chess. And nobody really cared about that, because just like you ask people if they play chess here, just very few hands. A lot of people don't understand because it's a very complex game, right? So the first 3 years that we did it, it was just in the dark. But what changed was me now stepping up to storytelling. And that is why you need social media, right? You need to put yourself out there. And putting yourself out there comes with a huge responsibility as well. So when I started, I had maybe 2 followers, and I started sharing human stories, stories that dignify the children we're advocating for. And people may not understand chess, but they understand that if we give people the right opportunities, they can be like us. They can look like us. So we started making outfits like this for the children to wear, you know, with the filler. Children in poverty, and people would look at them too as like, wow, how is this possible? Oh, this child is from Osho, the under bridge. Oh, this child is from the slum, but they look so good. They look like me. Then I have to respect them for their ambition. They're showing great aptitude for chess. It means if you give them technology, education, they will show equal capacity for that. So the only real gap here is opportunity, because talent is universal, but opportunity isn't. And they just kept telling the stories. I kept sharing the stories. We kept building an audience. And because people can see what you've always said, what you believe in, they would invest in it. You don't even need to ask anymore because you have shown proof
Yes.
of work, of
Yes.
concepts. So,
Thank you
yeah.
so much. A round of applause for my panelists again.
So I'd like to add to that. Tane's made a really great point. So the point I want to add is that when you have a social enterprise or a nonprofit, you're always looking for money, right? But I would say, I'm not going to beg, right? They need me. Now, why do they need me? I'm coming with them with a business case for their business. Yes, I'm running this social outfit. This is what we do. But actually, you need us. For example, if you're a bank. No bank has attended to the special needs community, and we are vast. We have spending power. We have children. The average household that has a child, at least one child with special needs, their spending, their financial running as a family is at least a third higher than the average family. So we spend more because we have to. And how I've approached it when I'm meeting and pitching is that there's an entire ecosystem here. When you're looking at primary health centers, you're looking at clinics, you're looking at therapists, you're looking at schools, you're looking at where we shop, the kind of nutrition we have. There's an entire ecosystem that is not attended to. So I look at it, like, for example, with a bank, why can you not create a financial product for our community? We bank, we have money too, we need these services, and therefore also put in things in place that encourage us to come to your bank, because we know that, oh, you have the pink account that is for mums with special needs kids, and in there, and then they become to be part of that ecosystem. So when you're approaching, you have to approach with a business case. It's not, come, beg, give me money.
Thank you so much. And you know, that brings me to, thank you. Please, a round of applause if you're doing it, do it well. So you know what I draw out from the two, from what you have both shared, is that money follows impact, right? When you're beginning to solve a problem, you might struggle at the start because people might not understand the impact. But through communication, through beginning to, you know, you're dogged at the work that you're doing. And when you're working in a social enterprise, or you're solving some of these problems, you're digging your heels in and you're going all in, such that money is not your first thought. But when you begin to have the results and people begin to see the result, the roles automatically reverse. Then the money begins to follow you versus you going after the money. But I wanted to pick up on your last point. I think we'll start with that. How can there are people in the room, they might not be running social enterprises. We're not asking people to start up social enterprises. But even within my for-profit organization, I don't have a social enterprise lens to it. How can businesses, individuals begin to think about that social impact lens to their organizations? Like I say, there's issues and there's problems everywhere. I don't believe it's for a select few. I think it's for everyone. So to business owners out there, how can we begin to have a social impact lens? I'm going to take questions from the audience. So we're going to go through this round, and then I will open it up. So if you do have any questions, please begin to get them ready. Who wants to take a stab at that question?
I don't want to burst your bubble on that question, so maybe let Tunde, and then I'll burst your bubble after.
Okay, so for people that have businesses, right, I think the first thing is to forget about the idea of like charity that, you know, most of us do, especially for the optics of it, right? For example, and this is just a personal opinion, like I don't like it when people go to like poor communities and they just throw food at them and they take pictures, and you know, a lot of people do this, right? They don't treat the people with dignity, right? If you want to help people, don't take that dignity from them. It's important. You must never demean the people you're trying to serve. And so we need to first put that idea aside that charity must just be, hey, let's quickly arrange some things for the optics and give handouts. And it is such an interesting opinion because there's actually a lot of hardship and people need those things, right? But I think a more effective way to go about being altruistic is to have a plan and a sustainable one. If you want to maybe set aside a part of your profits, of your income, of your revenue, right, to create some impact that is maybe even outside jurisdiction of your business, then you must think deliberately about it. It must never be like an afterthought, or let's just do it, so quota, CSR, whatever. You must even have maybe someone on your team, that leads maybe the CSR for you. That is the level of like deliberate thought that should always go into whatever you do for society. And I'll give an example. Like now, there's this tech boom right now. A lot of VC funding is coming into that ecosystem. I mean, maybe not so much these days, but you see that a lot of people, and when you provide an incentive for something, people will start building that solution, right? So there's a lot of incentive to solve like a fintech problem because there's VC billions of dollars coming in. So fintechs will keep springing up every day. But guess what? They're only building solutions that is solving the same problem for the middle class that 100 people are already solving for, right? But there's an entire class of people, 100 million people, that solution is just insignificant for, right? So that is an example, for example. So what do you want to do to serve those people and create some sort of impact for them? You think about it and you tailor your solution in a way that can be meaningful to the community. You're not coming to impose your own grand ideas. If you want to say, for example, a good thing to do, go to a rural community, adopt all the schools there with dilapidated structures, help them repaint, put tables and benches, set up a library, do a computer lab. And I can tell you that the impact that would have, it's incredible. Like reading a book changed my life. Because somebody gave me 2 books, Gulliver's Travels and Animal Farm. And it was the first time I was able to dream outside Ikorodu where I grew up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tine. Tonya, are you sure you're going to break my heart?
I'm not going to break your heart, but I just think we also have to be realistic, right?
Yes, please.
When any kind of outreach is driven in a business, it's very rare. And it's usually someone inside that business, something has happened to them, and they drive it. So I can use an example of GT Autism Week. That's about 13 years. This year will be 14 years. And that was driven because a lady who was very high up had, Dotun Akonde, she was there, she had a son with autism. And she drove it. So most businesses don't operate like that. They have a CSR budget. They go to wherever, drop food, snap picture, and go. And this month, March 21st, is Down Syndrome Awareness Day. Now, a couple of years ago, social media, I got very, very upset, and I let people know I was upset. Because this is what happens. These things come around, and these big corporations, they will snap picture. They were wearing bright socks. So you wear mismatched socks, right, to represent chromosomes. And they went all around the social media, their whole team. And they've never done anything. It's a bank. They've never done anything to help the community. So you have no right to get up there and start virtue signaling. And I let them know. I was on one TV program as a host. I let the whole of Nigeria know. I was very angry about it. So really, these things are driven by someone from inside. Yes, you can have a CSR department. Yes, they can have a limited budget, and they can try and do their best. But you have to drive it from within.
Thank you. And I think that the education that we're giving people today, they're not going to be like those people who just want the photo up and are going to be on social media. The idea is, if my business is in a certain place, in a community, rather than coming in and going every day, you're asking yourself, how can I give back to this community? What are the pain points of this community? Because honestly, we were talking about collaboration and partnerships. You'll be surprised that the very people in the community, they are the very people that are going to help your business continue to grow and continue to thrive. But when you're intentional about thinking, and not from a selfish perspective, but from, you know what, I work in this community. Maybe there's some waste that we provide in this community. So your CSR might be, you know what, we're going to take over the waste disposal of this community so that we ensure that the waste that we are generating and creating isn't blocking the gutters, isn't blocking the pipes. That in itself is just something that you're doing as a give back to the community, such that when it rains, there's no flood in the community. You are not coming with your Jeep or your car or whatever you're driving in, and everybody else is wading in the, in the flooded streets because the drains are blocked. So it's really thinking, and I love what you both said about being intentional, sitting down. It's not something you do just because.
they say we should do something good. We want to have some photo up on social media. It's asking yourselves, this community that I work in, that my business is in, what are their pain points and how can I be part of the solution to the problem in that community? Another round of applause for my panel, please. We're going to take questions before we wrap it up. 2 questions. I've been told that I can only take 2. I see 3 hands. Joyce is still like, 2. No more
I'm
than
already
2.
standing.
So she's already standing. And then we'll take one from this end. Please go ahead.
All right, good afternoon once again. My name is Amaka Chibuzo Obi. I run an organization called Wives Roundtable, which has an NGO arm, the Wives Roundtable Foundation. So the Wives Roundtable Foundation basically caters to low-income female entrepreneurs. So we're trying to increase their digital literacy so that they are able to use social media to grow their businesses. These very low-income entrepreneurs that, you know, sell petty trading.
Okay.
Now, I heard when Tonya mentioned, you know, she goes to an organization and she's not asking for charity. She's not begging them to give her money. She's coming with value and she expects them to recognize that value and, you know, bring the funds. And my head blew because this is what we have been trying to do rather unsuccessfully, because like she mentioned as well again, you have to find someone in that organization who believes what you believe for you to be able to drive that conversation with them. And most times you don't know who to go to. So my question is this: how have you been able to, so I took a bit from what Tonya said, but I think I'm directing the question to Tunde, because what you do, I've been trying to rack my head.
You haven't told us your question
That's
yet.
that's the question I'm about
Okay.
to ask him. So what you do, I don't see how you will go to an organization to say this is the value I'm bringing back in return for them to, you know, give you the funds that you're asking for. So my question is this: how are you able to get funding without actually saying this is what, or rather, what do you say? What is that value you're bringing back? Because it's not coming back in terms of Naira and Kobo.
Okay.
So you get what
Yes.
I'm asking, right?
Yes,
What's
but
the
Tunde, let's
value
take
you
all
are
the
giving to
questions together.
those organizations in return?
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you for
I
that
got it.
question. We'll take a second one from here.
My question is directed at Tonya. So Tonya, I had said at the last IWD Wimbledon event, I grew up with someone that had Downs. We didn't know she had Downs. In fact, I cringe at the things that we used to make her do, because as in, we just thought she was a bit slower. And by the time she traveled, she had hit more marks than most of the people that were at her stage, number one. Number two, she's a full adult now, fairly independent. We're very proud of her. And she's always had that mentality of, I can do anything, because she started with children. I mean, we saw her 20 years later, and I ran to my mom and said, she has Down. My mother, we didn't know, we didn't see it. So children don't see it. My question is, how are you driving advocacy? Because the problem is the parents. The problem obviously isn't the children. How are we driving advocacy from the top? Not only for Downs, but for disability and policies that will, you know, help to make sure that an awareness that it's not rubbing off on you, you know, it's not going to kill you, and that these people, these children are amazing, wonderful people that we all should just wrap our hands and love and, you know, give them the best shot in life. How are we doing that? Or what are you doing about it? And what can we do to help you?
Thank you very much for that question. Tunde, could you take the first one, and then
Okay,
Tonya
all
the
right.
next one?
So, yeah, I mean, now it's a lot easier because I'm relatively famous. So, so we don't even send proposals anymore. Like, companies reach out to us because do you know? Because they've seen an opportunity for some cost marketing, and this is something you need to understand. People are going to try to use you, but let them use you, but don't let them misuse you. All right? There always has to be an exchange of value. Guess what? And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be very, very honest. Let me give an example. When the Canadian Embassy when we did a project 3 years ago at Oshodi Under Bridge, we went to Oshodi Under Bridge, one of the most dangerous ghettos in the country, and we turned it to a classroom for children to learn chess. And it became such a phenomenal success story. And the Canadian Embassy reached out that, see, the High Commissioner would like the kids to visit. And I'm like, okay, that's good, but can they come to Oshodi Under Bridge to visit the kids instead? And they're like, what do you mean come to Oshodi Under Bridge? I said, yes, the Canadian High Commissioner should come. That was ridiculous, right? But he came. Not only did he come, he came with the Royal Naval team. I think there was a delegation, the Canadian Royal Naval team. And the Royal Naval team came, and they played chess against the kids. And the kids beat all of them, right? And the High Commissioner was there with the area boys or the children, and it was just such a beautiful moment. And we got to learn chess together, we played chess together, and we had a moment. And the Canadian Embassy got to support us. But guess what he did for them? He made them look good, right? And that's some value. We've done so many things, right? So you have to think about every partnership differently. What we did with the Canadian Embassy was different. Now, we're currently building a chess academy with Lufthansa Airlines. So it's like a 3-year grant deal, right? We're going to build the academy. It's going to have their name on it. They're going to get that benefit. They're going to bring the executives to come and play chess in that space. And so that is always going to happen. When we met with the DLD conference, like the children taught the delegates how to play chess. There have been so many cases like that where we think about partnership and what we can contribute as well. It has to be a two-way thing. And because we work with children doesn't mean that we don't have value to give. There's this Smarten project that I do, and when Future Africa reached out, I'm like, these teenagers can make a proposal for you for your next project. Just let them do it. And they brought it, they're like, okay, they're intellectuals, yes. And they did it, they did the proposal, did a deep dive data analysis, and they got paid 600,000 naira for it. And the children did that, right?
Amazing.
So remember, you also have some value to give. You just need to find that sweet spot, that synergy. It doesn't have to be something grand. Even if it just makes them look good, you've given them some value, honestly.
But you're not compromising on your value as well. I think maybe just to add to that, this didn't start overnight, right? It's a journey. And that's what it is about building social enterprises. It's a journey. It's not going to be instant access, but you have to stick at it. And just picking on something, I know Joyce is already on the stage, but picking on something, he talks about partnerships and collaborations. Who are those that you can partner with? Who are those that you can share your vision with? And it's through those collaborations, through those partnerships, that you also begin to attract the right kind of investment as well. So Tonya, very, very quickly, if you could just take the question around advocacy and systems change.
So there are three things that we go by. You're looking at awareness, acceptance, and accommodation. So they're called the AAAs. And it's Zuzi Bolodeoku who coined the AAAs. Now, specifically, I don't operate in the sidelines. I operate in the mainstream because I'm very much about what we're doing being in the mainstream. So I didn't open up a foundation and bring your child, bricks and mortar. I said we are going to use the creative element, the storytelling element, and technology to do this for us in the mainstream, right? And I looked at what the LGBTQ+, etc. community were doing. Whether you agree on it or not, they are pushing hard. So I'm like looking at that and I'm learning from it. And I said, yes, we're going to do the same things. It's through storytelling. Now, we have a podcast, Special Moms Africa podcast. So you can listen to that, share it with people. And that really talks about the parenting journey. We talk about it every episode, someone cries, but it's a safe space because this dialogue is not happening, right? So that we need to create that dialogue. Now, why I say our primary target market is children, because exactly like you said, children are open, right? They're open. Once they connect with the stories, they will be begging their parents for those stories. In fact, parents send messages to me about they learned all about this because of their children. These children will grow up and they won't just think about our kids. They will include these kids, and these kids will be able to sit at the table and have decisions made by themselves, with their own voice, with their own advocacy. And so when you're working through this the mainstream, people begin to look at it, and then they go back and they start to look at the policy. They start to look at the legal side, because as we move forward, we're about to start some data and research actually, there becomes data that can be used to support or change advocacy. There's so much I could say about this. Now, we're also planning the Special Moms Africa Conference, which is practical workshops for supporting parents with special needs children, because there's a lot of these conferences that happen in this space, but it's all talk, right? We need to be able to empower the parents to do the work at home. Informal therapy, it's called informal therapy, because 99% of us cannot afford to pay for occupational speech, language. It's just not there. We can't afford it. It's only the top 1% that can be affording it, but you want to help your child. So instead of spending those months and hours trawling the internet, I'm saying, you know what, I've learned, let me teach you what I've learned. And that is our mission, to start to say, you can empower yourself at home, the tools are here, we're here to guide you. And I think if a parent wants that, we're there to support. So I would say awareness, right? Acceptance, and then the accommodation.
Thank you so much. A round of applause from our amazing panel. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with just one step. So as you leave here today, I hope we've inspired you to start thinking about your businesses through a social impact lens. Don't just walk past that problem. Don't just talk about the next problem. Ask yourself, how can I be a solution to this problem? Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure moderating this panel.
Thank you so much. And our deep thanks to Molade Adeniyi for steering this conversation exceptionally. We'll take one group photograph, just the three of you, and then we'll ask our festival creator to join in, and we'll ask our mother in the house, Lady Maiden Ibru, to please join in the next shot together. These are people leading change through social enterprise, inclusively, ensuring that indeed services are being rendered, lives are being changed, money is being made. Nobody is begging. There's a lot of exchange of value. And there's that height thing going on right there that I can't even get my eyes off on it right now. What's going on? It works. Yes, Tunde there, yes, it works. And then it goes on one side, the black on the other, and it's all right, I'm just... And yes, all the challenges until it becomes easier. Please appreciate them very much for the work they do, the sacrifices they're making, the pain they've gone through and continue to go through, the lives they are changing. Thank you so much. God bless you. More grace, and more grace to you. If you've been here since we started this morning, please a round of applause for yourself. Not just a round of applause, some noise for yourself. Oh, and you're still with all this energy. I applaud you. I celebrate you. In fact, let me pray for you right now. Raise your hands. Receive the blessings of the Lord. Oh, in fact, let me just contain myself. She is collecting already. For that, your business to turn around. And she was talking about how this thing is just creativity from God. And when she said it, I said, you will receive creativity right now. Thank you for staying. We still have a few conversations to go. Have you heard something that has been helpful to you today? Yes? I think it's a good time, if you haven't already, and if you have not planned to, it's a really good time to put it out in the social space. Put it on your social media, your Instagram, your Twitter, your LinkedIn. Put a photo of yourself and the person you've sat by, and tell the world one thing you've taken away from the Guardian Woman Festival, the first of its kind. And if you can, tag somebody that has said something inspirational that has been good for you. Tag them and say, thank you for the words you shared today. We are so grateful if you do that. Our next panel, somebody give us some drum roll. Hit the chair in front of you like, yes. The panel is about breaking barriers, path to creative, inclusive boards. to be on boards, to be the woman that is part of the decision making within organizations. I think we're elevating in this festival. So now we want to talk about boards. Please welcome the conversation stirrer, tech executive, strengths coach, and author Folusho Gbadamosi. If your hands are still there, celebrate her. Woo! Welcome, Folusho. Delighted to have you. Your chair is coming, yes, over there. Joining Folusho on this panel is the Human Settlement Officer at UN Habitat, Dr. Omoyena Odumbakum. Please welcome her, and I receive your forgiveness if I didn't pronounce your name right. Thank you so much for your understanding. Please celebrate her. Everyone who is sitting around where she's coming from, make some noise there. Like, one of our own is going up there. Come on, come on, come on. The person who is coming next, just because they played this kind of song now, she has to give us some moves to it. She's the Executive Director, Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIMBIZ. Welcome, Hansatu Adebite. This one is for you. It's for you. It's for you. It's for you. Woo! They want what? Excuse me, please. Excuse me, please. She's a military woman. And she has given me an order. She said Naija music is what she wants. Naija music. We are patriotic to Diana. Don't you know Diana Ross is an Igbo woman? You don't know? She's Igbo now, with partly Ijaw and Yoruba inside. Please join me and receive Ngozi Edozien, who is joining this panel right now. And she represents everything that this conversation is around. She's a woman who sits on boards, from Stanbic IBTC Holdings, to Invivo Partners, to Diageo, to Imperial Boards PLC, to Bank of Africa, and more. And she doesn't have two heads. She has one. She'll be sharing with us how some of us can attain to this and give value like her. Welcome, ma'am. What a delight to have you. Madam Moderator, for the next 40 minutes, it's over to you. Please welcome once again Folusho Gbadamosi. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, good afternoon. I hope that we've been having a great time so far. Yes, awesome. Okay, so let's jump right into it because as you can see, we don't have much time. And I know that you ladies have a lot to say and we have a lot to learn. So let me first of all start by just welcoming you gorgeous ladies and jumping right into it, right? So a lot of people feel like having inclusive boards, women on boards, is like lip service. Is there really any value to it? And I know that the three of you have experience. So let's start from our lady who Joyce said doesn't have three heads but one. Can you just give us some insights into your experience of having inclusive boards and how it benefits organizations?
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you. And Guardian and Madame, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. So firstly, I think the first point I'd like to make is that for me, the first foundational issue is that a diversity on boards actually allows you to make better decisions. And it doesn't matter whether it's female diversity, whether it's diversity of experience. What you actually need to make the right business decisions, oftentimes, and to steer a company in the right way is what I call diversity of thought. And oftentimes, many companies don't focus on the importance of diversity of thought to actually ensure that they are bringing in the right perspectives to deal with the numerous business problems that their companies will face. So first off, a board has to be open to the notion of diversity of thought. And you will not get diversity of thought if every man on the board looks the same, thinks the same, has the same background, is the same age. You know, a bank should not have only bankers as their board members. So that's my first point. You are trying to go for diversity of thought. The second thing, if you build on that notion, women often have different ways of approaching problems and situations from men. So what you're looking for is not so much that, oh, I must have women. It's that I need a different perspective, a different means of analysis. And the other thing is that women's career trajectory means oftentimes that they have had very different experiences. So by bringing that perspective, experience, you're bringing diversity of thought, and therefore diversity of challenge and analysis and decision making. And I think the last thing I'll say is, why do you even want to do that? Diversity and diversity of thought and female diversity has actually been shown to have a positive impact on financial performance and also on risk management. And lastly, on your ability to attract and retain the right talent. And I'll pause on that last point. It is not a secret that today, the school leavers and university leavers who tend to have the best performance are female. People want to go and work in organizations where, in a way, they can see themselves. So if you're a company that all you have, 97% of your workforce is male, they all look the same way, they all came from the same point, you are unlikely to attract the talent that you want. And you need, women are more than 50% of the population. They are often the highest performing students leaving university. So if you want the best talent coming in, you also have to give them an environment where they feel that they can thrive and grow. And people often want to go and work in places where they see themselves and they see themselves succeeding. So that's, to my mind, why you want women on boards.
Thank you so much for that. Hansatu, your thoughts on that?
First of all, let me also congratulate Guardian for the Women's Festival. Lady Ibru, always a pleasure to see you. I think, for me, I always like to look at statistics anytime I'm thinking of the realities on ground. And so when you look at the global statistics, for example, it's about 19, and that's from the International Finance Corporation, it's about 19% of course, global boards having female representation on their boards. And out of that 19%, it's only about 6.5 that are actually CEOs of most of the global firms. And that already begins to show you that it's not just an issue that is prevalent in any country, it is a global issue. And when it comes to women on boards, and I do agree with all the points she has said, but I just want to give some practical examples of the differences diversity, equity, and inclusion can make when it comes to serving on boards, and where you have some level of balance. First of all, we do identify that from a population point of view, we almost are split 51 to 49% in a country like Nigeria, where you have over 207 to 210 million citizens. And what we have now seen is that when you have boards that are not diverse, a large chunk or a large population of the women or those that are people living with disabilities are not properly represented. So when you are thinking of products, services, things that will cause some inclusion and also return on investment, there's always a large percentage that are excluded. And so you look at also return on investment, for example. I recall some time ago, I was at a conference, long time ago, about almost 20 years ago, and the lady that was speaking was on the board of MTN. And as at the time, she was the only female on the board of MTN in South Africa at the time. And they were going through some challenges financially based on the competition with Vodacom. And while they were having that meeting, they now asked, they were asking for what can they do. And she, being the only voice there, now said, well, maybe we should think of expanding outside South Africa. Now, logically, it doesn't make sense. You are struggling a bit where you are, but because she's on that board and thinking from a different perspective, she was looking at Africa as a larger virgin market. And so that contribution is what caused MTN to expand. And see what MTN has become today in Africa. They are dominant more in Africa than they are in South Africa. And that is the kind of thing diversity can do, because that turned around the financial future, obviously, of that organization. And I will also say that when we look at a nation like Nigeria, we have seen that, well, from the statistics or the research of the Nigerian Bureau for Statistics, that at least 65% of Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. It means that the solutions to poverty lies in a lot of goods and services that will come from different organizations. And we all know that women, as well as people living with disabilities, are people that have a heart for the population. So if we have more people on board, you will see that a number of solutions will come through products and services, as we have seen in the banking sector, that embrace women. Because I know that a lot of female leaders in the banking sectors, from those that serve as chairmen and those that served obviously as CEOs, were the ones that put into different policies consideration for women that are, especially entrepreneurs, that need banking instruments without things like collateral and the rest. So that would be my contribution for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hansatu. Doctor, can we hear your thoughts as well?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for hosting us. This is amazing. I think we're tired of looking for a seat at the table. Now we are creating tables for ourselves. So a round of applause to the team. I'd like to start with both presenters, their submission very valid. I won't want to repeat them. I would like to start with what Tunde said. He said empathy is a gift. And who has the natural gift of empathy, the male or the female? Can I hear you say the male or the female? Who has the gift of empathy? Female. So that's why we have a seat at the table, typically. And the devil is in the detail. You see those things that the male can't see because they're always in a hurry. The woman will see it where she's seated from. You know, like you're buttoning your shirt and you're going, your mother calls you back to say, no, your last button is not. That is the role of. And that is how we dot the I's and we cross the T's in those reports that they try to churn out, and we save those organizations the embarrassment most times. The next one is contextualizing issues. Women, we know how to contextualize it. Oh, if it was Dada, Dada would do it differently. And if it was Segun, I think Segun is a better manager. Because we have children, we groom, and we understand the strength. We audit people's characters. And so because of that, we can assign duties. I will not give Segun what I'm going to give Anita. And I will not give Anita what I'm going to give to Segun. And we all know that assigning tasks saves us money and time. So that's why when we're on that board, we do better. Then we're also the first or the direct recipients of decision making. God forbid, on that board, if they're going to lay off people, the women will bear the brunt more. Because the man is coming home, he's aggressive, he becomes socially disrupted, and all of that. Then she has to now. So because of that, we think we're very futuristic. Look at the innovation, pharmaceutically, medicine, were done by women. Take, for instance, the pill, you know, like the contraceptives and etc. It changed the whole dynamics of business, of entrepreneurship, of even the American dream, the boom. People could go on maternity. You know, people were scared of hiring women before because they had to go on maternity leave every other time. But I don't like showing numbers, maybe because I've done PhD, and I think more about the quantitative, the hows, the whys, the where. So why are these women doing these things? They're doing these things because they're the first people to bear the brunt of it. And once we are there, we are innovative. We solve the problem, not only for ourselves, but for the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. I think that we've looked at it from different angles. We looked at the statistics, the practical, and you've also shown us the soft side of it as well. Thank you so much. So my next question is this. There are many amazing women in the room, and they want to know, how do they position to get onto boards? And I know that all of you can answer that. Hansatu is laughing, so let's start with her. Hansatu, I know that you have a lot of information on this. So just let the women know practical ways that they can get onto boards.
Thank you. I think one of the things I always advise people is that you must identify the network or the industry that you belong to and join any association or any organization that is within the context of your core area of expertise. The reason is because most of the decision makers are in that network. So for example, if you are somebody that has a legal background, you must be a member of the Nigerian Bar Association. If you are an engineer, be in the Society of Engineers and so on and so forth. And when you join those organizations, don't be invisible. Volunteer. Just be a part of something. One of the things that has worked for me is that I've been an avid volunteer for over 30 years in different kinds of organizations. So I've always learned a lot from, especially those that were way ahead of me. Please come up, your name is mentioned and things like that. The other thing is that you must build your capacity. Most people don't realize that when it comes to board kind of nominations and recommendations, there are certain skill sets that they're looking for. It's not just about your experience, but also certain skill sets. And so you must build your capacity in that area. One advice I received some time ago from, of course, a professional woman is that you should identify the kind of board person you want to be and look for women that are occupying that position. And then go on their LinkedIn or anything, their profile, and find out what type of qualifications, what type of schools, what was it that they did to prepare themselves. Now, it can be aspirational. You may not be able to afford it at the time, but because you have taken note of these things, you can begin to aspire towards them. I'll just mention these two so that I don't take all the points from my fellow speakers.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to add a completely different perspective, I hope. And that is, I've been very fortunate that practically every single board I have been invited to join, and I wouldn't even use the word invited, I interviewed and I was found by headhunters. So what is a headhunter looking for? So most of the boards I'm on, there's a very clear brief of the kind of board member that they are looking for. It has to mention skill set, experience, profile that they are looking for. Some of them, I don't know anybody from Adam in those countries, in companies, I should say. So I've been on a number of international boards, South Africa. I sit on the board of a FTSE 50, a company called Imperial Brands. I sit on the board of a Pan-African bank that is Moroccan. So on all of those boards, what they were looking for was somebody that had a fairly deep experience in creating transformation, right? And I was a partner at McKinsey & Company doing mostly transformation work. They wanted somebody who had had deep financial experience, been a banker, and PE. And they also, the Moroccan board, their main foundation was that you had to be a fluent French speaker, which I am. So I often give this perspective because I get a lot of young ladies who are coming to me and saying, you know, I need to build my network and all of this. And I come from it from the experience or perspective, which is first work on what you bring to the table. Because it doesn't matter who you know, if you are not bringing that perspective, that experience, and that background, and it is a board that is quite serious about bringing that diversity of thought and perspective, it doesn't matter who you know, you will not get there. So I think my biggest advice to young women is work on yourself, work on your capacity, and build the experience and the perspectives that people are going to be looking for. So as you direct your career, also think forward. 2, I say that, you know, don't be in a hurry. Because when I was 30 or 35, I wasn't looking to be a board on, I was just trying to build my career and my experience and put things in my head that people were going to benefit from. And I have to say that I didn't really start being on boards till I was, in my mid-40s. And it was part of the work of my job, right? But I had built experience having to serve boards because as head of strategy at Pfizer Inc. in New York, one of my jobs was to actually create a lot of the work and the presentations that the board actually used to make decisions. So build your experience in your career. Don't be in a hurry. You don't have to be on a board at 30. And you may not actually have the capacity, though youth is good, because again, it's a different type of perspective, but they want to know your experience and it has to be founded on something. 2, or 3, I should say, is that yes, you should build your network comes from the professional experiences that you have built over time and people that you know. One network that people often don't build, though, is to think about how you build a network of understanding headhunters, because some of the best board positions come from headhunters and their board practice. So if you don't know any, you may want to begin to build that network. So it's not so much the people around you, but it's also the people who are going to be looking for you that I would also, I would look at, yeah.
Excellent, thank you so much. So you've both given us some really great tips, and I hope you're all listening and taking notes. Doctor, what are your additions?
I think the first one for a young girl, ability to dream. If I don't dream and see myself on the board, on the table, maybe I won't work towards being on that table. So I always tell people, sky's your limit, but the ability, conceptualize that going to be the best in my career, and you work towards it. So be your best self. How do you become your best self? They've said, build your capacity. And while you're building your capacity, you have to build wealth wisely. Building capacity is not cheap. There was a lady the other time, CFA. I mean, to write your CFA exam now, you have to save. So women have to also be prudent with your time. It's not every Owambe you are going to go for. It's not every Ashwebi you are going to buy. And I think last but not the least, on my list, I have a list, but it's deliberate mentoring. The ability to make yourself available to be mentored. And most times we think mentoring only comes from people we can benefit. These days I hear a lot of, you need a sponsor. You need somebody to call your name when you're not in the room. But the million-dollar question is, what have you done, to merit that person? Are you putting in that effort to say, oh, Omo is not here, but I know Omo is going to do it? How are you investing your time? And also we have peer-to-peer mentoring. You could have a mentor in your team, same age, same qualification, but that person might have something you don't have, so you could rub off on each other, especially women. We really don't get peer mentoring. I'm sorry to say this, but it's the truth. We have more male mentors who are not in the same shoes as we are. The male mentor is not being pressurized to get married, when she's 26 or 27. So then also sometimes our mentees can be our mentors. Sometimes those tiny details can come from somebody you are mentoring. And she's telling you, oh no, doctor, this time this is not you. So we shouldn't see ourselves as only benefiting top down, but we could also benefit from bottom up. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to quickly just add something to what you've all said. I think that voluntary board positions are also a good way for people to learn. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but there are many organizations that look for volunteers, people that have certain skills, smaller organizations, NGOs. It's also a good way to practice, and start to learn and develop your skills and capacity as well. And for women, even though you say that there's a lot of male mentors, I think it's the time of the women. I don't know if you all agree. Because there are so many female organizations that are pushing mentorship for women, and it's really about us being intentional about finding those organizations and leveraging what they are giving to us. So for me, it's the time of the women, okay? So let's give ourselves a round of applause, because it's our time, Yes, it's our time. All right, thank you so much. So I have one more question, I think, before we go into Q&A because of time. And I want to ask you ladies, because I'm sure that there are some business owners in the room, and not everybody understands the value of having, whether it's an advisory board, or just something to start their business in the right trajectory. And I know all of you know the value of boards. So can you just talk to people like that? Let's talk about, like the SMEs who might not have a board yet, but they're doing great things, and they're thinking to themselves, isn't a board for big companies? Isn't it for listed companies? What are your thoughts on that? And what are ways that those kind of companies can begin to form boards?
Thank you for that. And I'll go with your last submission where you said volunteering. In this part of the world, we don't see it as a big deal, but I thank you for pointing it out that we now have more social enterprises, non-NGOs working towards that. So if you're an SME, you can look at your family member, who you can say, oh, you just finished accounting, can you please volunteer on my board? So when that person is going to EcoBank or is going to GT, she's not going with no experience, but she's going with 6 months, 1 year. So we can actually, encourage people to actually go on those things like that. And secondly, how do we now attract more people? I tell people I have 24 hours. I have one idea. But if I have 8 people, that means I have 24 times 8. Because that person on her way home is talking to the driver about the new product we've just launched. And when she's coming back, she's coming with 24 hours times 8 times 8. So that is geometric progression. So by the time I'm having my next board meeting, I'm having 1,000 ideas in my room, as against having only my idea, which had 24 hours. So I'm just buttressing the value of
I'll try.
So basically, because women, we
executive leadership. The next stage for them is indeed board directorship, and you need to actually be developed. So it's very common outside of Nigeria to have on boards a sitting CEO. And it's also very common for companies to take their executive directors or others and encourage them to be on the boards of small companies, and it's part of their development plan because they're preparing them for something bigger. So I would look at the opportunity if you are an executive or you're somebody whose aspiration is to do a lot of boards, the opportunity to be on SME boards or volunteer boards as part of your personal development plan. And you will learn what I call sort of that director presence, leadership presence, by already functioning on one of those. So look at it as an opportunity, whether it's paid, not paid, to develop yourself and prepare for the next level. Why would an SME want you? If you've already got that type of experience and you go back to the benefit of diversity of thought, it's very lonely being a CEO or an executive, especially in a small company, because you're now jack of all trades and you need help. And so somebody who has that perspective from a larger, more institutional business can actually help you institutionalize your business, help you with your decision making, and improve, ultimately, performance. At the end of the day, all of this work is about performance. And there's a statistic which is very important, which I believe they're the 500 companies on the S&P 500, the 25 that are run by female CEOs and who have significant female membership on their boards outperform the 475 that are run by men and who have a preponderance. So at the end of the day, you want that help, that diversity of perspective, people on your board, because it's a business. You have to perform. And the same thing if you're running an NGO, you need to perform. And whatever can help you perform better, you really should focus on doing.
I think another thing we sort of need to note, and I'm thankful you talked about the SME, is that most of the time, especially on this side of the world, a lot of people start businesses based on challenges they're facing, and so they just hop into a business. Or when they're starting businesses, most of their boards are made up of their unborn child or their 9-month-old baby, their brother, their sister, and things like that. So they already make it a family business of inexperienced family members, right? And so most Nigerian businesses especially are like that. And you also have all those motivational platforms that tell you, just start that business, and you just see everybody starting a business. Now, sustainability of a business is much more different than starting a business. And so when we're talking about board leadership, it's about how do you now help your business to be sustainable? And that is where you now need experience. Now, most people say to me, because I hear a number of SMEs say, well, I don't know who to put on my board anyway, because even if I ask this, and this, they won't serve on my board. For SMEs, I would say focus first on advisory board. And for you to focus on advisory boards, there are different ways to go about it. Number one, I will come back to that again. You can leverage your network. In Nigeria, for example, you have, of course, WIMBIS with their Women on Boards mentoring program. You have Institute of Directors. I know that they also have a mentoring program that has started. You have ICSAN and so many other organizations like that that are Society of Corporate Governance also, that are all about boards. And so what you can do is, even on your own level, you can join one or two of these organizations, and sometimes you can even be bold. There's nothing wrong with sending an email to any of those CEOs to say, I'm a young SME, I just want to be a case study for you people. I want you to give me some board members to help me pivot, and let me come and give my testimonial maybe at the end of 2 years. So you need to take some proactive action.
Any questions? Let us know. Any questions at all? You're all board ready? You don't have any questions? You're ready to sit on, okay. So we have a lovely lady in the back who would like to ask a question. I think she might need a microphone.
This is addressed to anyone, really. On LinkedIn, I get a lot of these unsolicited invitations to join these organizations, soliciting. It's really like heavy marketing. I mean, I'm thinking, how do they know about me? Should we trust them or do more research? I mean, there's a lot of that going on. Or do more research. I mean, there's a lot of that going on LinkedIn, and you just don't know what's what, really. So I just wanted to get an opinion about that. Or should you go seeking out for it, because obviously they get commission or fees or something. So I'm a bit suspicious, and I haven't followed any of them up. So, but I do need to make more effort, I must say. So I need to speak to you later.
Well, I presume you're talking about the groups that are sort of, oh, I have a board opportunity for you. Is that what you're saying? Or
membership platforms. She said she's talking about membership platforms. So people just
kind of
direct marketing you. You don't know them, they don't know you, and they're asking,
Look, I think I always investigate in terms of, someone sends me something, I'll read it. And if there's something that really tickles my fancy, I may follow up to learn more. LinkedIn has the best SEO of any platform, and that's probably why they're finding you. So I think it's always worth it to look and learn. I know that there are some very reputable organizations. There's an African Women's Board Directorship Program. So I think you have to just look and be a little bit suspect and see if they actually have some merit. I wouldn't brush them all off.
So make sure that you're there when you them. You want to add something. Okay, thank you so much. I think there's another question.
Yes, thank you so much, amazing women. I'm going to just tap into the pearls of wisdom on the stage and maybe set a bit of a practical question. So, join the board. I know that I'm meant to be there. I'm the youngest on the board. I know that I'm competent. Everyone else on the board are veterans. They're much older. And I guess just asking, from your experience, how would you approach board meetings and board conversations, knowing that you're coming from people with maybe a little bit of an archaic understanding, traditional ways of thinking, and I really want to come in and assert myself. But at the same time, I'm very conscious of the fact that you don't want to, there's some lines that you probably shouldn't cross. So really the practical question is, what are some ways of getting in there without being too pushy, but at the same time making sure that you are truly asserting yourself and yeah, paying your way almost, if you like. I hope my question makes sense. Thanks.
Emotional intelligence, you need to know who is the aggressive person, who is the calm person. I tell people we are all politicians on that table. So push comes to shove, you are going to get voted for or voted out. So you need to know who is in your corner, who is not in your corner. Sometimes I have that little paper that I scribble and I, Then being on the board is a lot of work. You have to do your work overnight. You have to be double ready. That's what I call it, super ready. The men sometimes just get in and talk their way out to say, la, 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 la. But you, for every figure you put out there, be rest assured they're going to double check. And the moment one goes off, almost everything you see at that meeting will be double checked. So you have to be super ready. So I'll allow the rest to talk about it, but the two key things I think I need to put out is your emotional intelligence, which has to come. Even if you have a very high level IQ, if you bungle your emotions there, like you break down and start crying, crying doesn't, make you veto your thinking or what you want. So your emotional intelligence followed by, so much work, preparedness. Like Boy Scouts, Abigail's Guide, be prepared.
I think, and I've been there, but I think one of the things I want to say is that you are on that board because somebody felt that you have value to add. And so when you sit on that board, you must know that there is something you have to contribute, right? But just like she said, one of the things I know with such boards is that you first have to study the dynamics of everybody on the board. And then you have to think ahead of your own contributions. One thing I learned from Mrs. Ibukuna Woshika, she said that anytime she is put on any board, that she doesn't start contributing immediately. That she uses the first few meetings to really understand everybody in the room. She listens to everybody's contribution, and then she just likes to chip in that one value, that one thought that she feels is everything that nobody else has looked at. And that because of that, at the end of the day, people tend to want to listen to her because she's now touching some pain points that others did not think of. So I think you may want to look at, yes, their experiences are there, yes, they know it all, but the world too has changed and is pivoting, and then you are that part of that change. And then anytime you make that sort of contribution, just chip it in when you feel the time is right.
I have to agree with my colleagues. What I can add is that you really, whenever you go to your board meetings, you need to have done your homework and really know your onions and your papers very well. 2, I think it is important to pick your battles, right? You've got to stay firm on your principles. But there's some that you probably know already are going to go another way. Pick the ones that you know you will not let go of. Pick your battles. 3, you are there to contribute value, performance. You're not there to play politics. If it's wrong, if it's not the right thing, you need to say it, because your job is not to massage the ego of any management person or even your chairman. Your job, though, is to be polite, professional, firm, and fact-based on the contribution that you want to make. And if you see it going the wrong way, remember that you have liability. And if in those meeting minutes it says that you agreed with everything and just went along with the flow and they made the wrong decisions, you have liability. So I've been in board meetings when I say, excuse me, I'd like to minute this, please. And people think it's very odd, but I understand director liability. And if it's the wrong decision, I am not there. And I need to know that I was not one of the people who made that decision. And I think the last thing I would say is when you go into that boardroom, you go in, as she said, with your experience, and it has value. And you are in many ways one amongst equals, you know? And so they should be listening to what you have to say, but each word should count, right? And I'll give you a vignette. I was on a board with the B of Onitsha. And I am the daughter of a traditional ruler that he knows very well. And he always used to call me Adeze. And I remember once going to a board meeting, and I was wearing a trouser suit, and I went to greet him before. He says, Adeze, you don't enter a king's palace wearing trouser. I said, sorry, sir. And he laughed. And then we went into the boardroom, and I changed my posture because guess what? I was no longer in the king's palace. I was in the boardroom. He respected that fact. It was a little joke. Before we go into boardroom, Adeze. When we get into the boardroom, Mr. Dozian, what would you like to say? And your members have to recognize that, you know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, what a way to round up. Our time's up, and I think every single thing has been discussed. So let's thank our amazing speakers. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for all the practical points. I'm sure that we are all now board ready. Handing over to our lovely MC, Joy.
Sound. Thank you, Adeze. Please appreciate her. And Hansi Adebite, thank you so much. Big love to Dr. Odubaku. Please celebrate her. And of course, the one who was steering the panel and bringing out the juice and the meat for us. Please thank Folusho Badamosi for us. Rise up to the front, oh dear board women, for one photograph, and then we will welcome the chair of chairs that is here with us, Lady Maiden, to join in the next shot, and our festival creator will also join up, Anita Ibru. Thank you. Those who are clapping, we love you, and we appreciate you. Make way, make way. Yeah. You can move your body to the music wherever you are right now. Okay? And to all the men in green in the room, thank you. Baba, we see you.
My life no stress. Otutu, oh wayo, akara sí mi alákọ̀ọ́dọ̀. Ohun tó ń ṣe yín kọ́ ló ń ṣe mí o. Ẹjẹ́ lọ mọ̀ tá ń ṣe àníbi novice. Yépa, yépo, àṣàmọ̀dì. Ọ̀gá no dey form of wasabi. Michael Scoville, as you can see, I be zombies.
And then we'll take one shot with the International Women's Day sign, inspiring inclusion. Your hands in front and give us that love sign. Yes. Say, Guardian Woman. We love you so much. Thank you. DJ Mo. As they make their way to their seats, before we welcome our final panel for today, we have a word from one of our partners, UACN. Please keep your eyes on the multimedia screens.
Specifically, when we reflect on our workplace and our workforce. We're absolutely convinced that teams that include both men and women yield better outcomes. And we're also convinced that men and women can contribute at least equally in the workplace. The first step is simply try to appoint women to senior leadership.
I look at myself as an example of the fact that young women in Nigeria can climb the corporate ladder. So over the course of my career, I've just ensured that I've established myself in organizations that support women, that provide role models, and that encourage women to succeed.
There's a long way for us to go at UAC, but we think driving diversity and inclusion is absolutely in the best interest of our company. And our experience so far reinforces this thought for us.
What has really helped me thrive in my career is ensuring that I'm ready for opportunities as they arise. And this is done by making sure that I have the right qualifications and just really putting my head down to do the work. It's important for a woman to build that competence, spend that time to build that foundation. And I think that is what will really set you apart from other people. Aside from hard work, what is equally important, more so probably important, is having the right mentors and sponsors. So it's very important for women to seek out mentors who are maybe 5 or 10 years ahead of them in their career. And these are people that will act as a guide, and they will coach you to kind of ensure you don't make the same mistakes that they have made, and that will really help to accelerate your career. And the third thing I would say is building that support system around you. Because as you know, as women, a lot of the time we're juggling multiple things from domestic life or family life to our career. So having that support system, whether it's through professional help, use of family and friends to ensure that you're able to balance this effectively. And here at UACN, we actually provide that support for our women just to ensure that they're able to balance their life. We have a creche here in our building. We also provide 6 months maternity leave and also provide paternity leave for the fathers, because we believe having that work-life integration is very important. It also helps to ensure that our people bring their best selves to work. With 60% female representation on UACN's executive management team, we pride ourselves as leading the industry in gender diversity. There's also strong female representation within middle and senior management teams across the group. In June 2021, UAC committed to the International Finance Corporation's Nigeria to Equal program, organized by the IFC and the Nigerian Exchange, which supports our gender-focused commitment. UAC implements flexible work arrangements, and employees can opt to work from home, remote offices, or telecommute, thereby accommodating the needs of working mothers, amongst others.
My tribe, thank you, thank you, thank you. UACN, we say thank you for your partnership this year at the Guardian Woman Festival. Same way we say thank you to all our other partners who have been here for us all day and ensured that today's event has gone smoothly, and we've had many goodie bags to go home with, many amazing headshots that we can't wait for. And some of us have even had our Lagos residency registration done today. And if you haven't, they're still around and waiting for us to take advantage of that. You go to lagosresidence.gov.ng first to start the process. Top right, you see register, click on it. You go through the short process, and at the back, you can capture your bio data. That way, your card can give you access to some of the BRT buses, the train, and very soon they'll roll out some discounts and some packages for those people who have the Lagos Residence ID card. If you like to, they're at the back waiting. Thank you, and thank you again. Before this final session for today, Tomorrow we'll be gathered again. We'll be celebrating the strength in femininity. We would also be talking about women in STEM and more. Toward the evening, in the course of the day, if you follow our social media handles, Guardian Nigeria, we will announce the winners of the 7 Wonder Women Awards that people have been voting toward. And in the evening, those awards will be handed out at that special gala, special dinner in honor of these 7 Wonder Women. It will just be an evening of mild celebration. If you'd like to be there, please make sure you get all the information before you leave so that we will be happy and able to accommodate us here tomorrow. This final session tonight, or today, it's already seeming like evening, even though it's just, past 4, is one that I'm really looking forward to because it deals with the perspectives of the next generation and all the wonderful things we've talked about in business. How do we transcend from one generation to the other? And we'll be looking at it through the lens of the person in the next generation. Passing the torch. Navigating generational businesses in Nigeria, a daughter's perspective. So we're going to have 3 daughters up here, but we'll start with the 2 who are already in the room. Managing Director Dunhill Ventures, please welcome Natalie Torin as she makes her way to the front. Celebrate Natalie. Natalie, the music is for you too. And all those around her, please make some noise as she makes her way forward. Woo! Yes. Welcome, Natalie. And the woman who has come up on stage more than anybody else today, our festival creator and the chief strategist at The Guardian Global. Please welcome Anita Ibru. Please sit, please sit, please sit. Both of you sit. And very shortly, one more person will join. She's just around the corner. Actually, the panel was supposed to be a little later than now, so she was targeting that time. But she's not too far away from here. She is the partner at Genia Family Office Limited, and she's very passionate about generational businesses, generational wealth, and transcending from one generation to the next. Her name is Abiola Adediran, and she would be here shortly. In the meantime, to start the conversation, I would hand over to Anita and Natalie. Over to you. Thank you. Yes, just hold on to it till it comes on. So you can start the conversation. Abiola will join you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to Natalie, the MD of Dunhill Ventures, for sponsoring this panel session. So thank you very much. We met by chance, actually. I'll tell a story. I think I told it the other day, but it might get tired. 5 years ago, I launched the 7 Wonder Woman Awards, and my friend Tessie is actually a mutual friend of Natalie's. So we met by chance because Natalie was supposed to attend an event, and she couldn't make it. Tessie was supposed to attend an event, and she couldn't make it. So she gave me her ticket, and then I met Natalie at this amazing family office summit. So do you want to talk about that, Natalie?
Thank you very much, Anita. Thank you to Anita and for everyone who made this happen today. This is just a truly extraordinary experience being here and learning more about the Guardian Women's Festival. We met in London, here we are in Lagos. It's actually my first trip to Lagos. I'm here with my team at Dunhill Ventures. And we're really looking forward to spending more time in Africa and particularly focusing on investment into Nigeria.
So what else would you like to chat about while we're waiting? Because we're supposed to be being asked questions. I don't feel like asking you questions, but do you have any questions for me?
I have so many questions for you, Anita. How much sleep have you got over the last few days getting prepared for today?
Oh, I've hardly had any sleep. And my mum's been saying, you're working too hard. Go to bed, go to bed. But it was all worth it.
This is fantastic. It's really interesting for us to be here at this time because I heard about this festival through Anita in London. And here we are today. We're very interested in spending more time in Nigeria. perhaps if I give a bit of background on Dunhill and what we do.
Yes, do. Go ahead.
So I work with Dunhill Ventures in London. We have an international team that organizes roadshows and investment summits around the world. So most recently, last week, we were in Riyadh for LEAP, which is a family office conference. We also did our own investment summit at the World Economic Forum in Davos and also at COP28 in Dubai. So our mission is to bring together sources of capital with new business opportunities around the world. So we focus on growth stage technology companies primarily and also funds. These are companies with initial institutional backing that are poised for growth. So I see our role as 50-50. In Nigeria, as an example, we're very interested in helping companies expand and build partnerships outside of Nigeria when they're at a capital stage and a revenue stage when they're ready to do so. And we're also interested in bringing companies to Nigeria because everyone wants access to Nigeria. I mean, for companies coming, let's say, from Europe or the US to access the largest single market in Africa, in the largest financial hub, and really just build partnerships locally. It's very complementary both ways for these companies, and yeah, they're looking for the right partners to do so.
Have you ever heard about, I'll ask you a question now. Have you ever heard about a Nigerian woman, since it's your first time here, who's had to run her family business and take over into the next generation? Have you ever heard of that? Or is that something you're looking to explore while you're here?
I'm very interested in exploring this. So I'd love to hear your perspective, other people's perspectives on what it's like working working with The Guardian, also what it's like for women building a business here in Nigeria. So I guess my question to you is, what industries would you suggest we focus on looking at while we're here in Nigeria?
Definitely technology, or further still, fintech. I would also say agriculture. Okay. I really would, yes. I think they need funding, and we've got amazing land, but I think definitely funding and infrastructure is an issue. Anything to do with climate change is you know, doing very well. Actually, also, if you want to go into the media and arts and entertainment, that's big as well. And hospitality, I think that would be also amazing. Real estate, but in the hospitality sector in terms of hotels, things like that, resorts. Certainly, I think that those are sectors you should be looking at because, as you said, Nigeria is the center of Africa, and lots of travelers pass through just for conferences, summits, and there's probably a lack of maybe the standards to match where these Nigerians maybe who are exposed and being abroad, they probably don't get the same standard they're used to, and there's definitely a market for it. Even from within Africa, if Lagos had better hotels and things, I think we would have more tourism and more local tourism as well, and that will create more jobs. So my mind always works in this impact way. While developing, make an impact, empower the people beneath, you know. So actually, when this hotel opened, it actually was quite a big deal because it did create a lot of jobs. So that's the sort of thing I would be keen on. If I had a say, those are the sectors I would go for.
Thank you very much. I think it makes sense that you're focusing on women in that sense because any company that impacts women impacts everybody else. So when we look at companies here in Nigeria, there's been a very core theme of impact, but also based on need. How are these companies solving a problem locally, which can also be scaled outside the region as well? So the focus on women has led us to look at companies democratizing access to social mobility, to healthcare, to education, to workplace skills. And really companies with a technology that they've developed here locally, you know, we've seen fantastic tech talent here locally. You have great universities in Nigeria, and we'd like to help some of these companies get to the UK, get to the US.
Actually, I have something else to say if it comes to foreign direct investment. We are a very large country, but so many people are concentrated in very few areas. You know, like there's land and everywhere. So, you know, like in Dubai, they have these different cities, like media city, sports city. I think we need more of that in Nigeria. I don't think we even really have it. I guess we have the Lekki Free Trade Zone, but we need to have more like that. So I would love to see investors come because, again, that would create better infrastructure, space people out, people could move out, housing, social housing, employment. I mean, I think that's an avenue that has not been explored enough. that and agriculture, again, it's to do with the land. We have so much space, but we're all packed like sardines in Lagos. And then we have another problem, which my mom has actually brought up quite a few times, the ECOWAS problem, the free movement of Africans in this region, like the West Africans. They come in and we are just too populated, so we need to spread out of Lagos. It's getting too cramped. And I think people just think there's no jobs, there's no housing, so they come to Lagos. And so infrastructure needs to be developed. I think that's a big sector. I don't know if it sounds exciting, but I think that's huge. I think that's a huge area of opportunity.
I'm glad you're saying this here at the Guardian Women's Festival and starting the conversation about it. And you also mentioned the tourism industry. It'd be great to see the infrastructure developed in regions outside Lagos. Where would you pick first? Because I think a lot of Brits would want to come on holiday here if they knew about it. You know, I'm embarrassed to say this is my first trip to Lagos. I wish I had come here a long time ago. I've had a wonderful time.
Well, I haven't been there, but I talk about local tourism because back in 2007, my brother Toke and I set up Time Out Nigeria. So even though we didn't physically go to all these places, we had writers going out to do the traveling writing. We were trying to get the advertising. We couldn't do everything. I just remember reading about these amazing places. I mean, gosh, can I even remember them? Something in Ekiti State. There was something, Mandela Hills. Like so many places. Like, I'm so embarrassed. I don't know enough geographically about Nigeria. But I just remember from way back reading some amazing areas. But I guess in terms of tourism, it's not like Kenya or Morocco where you might find a nice hotel nearby. So you'd have to sort of find your way yourself. And there obviously maybe security issues. You know, where would you stay the night? Can you sleep in your car or do you fly there? So I think definitely, and even transportation there it's lacking. These areas are just barren, but there's beautiful natural beauty, but there's no easy access for just a regular tourist who just wants to know, okay, I've landed in Lagos, I want to go here, or I can take a flight there. I mean, there's so many places. But the Ekiti, I think they have some waterfalls or something there, stand out for me. Yeah.
Where would you suggest we go while we're here in Lagos?
Oh, I mean, you have to go to the beach.
Okay.
And you have to go to some of the markets, but I think you've already been.
I just went to Balogun Market and got my first Nigerian
dress.
There you
go. That's the market I was going to suggest.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So in terms of looking at investments locally, so you would suggest we focus on infrastructure first?
Yes.
And then following that, energy security?
Yes, energy security, yes. So renewable energy, sustainability. So I don't know, beyond solar power, there's many more things. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I know that we need that. We need to solve that problem. And again, it could create jobs and sustainability and bring down the cost. The cost of diesel is just killing everyone in this country at whatever level. This was mentioned earlier in one of the panels. People can't function. You know, it's really, really tough. So that's an area of interest for sure. Like the company we met in London, one of your summits, that would be a great fit. I mean, I think they should start state by state.
Yeah.
So Toke has been in talks with them, and I think if they start state by state, then the state government can actually take control and be part of the deal. It doesn't have to be a federal issue. I think that would also help the development of this country, that if each state really took proper responsibility and maybe partnered with some overseas company who want to come and invest in Nigeria, like I think there needs to be a bridge between that. So perhaps meeting certain governors, I don't know, that's an idea, and to work with them to change their states or improve their states, I think that would be amazing.
That sounds great.
Hello.
Finally, I'm here. I had to race. I was doing gangster driving. Apologies. I understand it was meant to be 5:30, but here we are. We're making it happen. Okay, so I see you ladies have already started the conversation, and it's great, right? This is a panel that is supposed to talk about, you know, the perspective of Generation 2, the second generation in running family businesses. And I know we've had quite a number of conversations today, stories shared, you know, about how to include women in business, ensure that women are supported and all whatnot. If you look at this side of the world, Nigeria precisely, you know, you'll find that because of our cultural nuances, right? Typically, families will look up to their male children in terms of who is going to take, the reign of running the family business, right? And sometimes the women are forgotten in terms of preparation. So you see that the baton of leadership or even the preparation for you to be able to lead, most times we focus on the male children and prepare them. But in certain instances, which I don't know what your experience is, and that's what I'm going to be asking you, right? So, you have a practical experience of, stepping into managing the family business now with your brother, right? And how has that been, really? Were you always prepared for this?
I certainly was not prepared for this. So I've been, as a person, I love my independence, and I always wanted to have my own thing. I never wanted to be someone's daughter working for someone's father's company. So I went off and did my own thing, but I was always drawn back to something to do with The Guardian, I must say. So that started off by writing articles. And then my brother, often Toke, he often seeks my counsel about certain issues. So I would say I started getting quite involved when there could be some crisis going on, crisis management. I'm not trained that way, but that's when I came in and stepped in. Maybe some disputes, with the company. Not major ones, but he needed advice. So I sort of learned a little bit about how the company worked, but it was always from afar. I never really wanted to make that commitment. But further still, I was abroad. I left Nigeria in 2010. So it wasn't really, didn't seem feasible. And then obviously I had got married, have young children, so obviously I didn't have even the time, let alone coming to Nigeria. But actually, with time, because my brother is now the CEO, and even before that, I was always in the background, and so the time has become right for me to actually have a role for myself. And so we were trying to rack our brains, like what should the role be? I have done marketing and PR, and I have done events like this. People think I'm a media professional, but I'm actually not really. I do a lot of things, so I can't really clearly define myself. I'd call myself a small entrepreneur. But because of the experience I've had, like with my legal background, family's had some sort of battles to face, and I've been able to be sort of quite strategic and know how to sort of overcome things. And I love people as well, first and foremost. I love networking. So I think we decided to create that position for me, because then I don't have to sort of specialize and be, in one specialist areas, but I have to move around department to department, talk to the heads of departments and see how I can help. Because the CEO might not always be available, or maybe they want to run something past me before the CEO, or the CEO wants to run something past me as well. So it's, I must say though, I had to put myself out there, to actually sustain the communication. Now we use Zoom a lot, even working around the children. I really have to make an effort. There was nothing in place. But I do remember before my father died, he said, "You're the eldest, and it's not that I don't want you to lead, but obviously in Nigeria, it's going to be your brother, but you are the leader. You are the one, and you need to keep an eye on him. You're going to go off, you're going to get married, you might not even be in Nigeria, but I really want you." And I just remembered that. So as time's gone by, I keep remembering actually what my father said to me. And I can go on. Can I keep going? For me, it's about legacy. My father created a legacy. It's not just about, I want to take over. It's like, how can you restore or sustain, well, actually in some cases restore because of the economy right now, what he started. And I actually feel very strongly about that. I'm not saying every sibling should be equal necessarily. Not everyone is interested. But as long as there's a set of rules, structures, and an enabling environment or document that can allow you to move, in the succession way. Obviously that can take years, I've heard, 10 years, 20 years. But as long as there's some strategy, there's something clearly defining path. You could spend months even trying to decide what the name, let's say you were going to set up a family office, should be called. What structures should you use? Should you get rid of things? Should you leverage? That's where Natalie comes in, because she's exposed to these people. So I've learned a lot in a year. Haven't made any decisions, and I'm getting everything together, and I have to then bring my family in, and we have to talk about what works. It could be health care, it could be life insurance, it could be education, it could be rules of conduct, what's acceptable behavior with the family, not to ruin the name. I mean, all these sorts of things. And it's just really interesting. So that's where I'm at the moment.
I love the fact that you're sharing your story, because it's really about bringing all the principles and everything that we're learning, to bear in terms of what really happens in life. And I'm going to share a story. A lady reached out to me, I think about 2 years ago. Her mom had just passed, and her mom had built, a school. And she's run the school for about 30 years. So that was really her life's work, right? And she was the only girl, And she just was in a place where she felt lost. She didn't know what to do with the school, because obviously education was not her path, right? She was doing something else. And then she was wondering how she would go about it. And that brings me to, to you, Natalie. You work with a lot of family offices, and really that's a structure that families typically use to plan for the wealth of the family and the legacy of the family. Listening to her, and of course having interacted with her and maybe the rest of the family, what would you say to somebody that is, listening to us, watching us, who is thinking about, the next generation in terms of how am I going to pass this family business? How will we ensure continuity of the family business when the first generation leaves the stage? What, in your opinion, would you say are the core things that every family should be putting in place as a form of structure that allows that transition to happen seamlessly? And how should they really go about it?
Thank you very much. That's such a great question. I think normalizing equal opportunity in any family around the world is very important. And women have been managing multi-generational wealth in the background for so many generations, right? But I feel like it's only in our generation that there's really a commercial opportunity in doing so. So women are very much at the forefront of a lot of these commercial opportunities, and they're also choosing impact focuses because they're always thinking about their families. And so thinking about healthcare, thinking about sustainability, thinking about education and skill development in the workplace, and so many other opportunities that now people see businesses in, rather than just being philanthropies. I'm a huge fan of charity, but in impact investments specifically, that women are leading companies now where they can do well by doing good. And we're seeing this in Nigeria, we're seeing this in every region we target. And I know that I want to build generational wealth in my family. I know that I want to teach girls and boys growing up that they will have the same commercial opportunities, and it will be based on merit.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. You were talking about all the things that you were doing and how you sort of have been prepared even though you were in the background. And I dare say you are 1 out of 100 or 1,000, really, families who have been very deliberate in terms of preparing their children to take over the baton, right? I want to ask you a specific question because now you're in the mix of it. And what I've seen with relating with second generation of family businesses is just this tussle between the first generation and the second generation. So it almost looks like the first generation is not willing to really pass the baton. And the second generation is trying to take the baton. How have you been able to navigate innovation, bringing innovation, new ways of doing things into the family business versus the way we've always done things, the way we've always won in the past, the traditions, of a family and how the family business has run? That, I understand, is a peculiar challenge that most second generation, family business owners often face. How is that in your own case? How are you navigating it?
Hello? Okay. I have actually quite a specific example. I can't take full credit because my brother Toke started this off, but bringing The Guardian digital, that was a very big step. I'm not aware of all the conversations that went on between my mother and him, but I'm sure maybe there was some disagreements. But he really, really believed in it, and he invested a lot, I think his own funds, because he said that we have to go digital, and I believe The Guardian was the first. And so now I've taken that over, and even now, it's probably 7, 8 years later, technology is even changing even more and more, and there's more progression, there's more investment needed. And so we can't have the print run we had when my father started. It's just the costs are too high, the exchange rate. So we have to think differently, and that's actually probably why my role was created, because have to think out of the box. And luckily, my mom she's a chairman, she's let go. So sometimes we just do things quietly, and then once in a while she has a surprise. Like, honestly, she didn't know about this until I landed in Lagos. So I think we've come up with a plan whereby we just try to sort of get on with things, but always keeping the respect and having in mind that we're doing this to make things better, simplifying things, mitigating against threats, litigation, or whatever it is, or just the company collapsing, or costs. So I think because we approached it that way, so we are doing it maybe at a distance, but we're thinking about it first and foremost as a business. We're trying not to get emotional about it. You know, we're actually trying to look at it as a business that we believe in. I mean, I said I did my own thing. I've always loved media and writing and storytelling. I want to make films one day. So I'm lucky out of my 5 siblings, and Toke as well, that we love media. So it was actually very easy for us. But I mean, if it was another type of business, like, I don't know, a construction company or so engineering, I don't know if I would be here. It would probably be another sibling. I think being the eldest also helps, and also there are 5 of us. I'm the one who's always straddled both London and Lagos, if you add it up in time. So I'm quite used to this life of spending some time here, spending some time there. And I think that's also made it easier to be sort of like a glue, because we do have family in both places. So my sisters sometimes feel guilty, and they say, oh, we want to help, we want to help. And I said, well, you know, it's hard for you, you know, don't worry. When I get some ideas, I'll give you feedback and carry them along. And I have big plans for The Guardian. There are so many different products and segments, and each of us has our own. So I'm actually trying to set things up for them. And once it's done, they don't have to worry. They can have an instant job creation. So even this festival, I have a sister who's probably going to take it over because she's good at events. I have another sister who's into recruitment. There's Guardian Jobs, which used to be very popular in print, but we haven't really digitalized that. So yes, I'm just trying to set things up. I just think with 5 of us, I wanted to avoid the maybe disagreements, not being able to communicate properly because we're all very busy. You know, we have young children. So I think I literally had to put myself out there. There was no plan.
Thank you. And, you know, like I said, I think your family is particularly lucky, you know, that the children are interested or have interest in the line of business that your family has decided to build in, you know, a business in. I'll come to you, Natalie. She mentioned something, and I'm just going to piggyback on that very quickly, which is conflict resolution. You know, when family businesses pass on to the next generation, you often find situations where not all the children are involved directly in running the business, right? And so there could be instances where some people may feel sidelined, or they don't have clear line of sight in terms of what is happening with the family business, or they don't quite understand, you know, where things are, or there's no proper communication. And then, of course, conflicts can also arise in that process. How would you advise families to deal with conflict resolution and being able to clearly articulate who does what, how they ensure that there's proper communication, right, amongst the next generation in ensuring that the business continues to thrive and, of course, scales to better heights than what the first generation has done?
I think it needs to start earlier on, because more than ever before, people are pressured to go into particular industries as an adult, but people aren't asked from a young age what they would like to do. And I think some people would naturally like to go into a family business, and some people would like to do something completely different. And when you have multiple siblings, it's great to start that conversation early and say, well, what would you like to do? Would you like to be involved? Would you like to be the face of the company, the face of the family? Would you like to live in another country, do something completely different? And I think that often comes as a surprise when that conversation is started earlier.
Fantastic. I want both of you to answer, which this is going to be like my last question. I need you to speak to that G2, a daughter who is in the family business. Maybe by now she's already feeling, okay, I'm not even included, nobody seeks my opinion on things. I don't know what's going on in the business, right? How would you, show a next generation female, right, to prepare themselves to be included? Remember, we're still in the, in the spirit of inclusion and all of that. How should next generation female business owners or people that are in the line of family enterprises prepare themselves to be ready? Because you may say that it's your brother that is being prepared, but what happens if something happens and your brother is not able to take the reins? It's possible that the baton falls on you, right? So how should the next generation females or women prepare themselves to be able to take their family businesses to the next level?
I think women are always nurturing that message in the background either way. And Anita, you said you don't have a media background, but you're a fantastic public speaker. So I don't know if you've been doing this for a long time. I want to know if you consider running for president. But I think again, that conversation needs to start a lot earlier in a lot of families. Did you have...
I don't think maybe as individuals you can prepare, but I think the best thing is to have something documented, like a constitution maybe, which is like an agreement, and it will have different scenarios in place, like if this happens, this could happen, and conditions and variables, and start somewhere, and obviously it could be built over time and varied. I mean, that's what I imagine would be the way. Because I think at the end of the day, you're trying to just avoid conflicts, or, for example, a house just being abandoned. I mean, you see them everywhere. Even in London, you see houses just abandoned, and you're like, big houses empty because some decision obviously went wrong somewhere, or maybe someone was alone and the next of kin wasn't identified, and things like that. So I think it's always good to have something, but it's hard to think ahead, really. So I actually can't quite answer your question, but that's maybe a little bit of an answer.
I think you really did try, in terms of attempting the question. I think my point really is that families need to be very, very deliberate and intentional in how you prepare the children. It doesn't matter whether it's female or male. I think the preparation really starts from when they're young, right? Getting their interest in the family business. Yours was very easy, right? Because you guys just had this natural flair or interest in media and all whatnot. But in some other families, it may not be exactly like that. And so I feel like the family being very deliberate, in preparing their children. And, there are instances where the children also may not necessarily want to run the business. And that's a reality that a lot of families are facing. And I think that families definitely then need to, face the reality and prepare the children to be responsible owners, while they build the management structure around the business, build a proper institution with the right governance structures that allows the business to continue to thrive, whether or not any of the next generation is working in the business. And of course, I believe that the second generation can also be prepared to sit on the board of the family business, because you're then able to contribute to decision making, right? You can represent the interest of the family, making sure that they're making the right decisions as much as possible. So I think that your perspective has been very, very good in terms of bringing all of these things to bear and just sharing practical, example of how this has worked in your own family. So any last words,
Yes, actually, following on from what you said, you reminded me. I think for me personally, it's about the name. So you're right, not every member might want to, be involved, but if you have, as you said, board memberships, maybe that can be defined. Maybe at least one of the children should be a board member, and it's just treated like a company, just the way a company would be treated, and it can be sustained. I mean, Bill Gates and all these big names that we know about, they let go. They're not there day to day running things, but their name's going to last. So I think I'm trying to approach it that way, but because of the name. And then it can evolve into different directions and different sectors. So I think that's what I would like to say about that.
Okay, I think that's about it. Do we have any questions? Anybody particularly interested in asking them, any questions on this very important topic of passing the torch to the next generation? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, which for either of you. How would you approach working with other families who are trying to do similar things, not just in Nigeria, but across geographies, across sectors? Has there been maybe a case study you could share with us or yourself as well? I know you guys have gone to various cities to do summits, and how have you found yourself working with other families along the way?
So I'll hand over to Natalie because I think she's more of an expert than I am, but I definitely think it's something to be open about because, you know, imagine, that's back to my point about look at it like a business. Businesses collaborate, they do joint ventures, they do things together, there are mergers or whatever. Why not? A family business is a business, isn't it? So I think it's, but I don't have much experience in this, but it's definitely something I think sounds sensible. But perhaps from your network and some of the families you've met, you've seen it happen?
Our business is based on trust, it's based on relationships, it's based on doing business on a handshake. I come from a family business background as well, and as much as we work with very innovative companies, we have a very old-fashioned way of doing business. So it's a great question, Nella. I think as we expand in Nigeria, hopefully, our business will be very much the same as the way we work in London, in LA, in the GCCs, in Asia. It's very much through relationships, through introductions, through not only what can we sell to you, but how can we help you and how can we partner together to collaborate and build something together. Because that's what I love about family businesses. It's all about what we can both do rather than how we can benefit one party or another.
Exactly. And if I can just add to what she said, you know, I run a multi-family office. So what that means is that we deal with a lot of family businesses, you know, in Africa and also beyond Africa. So what we do is we're able to facilitate, you know, these meetings where families can meet, you know, they can rub minds together, they can share ideas. You see what is working and you're able to share how you're navigating, you know, the similar challenges you would imagine, you know, different families. And when you're able to bring them together in a way that allows them to be able to, you know, foster that relationship for mutual exchange of knowledge, you see that a lot more people are able to benefit from that, right? And for us, we're really particular about helping families build the right structure that allow them to be able to transcend generations. So when you have the structures in place, what I hear a lot from what Anita said is that there's a lot of structure, you know, so it just made it very easy for them to just ride, you know, on that, and they're able to just step into the shoes of their parents and get, you know, the ball rolling and get the business running. So I think that structure is really important, and that's what a family office structure, for instance, will provide for you. She's talking about constitution, she's talking about policies, she's talking about this and that, rules of engagement within the family. When you have a family office structure, it allows you to be able to put all of that in place so that when the time is right and the next generation needs to step to the stage, it's pretty easy, right? I hope I've been able to do justice to your question. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, so if we don't have any, I think we're done. Joyce?
And that's exactly why we asked you to moderate the session, because you are the experts in family businesses and running family businesses and going from one generation to the other. So please thank Abiola Adediran for moderating this session. Thank Anita for sharing out of her heart, her experience, and also thank Natalie for bringing all that you came with, wearing our Nigerian dress and speaking to the issues that face family businesses generation to the next. Please appreciate them very warmly and resoundingly. Thank you so much. Please, you'll stand here together for one group photograph, after which we would invite our chairman, our chair of chairs, to join in the next photo. So please smile, smile, smile all around. Yes. Have you had a wonderful day? Have you had a great day? An insightful time with us? Yes. For this, we say thank you to Guardian Woman for putting together this first festival of its kind. 2024, many years to go. Please appreciate Guardian Woman for making this happen. And then we'll do the inspiring inclusion sign. Yes. Please join us. Please. For inclusion. To our guardian man in our midst. Thank you.
Now you know. Forget what they know them, yes. How much is money? It's nothing. Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Forget what they know them, yes.
DJ. Small. I know you're dancing in your seat where you are. To give us the closing remarks and some insights as to what to expect tomorrow, I'd like to welcome one of the members of the organizing team. They've ensured that this festival is and continues tomorrow. She is the Chief Experience Officer at Wow Connect. Welcome, Toby Olanihu. This one, eh? Oh yeah, let's go. Chief Experience.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Did we have a good time today? Was it insightful? Was it impactful? Thank you very much. As I can see, some of you have been here all day. Thank you. The main purpose of this was to empower and was to educate, and I believe we have achieved that. We know that many more people are going to watch online, so kindly share. It was live streamed on Guardian TV, on YouTube. So please share. We all grow together. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. It's going to be in the main hotel. We have tea break all day. We have various sessions, strength in femininity. We have women in aviation. We have women in STEM. And we also have one more. We have amazing dynamic stretches in the morning. It's going to be an amazing day. It's going to be impactful. If you can't come physically, it's fine. Watch online, tell other people. And something amazing as well has happened. We have these awards. It's called the 7 Wonder Women Awards. The first one started by Anita 5 years ago, and Guardian has taken it fully on board now. 8,000 people voted for the awards. Can we clap for that? 8,000 people in less than a week. Amazing. And we had amazing judges, 12 judges that collaborated anonymously and voted for the final winners. We're going to unveil those winners tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow 9 a.m. in the in the hotel. It's free. Apparently, because people register, people thought they were going to pay a lot of money. But again, women, we need to change this mindset. Even if you're going to pay, you need to pay for your education. You need to pay to move ahead. But it's free tomorrow. Come from 9 to 2. Tomorrow is shorter, short and sweet and very impactful. Thank you for staying with us all day. See you tomorrow. Good night.
My woman, I go feel by you anything. My woman, my everything. My woman, I go feel give you anything. My woman, oh, my everything. My woman, oh, my everything. Yeah. Woman, you proper, woman, you straight. Man, a brother, your genetic trait. Waiting for you was never too late. Remember, say you want the food in on the plate. I love me indicate and it is so concrete. And we never lose faith for making you my soulmate. Get this one straight, say are you married? No matter how them here, they can't take you any date. Give you anything for the bed. First thing, any money, medicine. You want me everything. No me woman to me, you mean everything. My woman.